What a day of jam-packed Varsity sporting action we've had here on Cyncoed campus.
The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades.
A clash of cities. A clash of nations. Pride at stake. The wait is nearly over. The grudge continues. Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. Varsity 2023.
Siamai a croeso I studio chwaraeon Met Cardiff ar gampus Cyncoed am eich hafbwynt a calendar chwaraeon. Mae Prifysgol Carffaddon wedi teithio dros y dŵr fel mirwyr Saesnig o'r gorffennol, ond ar un fydd a'i tangedd heddiw oedd udyn nŵfrwydra yn erbyn Archers de Cymru am y Mhrifysgol Met Cardiff. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Cardiff Met Sport TV studio here on Cyncoed campus for what is the biggest day of the year on the sporting calendar. The University of Bath have travelled across the river as many English warriors have tried before, but will they meet the same fate when crossing paths with the feared Archers of South Wales here at Cardiff Metropolitan University? Well, to take you through all of the action right up to the final whistle of the final game are a selection of the finest talent the Met Sport TV studios have to offer you. We'll be starting off with wheelchair basketball in the Archers Arena before joining the men's football at the Football 3G, with a short trip across campus to the women's rugby following, and we end the day right where it all began, at the Archers Arena with the men's basketball showdown. Now we'll be joined in studio by sporting superstars and wise pundits alike to give you the best insight to the hottest ticket in town. But first, there's nothing quite like the poetic chants of our beloved Archer Ultras to sum up the importance of today. But former student Duke Al Durham has certainly given "I'd rather take a shower than a bath" a run for its money.
Met versus Bath, Varsity 2023, game on. Varsity!
Cameras, please. Sports stars about to shine as we start to see apprehension in fans, nervous laughter, screams, camaraderie, hearts ticking, faster beats it. Bath versus the masterpiece. Cardiff Met with the hardest teams, the largest dreams, witness the scenes with a lager reach. I bet Bath are nauseous, call the pharmacy. We're sick of all sports now, Bath. Start to breathe. Don't you forfeit before we get to the drama, please.
Murphy to win the game!
You'll leave bathing in a bath of your shit. Pardon me.
Bath Youth Cardiff Met your match. No time for you to have a soak and relax.
Put down the soap and accept the facts. You can't throw in the towel, you gotta coach the catch. We don't just play sport, we reform it. This is deeper than just releasing some endorphins. Our crowd support us loud, that's our calling.
We absolutely love it!
If we fall, we'll win the game crawling.
It's been 4 years, no fears, just a clear vision among peers.
Train hard, win, cheers, as you go home swimming in a bath of your tears.
This is Cardiff, Wales, release the dragon, flame on. Unleash the passion, game on.
I am joined in studio now with the first victors of today. I'm pleased to say both Ed and Kelsey have led our Cardiff Met cricket team to victories against the University of Bath. Guys, you must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. Yeah. Sort of like the nerves before the game, leading up to the game were quite big. So to get 2 points on the board for Met was a big plus to start the day.
Yeah, pretty much the same as Ed. Just buzzing to get that win on the board.
Well, what was it like to actually play in, Kelsey? Because we were talking before we went live on air, and you were talking about how it's your first varsity, but it's also your first home one and your last home one. How special an occasion was this to play in before we get right into the nitty-gritty of the match?
It was a really big opportunity then to lead the team out. The nerves kind of got to us to start off with, but then the more we played, we settled into the game, and we played from there.
Now, talk me through how the game actually went. So you won the toss, I believe, didn't you?
And then we decided to bowl. So we thought that we'd bowl them out quite cheaply, which was kind of not all we'd done. But we prefer chasing, so we thought that was the way forward. which we've done in our indoors this season. So
amazing.
Quite well.
Now, were there any standout moments from this match in particular? We're looking at some lovely shots just then of it now. Was there any big moments?
So yeah, a few of the girls were tired. So Joey kind of led us throughout the bowling, kind of settled us. And then she batted through to see us win then. And then Jodie Bounds also got retired. I think she had 31 not out. So she had a real good impact into our chase.
Well, you certainly got the day off to a great start for us. I mean, Ed, talk about pressure of having to follow such a brave act and a great way to start off Varsity for us. What was it like for the men's game?
Yeah, I think similar to Kelsey, like we were all a bit nervous. I think especially after the girls won, sort of ramped up the pressure for us a bit more, trying to, like you said, follow it. But yeah, I think we were quietly confident, coming off the back of a pretty successful indoor season, getting Bucks runner-up in the national final. So yeah, we were pretty confident, and then yeah, it was just really, really good to get the job done. You
sound really calm and collected, Ed. Was it as easy as you're making it out to be?
Not really. I think our two opening batsmen are really strong. We lost one of them early, and so I was in at 3, and I was really quite nervous to this. But as soon as it got settled, it was plain sailing from there. So
now let's talk about the occasion as a whole a little bit more together. You both have the honour of being captains respectively for your teams. I mean, Kelsey, what's that like to have that honour as a student here at the university?
Yeah, it is a real big honour playing in our indoor season and then leading into varsity and then going into the outdoor season. So it's quite a lot of pressure, because considering we've had quite a few successful seasons in the past. But no, it's a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah, same for me. I'm really proud to sort of captain the university side. It's my second year doing it now, so sort of I know how to cope with the pressure a little bit and know the responsibilities, but still sort of the pressure when you're going out to lead the side out is still there every game. So yeah.
Now, Kelsey, you touched on it briefly there. We're leading into the next part of the season for you guys. How did the format of today's events differ to what you're going to start playing now over the next couple of weeks?
So it's a completely different game of cricket then. Everything is different. It's just building on our indoor season and just taking kind of what we learnt from there into the outdoor season.
Excellent. And do you guys feel like that you thrive in that later part of the season? Are we going to use this as a momentum carrier, really? Is this the catalyst to start success for you guys?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Like Kel said, indoor and outdoor cricket are sort of almost completely different sports, but it's more about momentum and taking sort of that winning habit into the outdoor season. I think, if you take that winning feeling and transfer it across into the outdoor season, then it certainly won't do us any harm. So I think that's sort of the aim from the indoor season.
Now, guys, before you leave me and depart, first of all, congratulations on the win once again. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Have you got any other sports on your eyes maybe that you might go to hit up?
I think we're going to watch a few of the other Met cricketers. So lacrosse, maybe football. Yeah, lacrosse and women's and men's football.
Yeah.
So we're going to go and see a real variety of sports just across the both of you. And well, we've got a variety of sports across campus. And now it's not just athletes getting right into the thick of it today out on our campus. Our reporter Kian Tukey is right amongst it in one of our own fan zones. Kian, how are you? Can you hear me? What's it like down there?
James, I am hearing you, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's miserable, but vibes are immaculate. Everyone, I can hear myself on the big screen as well, that shocks me a little bit, but most importantly, we are coming over and talking to CEO of the SU, Mr. Will Fuller. How are you doing today, Will?
Really good, thank you, mate.
Now, we will get into all the planning and all the goings on, but you've been a student here, you've been a president here. How much have you seen Varsity grow?
Yeah, it's grown massively over the years.
Have we got any updates coming in from other sports still, like the latest on the netball?
Surrounding infrastructure as well. You look today, we've got gazebos keeping people
out
of the rain. We've got 3 bars, we've got lots of food vendors, entertainment offers, a big screen, and there was none of that in the first few years. So it's grown and it's grown, as has the student interest, and it's great to see.
And how much planning has gone into this? I need to know students, I need to know buses.
There's
they haven't put
weeks and weeks, months and months, hours and hours that go into planning something like this. It's a huge operation. We've got roughly around 3,000 students from the 2 institutions here today. As I said, we've got 3 bars, we've got loads and loads of staff, student staff. But yeah, there's been an awful lot that goes into delivering something of this scale.
And you spoke about some of the stuff that's on offer. For those watching the stream, what can they expect from today in what's on offer in all these trucks and sporting wise?
hopefully a lot of fun. You know, above all else, that's what we want for those attending. There's plenty of games. Some of the venues have been full this morning, and above all else, potentially a Cardiff Met win.
Well, that's what we're all hoping for. Before I let you go, Will, a lot of people have gone into planning for this, but is there anyone that you want to thank personally?
Yeah, there's loads of people, and I hate doing this because you always miss someone, but there's a lot of work gone in from the SU sport team, and Dan Morgan has headed that up along with Meg and our interns team, Manny from the commercial team, Sue from finance, you've got Aki from events, Carwin, marketing, all the interns there. But also the Cardiff Met sport team who are helping us with the facilities, the Cardiff Met estates team who are helping us with the site, and all of the partnerships that we've forged around today's event.
Well, Will, you've certainly helped to put on an immaculate event, and as you said, let's hope for a Met win. Thank you very much, Will. Now, from one former student to a very current one, we have Dan Hilditch, who was involved in the first game of the day. Dan, can you tell us a bit about that game?
Well, it was an unfortunate loss today. We had a very, very good team. They're higher division than us. So going into it was always going to be hard. But we tried our best. And I'm very proud of our lads. Just sorry to the fans that we couldn't perform and get a win. But we'll take this back to training. We know what we need to do. And we'll go from there.
So Dan, it was badminton, that was the first event of the day. What was it like having a crowd that size?
Oh, we're not used to it at all, but I loved it. I almost loved it a bit too much. Got a bit distracted almost, but all the lads loved it.
And what have you been thinking about everything here? Obviously we're in the fan zone, there's so many more sports to come. Are there any you're looking forward to?
Football, rugby's going to be a big one. I can imagine everyone being there. Yeah, football and rugby are the big ones. I'll definitely be there for those ones. Also interested in water polo.
Well, Dan, we'll certainly keep an eye out for you. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you very much. Well, it's still raining here, but there's still smiles on faces. Let's get back into that warm studio with you, Mr. James Roberts.
I feel like I shouldn't be too smug, Kian, sitting in my nice warm studio. I don't envy you out in the rain. But here's just a quick breakdown of some key fixtures for you. So the wheelchair basketball is going to tip off at 2:15. Men's football kicks off at 3 p.m. and the women's football kicks off at 6 p.m. Now, men's rugby also kicks off at 6:30, but before that is the women's rugby at 4:30. And the men's basketball is the last game of the day. That tips off at 6:30. But we're going to move across now because athletes across Cardiff Met are not only drilled for their own personal success, but also after success for the club as a whole, no matter what the sport. Now, a prime example of this is Tia Medic, a co-captain of the netball first team and recently a coach for the Threes, helping them fight Welsh rival Swansea in a crucial promotion battle. This is an exclusive look through her own words on the day of how it all unfolded and her role within the setup.
Today wasn't a day for me to turn around and be like, we need to win this game, I'm putting this on you, we need the promotion, if we don't win this game that's not going to happen. I was never going to be like that in the first place. You guys, and I've said to you before, react so well off positivity. Feeling warm, yes. Sharp, yes. Ready. Yes. Did you eat today? Yes. No, thank God for that. Yes! Work hard! Good meals, confidence. Yes! Often, first time. Chloe, first time. Do you know that shows how they're both the same style of shooter? Yeah! Good job, nice and steady. That is what I'm talking about. Brian, that's cracking. Really, really good job. Actually getting into that then at the end of that quarter, really started to work. Our rotational movement is really good. That's a good defensive centre pass. Oh, take your feet. This intensity needs to stay. This is half-time point. It is 0-0 like Chloe says as always. Second thing, Shannon option. Oop, no way, she should have got that rebound. She is like, that's mine, thank you. Oh. Last quarter, last push, give it absolutely everything you got. Confidence, you got them, meals. Good, Lottie. Oh, all the green, yellow and orange ones are left. I'm in. Oh, that ball shouldn't have gone. Come on! I know you've been getting a lot of court time this season. I know you haven't this game, so I know it feels a bit right now. And that doesn't mean to take away anything that you guys are not good enough, because that isn't the case. Woohoo! Yes, Evie! Good job. Good job. Motion! Honestly, I can't even say how grateful I am to be a part of this team in particular. It means the absolute world to me, like absolute world to me. And I think you need to understand that you've not only shaped me as a coach, you have made my entire experience. Yeah, like completely. And I'm so proud. We have one game left, and you know what, girls, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose because we got promotion anyway.
What a great character inside the netball setup there. And I am joined by two other great characters, our very own Davith Jones, basketball expert here at Cardiff Met Sport TV, and none other than superstar Shannon Hatch. This is such an honour to have you in studio with me today. Let's talk about today. Varsity is such a huge occasion in terms of the entire calendar of a sporting year. You've not experienced one at home yet, Shannon. Are you excited ahead of today's match?
Oh, I'm truly excited, and I've just experienced a little bit of it outside now, and the buzz around campus is incredible, so really excited. And
now Dav yourself is just an avid fan. I know you're not going to be out on the court, but you're going to be feeling like you're right amongst it today, aren't you?
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this for weeks, and to see everyone rushing towards Archers Arena from the start of the day to the end is going to be amazing.
Amazing. Now, Shannon, we briefly spoke off camera about what it's going to be like playing Bath today. What's the sort of message been in and around camp training ahead of today?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity we've got two teams at Cardiff Met, we've got Bucks 1 and Bucks 2, so we're kind of mixing the two teams, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity to play together one last time as a squad and go out there and have fun first and foremost, and then get a good win for Cardiff Met as a whole, so we're super excited for it.
That's fantastic. And so has the focus been to try and give those students an opportunity that are leaving at the end of this year? I know that you're leaving yourself, which is really sad.
I'm leaving myself, which is really sad, it's true, but yeah, we've got a few seniors and lovely girls, so it would be great to send them off with a good win and a good performance in front of an incredible crowd in Archers Arena, so that's...
Now, Dav, you've had the honour of watching Shannon and her team play throughout the entire season. What can we expect today if we're going to go down there to the Archers Arena in person and watch that game?
Well, all season long I've been calling her the metronome. The shots go up, the shot goes down. So you can expect some buckets, that's for sure. Bath are a good team, but I can expect an Archers win today.
You seem very confident. Is the confidence reflected here, Shannon?
You never know, you know, and so we're not going into it expecting a win, but you know, for sure confident and looking forward to it. That's last year we did quite good, so hopefully we can carry that over. And yeah, get everyone involved is the main thing for sure.
Now, you're no stranger to big occasions, so you're probably going to be using a lot of your experience with perhaps other people that haven't had to play in front of such a big crowd, because you had the honour of playing for Switzerland not too long ago. Can you give us a bit of an insight into that experience?
Oh, that was a bit of an unexpected call-up, but one that was an incredible experience and one that I really took in fully. And it's true that it is a tough crowd. Like it's a lot of people out there. So if you're a stranger, if you're new to it, it can maybe be overwhelming. But hopefully we'll just all settle into it and just really enjoy it. Really. But no, the Swiss call-up was an incredible experience. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah.
No. I mean, it's fantastic to see that students can come here and they can develop professionally in terms of their academic studies, but you can also develop professionally in terms of your sporting ability. Have you found that the basketball club in particular really helps in terms of the support they offer in terms of like facilities and also helping you balance your time? Has that been really valuable?
Yeah, this has been a great setup actually for me. It's my third year now, and it's it's found a good balance. This is definitely a professional setup where we're competing at the highest level of basketball in the UK, so every weekend we're pushed for sure, and in Bucks 2 as well, we're in the Premier League, so there's very good basketball being played, but it's also afforded me to also work on my academics, as you say, get a master's degree, so I've been able to balance a bit of school, work and basketball, so it's been fantastic.
Yeah, well, we spoke to our cricket captains earlier who came in about what's left for the rest of the season. I know you guys have still got a tough WBBL campaign ahead of you. Dan's been watching that with Hawkeye vision.
Oh yeah,
because he doesn't want to take his eyes off it for a second. Can you give me a bit more of an insight into what's left for you guys after today this year?
You've got 3 more games, is it, in the next coming weeks?
We've got 5 more games.
5 more games.
5 more games. I want to say 4 of them at home.
Yeah.
Three of them at home.
3 at home.
That's what I was thinking.
3 of them at home. So and we're hanging on to 8th spot, which is a playoff spot for us, and that's a big goal for us. It's been 3 years that we've just missed out on them, so this year we're really making a push to maybe even make it into 7th and 6th position and really make a playoff push. So there's a lot to be played still, and 5 interesting games for us, definitely.
Wow, it sounds like there's a lot at stake going into towards this business end of the season, there's lots like to say. Dav, is today really then, is it an important sort of, I don't know, momentum pusher for the end of the season for this team?
Oh, absolutely, it should be. It should be a chance to really show out, and like you said, some of the players who don't get as much playing time to really have a good go at it today. But for people like Shannon and Lawrence Ike and Izzy Bunny and these people who play in the WBBL week in, week out, this is a chance to maybe have a bit more fun, have a bit more freedom, get something going, get some rhythm, get some momentum, and take that right into the weekend of the WBBL.
Now, are you going to be at every home match as well? I know that you probably want everyone watching to be at every home match that's remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be there. We're going to be streaming it. I'll be commentating. We'll be there every time.
Right, well, thank you so much, guys. We are going to head down to the Archers Arena actually right now because our reporter, Caitlin Meredith, is down with the netball team. There's something going on. It's something special, I hear.
Hi, I'm down here at the Archers Arena where I've had an absolute... We have been treated to an absolute spectacle of a performance down here between Bath and Met, and as you can tell, they are going to raise the roof off this place. The score is now 41-all between these two teams, which is an absolutely amazing achievement from the Archers. We believe that there is only a few minutes left, so we're really hoping that the Archers can come through and the crowd can get them over the line. It's absolutely packed out in here, and as you can see, there's not enough space for everyone to get in, but we're going to cheer them on all the way to the end, and despite the score, we will be so proud of this achievement. Last year it was 38-58 to Bath, so it's a massive improvement in their results, and we're really hoping they can win it. Let's go Archers! Back to you, James.
Thank you, Caitlin. Oh my goodness, that atmosphere looks absolutely amazing. But I mean, speaking of great atmospheres, we've actually got a campus full of great personalities, and we love to showcase them here at Cardiff Met Sport TV with creative student-led content. Now, Bethan Allen has been talking to a high-performance pair of twins within the Cardiff Met hockey setup. Jess and Abby White are leading the way in the Cardiff Met side, and this is their story of friendship, success, and aspirations for the future.
I think a bit gutted. Obviously, we would have loved to have come and won it in front of a home crowd on Flicks. We lost our last game on Flicks, but do you know what? I'm proud of every single one of those girls. They left their heart and soul on the pitch. And Flicks are tough. To be able to step up and take a flick it takes a lot, and it's a lot of pressure. I think we're such a team of let's work together, big positive energy, and then we go and get what we deserve. And it's 1-1. It's a good result, and it's a shame on the Flicks.
I think we just got to take it on the chin. We've got to work harder, we've got to train harder, and we'll have Trent. We've got it. We need to be cool, calm and collective at the back. We need to make sure that we're passing options all the time, and I think just confidence. We need to take our good things from this game and just put them into our next game. We've got it.
I am very excited. It's taken me 4 years to get home varsity, so to be able to captain this absolutely fabulous group of girls on that day, I'm so excited. And you know what better way to end a hockey career than to end it at home at Cyncoed campus playing varsity against Bath with the best group of girls there is on campus.
I'd rather have a shower than a bath.
Now, out the back of that, I am pleased to say I'm joined in studio by two of our varsity stars of the hockey world today, Neve, and I've been told to call you.
I think a bit gutted.
Good nickname. I like being briefed on these sort of things. Makes you feel very in with the crowd, very in with the clubs. Neve, we're going to talk about Monday night first, if that's okay, because we've just seen your interview straight after that match there. How is the squad feeling after Monday?
I think obviously everyone's a little bit disheartened, but I think from it we've just got to move on as a squad, park it. There's so many great things to come out of that game. That wasn't just, it was a loss on flicks, which are always a 50-50. It's always hard. Anyone that steps up to take a flick, I have so much aspiration for them. It's not easy, it's a tough job to do, but I think parking that, taking the really good things from it, learning from the things that we could have done better, and throw that into next Wednesday against Nottingham Trent, which I think everyone's really excited for.
Neve, I know you're a sports broadcast student, but that was fantastically media trained there. You sound like Gareth Southgate after his penalty shootout press conferences. Let's turn our attention now to Varsity today. What is it like as an occasion to play in? I mean, you would have played at Bath before previously, but never a home Varsity. So are you excited ahead of today?
Yeah, I think massive opportunity for the boys. It's been a long time coming, home varsity, 4 years now. But yeah, we've had a good season. We've done well. I think we've exceeded expectations. So I think, yeah, they're all excited and get on it after. You know?
Well, what is it about a home crowd that's so special compared to other places that you may travel across the country for your Bucks competitions?
Oh, well, me or you?
You go first.
Yeah, no, well, we've got the ultras. I'm pretty sure they're a bit, already. So they're going to be loud, but yeah. They're excited, we're excited, hopefully we can put on a good show.
But we love it. We love people when they bring the noise, bring the support for all of the archers across campus.
Yeah.
I mean, Neve, for yourself, you've said to RSU already about how excited you are for today. I mean, it's your first and last home varsity. It's kind of bittersweet, but do you echo the same notions?
Oh, 100%. I think it's great. We're such a tight-knit club across the girls and the boys are always there to support each other, and to have the boys on the sidelines screaming at us and vice versa for them. I think, in a good way, yeah. I think it's just nice to have the noise and to be able to support everyone. I mean, I started here with Donny 4 years ago, been friends ever since. When he wouldn't call me his best friend, but I think to be able to have that last game for the pair of us, because we're both leaving now, at home with everyone around us, there's nothing more that you can say as a better way to end your kind of hockey career.
Absolutely. Now let's talk a bit more about your game specifically, Neve. I know that Bath, you said, are in the league above you. They got promoted as you were relegated down, unfortunately, last season. Is this quite an important match in the eyes of the club as a whole that you really take it to them today?
I think so. I think everyone's really excited. It's a good opportunity. Obviously, there'll be a team, hopefully, if we get promoted next Wednesday, that we'll play against. So I think it'll be a good little, kind of push on the standard that we'll be playing next year if we get that promotion. So everyone's excited, and it's Bath, you want to win. You always want to win at home varsity. So I think everyone's really kind of pushing that, let's go out there and win it, give it to them, and let's celebrate after.
Oh, 100%. And Will, from your perspective then, what can we expect from the men's clash?
Yeah, it's going to be a tasty game, I think. We've beaten them this season already.
Already?
Yeah.
Surely you've got your tails up then, the wind's in your sails.
Yeah, but you never know with sport, and I think, yeah, we've had a great season, and it's a great send out for the boys, and a lot of us are leaving, which is great to have quite a nice game at home in front of our crowd, like we said earlier. And we've beaten them already on flicks in the cup, which obviously we have got a bit of confidence going into the match, but hey, it's sport, no one ever knows, do we?
No, absolutely. And it sounds like you've both got quite a lot of experience with flicks. I imagine you don't want it to go down to that today of all days.
No, not really.
Well, we don't take them, so I don't mind.
Yeah. I took one once and it got saved, so I leave the forwards to that because they're very good at it. If I get called up, I get called up. I'll do it for the badge, but
yeah.
Goodness me. And so before I let you guys leave, I've just got to ask you quickly, after you've finished, obviously, your matches today, are there any other sports you've got your eyes on this evening, anything you might go down to watch?
The rugby. I think that'd be a good one to finish.
We'll watch you, and then probably the rugby, maybe the netball.
The netball's just finished.
Oh, has it? Oh.
So yeah,
well, then we're not going.
To be fair, you've got other more important things to worry about.
Exactly.
Well, don't you worry. Now, guys, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. Really appreciate it. Best of luck with your fixtures. Make sure you let us know. Now, whilst there are many rivalries out for settling between students today on our campus, there is one dynamic duo that surely will be the highlight of it all. Archie the Archer has been training harder than ever to get revenge over Duck Norris. And thanks to exclusive access into his training camp, Kian Tukey has brought us this insight into the Dragon's Den.
Thank you very much, James. And we were hoping for Archie, but unfortunately he's going through the last stages of his very intense training plan. But we do have the next best thing. We have Alfie Turner, who is the duty manager here on a very popular bar on Varsity. Alfie, how's it been today?
Well, it's been really busy, obviously. Everyone's coming in, getting ready to watch the games. We've been rushed off our feet, really, first bit of the day.
So, what time have you been in since?
I got here at 8 o'clock this morning, just set up all the finest last little details, and then since like 10 o'clock we started serving, and yeah, since then it's just been manic, really.
And are you working on it all day, or are you going to be able to enjoy some of the sport?
I'm getting off at 3 o'clock, so luckily I get to watch the men's football, also going to watch the men's rugby as well, so it should be a good evening.
That's what we're liking to see. And just how much planning has gone into this, and how much of a team effort is this whole Varsity event?
Well, it's been like some of the guys who work in the office doing the logistics of it have been planning it since last year's Varsity, and they've been putting in like 12-hour days recently, so it is a massive team effort. A lot of the effort's gone into it, but it's nice to see it all paying off.
And you spoke about going to the football. Any other sports that tickle your fancy?
I'm looking forward to the rugby as well. Hopefully get to watch a little bit of the basketball, because that's normally a good crowd, but the football and the rugby are the main ones the crowd gets behind, I think, so it'll be a good atmosphere for them.
Perfect stuff. Well, thank you very much, Alfie, and thank you for putting on such a great event.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alfie. Now, we will be coming back to the fan zone hopefully later in the day, but for now, let's go back to the studio with James.
Amazing, Kian. Thank you very much. Honestly, the atmosphere looks like it continues to grow with every minute that passes, Ellie. I don't know about you, but it looks amazing out there. Have you had a chance to kind of sample the atmosphere yourself?
Yeah, I was working this morning, so not first thing, but yeah, I've been to watch the netball, been to watch a bit of the cricket, so yeah, good atmosphere. It's starting to buzz a bit.
Amazing. Now, Varsity is full of rivalries. We've just seen one there between Archie the Archer and Duck Norris, but the rivalry between the Cardiff Met Football Club and Bath University's football team, it's quite a large one, isn't it? I mean, talk me through that history.
Yeah, obviously from being in the Bucks Premier, we weren't in it this season, but probably for the previous 4 or 5 seasons, they've been sort of in and around that league. I think they won the Premier South this year as well, so they've always had a really strong football programme. I think their coach Shay does a masters or a PhD, I think, at the Cardiff Met Uni as well. So there's a little bit of a sort of link there as well in that sense. But they've always had a really strong football programme. I think even going back a little bit further back than when we came into the Bucks Premier, they've had a Saturday programme as well. So that was something we always aspired to be like, and obviously I hope we can say we maybe surpass them in that with our Saturday programme and our Wednesday programme as well.
No, absolutely. It sounds like they're very tough competitors in the grand scheme of things to the club as a whole. Sorry, but can you sort of give me an insight as to what the preparation would have been like then for the Cardiff Met football team?
Yes, I think we've got a team of third years playing today, so it'll be some first teamers, some reserve team players, and some Bucks first team players. So a bit of a mix. Jack Lyons, the reserve team coach, is taking it today, so he obviously knows the reserve team players very well, and works with the Bucks players as well. So he's got a good knowledge of what the players can do. Sort of with regards to training, it would have been pretty much similar. Reserve team trained together, first team trained together as well. So slightly separate in that sense, but all the boys know each other and have played with each other in the past as well. So yeah, good preparation, I'd imagine.
Well, it always sounds like a very tight-knit club and a very tight-knit group of players. Is that the case, really? Do you know a lot about the Bucks teams and the depth of players that you have really at the club?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm on campus all the time, so obviously with my job and everything, so I see the Bucks team playing every week. Obviously, I'm not playing in that personally myself at the moment, but yeah, obviously you get a good gauge of what the levels are like between the teams. I think the reserves are always quite close to the first team in terms of the Bucks. In terms of ability, but also socially, a lot of the boys mix. So there's a good buzz around the Bucks programme at the moment. Obviously, the Welsh Prem side's separate to that slightly, but there is a bit of a crossover and a mix with the Bucks programme and the Welsh Prem setup as well. So yeah, obviously, as you say, a close knit, really tight group as a whole. So that's probably the key to our success. Really, is being that tight knit club.
No, amazing. And so let's talk about the Welsh Prem, because you brought it up there a lot of times. It's kind of what all the boys in the club really work towards throughout their time. They don't want to hang around in those Bucks teams for too long. They want to be out there in that Welsh Premier League games.
Yeah.
How has the season been for you guys as a team? Because you've made it through to phase 2 in that top half of the table.
Yeah.
But to a lot of people watching at home, including myself before we went on air, I don't really understand how this works. So now you're in this phase 2 part of the season. Is it just that top half of the table you're playing against, and what are you actually playing for now?
Yeah, so obviously there's 12 teams in the league. The league splits at halfway, so we got in the top 6, as you said. We only play the top 6 teams for the remainder of the season. It's just trying to get as high a place in the league as you can to fight for European places. TNS win the league most years, and they have done already this year. They're full-time outfit, they're very strong, so you're probably fighting for maybe 2 league placings, 2nd and 3rd, to try and get an automatic European place. So at the moment we're in 3rd. So we've got a really good opportunity to go and get a European spot again. We did it via the playoffs a few years ago, but it'd be nice to do it automatically through the league. So we've got some big games coming up over, I think we've got 4 games remaining, 3 of them at home. So it'd be good to get as much support as we can down to those games.
Now, were you involved in those matches getting towards Europa League qualification format?
Yeah. So I think it was 4 years ago we got into the Europa League preliminary stages. I was involved in that. Yeah, played in those games. So brilliant experience. It'd be good to, if we could do it again, it'd be amazing.
Is it something that's definitely on the cards for the club this year?
Yeah, without doubt. It's obviously once we got into that top 6, that was the aim from there. I think every year we want to get into that top 6. One, to secure our position within the league, but also in order to get into a European spot, which is probably one of the pinnacles of the things that you can do in the league outside of winning it. So that's been the aim. As soon as we got into that top 6, it's been right, can we get into a automatic European position? We're very close at the moment, but at the same time there's a lot of work to be done as well. As I say, there's 4 games remaining, and a lot can happen, a lot can go wrong, but a lot can go right as well. So we just got to keep working hard, and obviously starting with Friday.
Absolutely, and on Friday, that fixture against Penybont, just briefly, very quickly, are they a strong side? Do you fear them in a way, or are you going in with a little bit of confidence because you've actually made it this far into the top half of phase 2, if you will?
Yeah, no, we got a good record against Penybont. I think they beat us in about a month ago, but we had a man sent off. We played really well that day. It's a little bit unlucky not to get a result, but we beat them over Christmas. I think we've generally had a good record at home against them. We drew over Christmas as well. We had 2 games, really competitive games. No doubt they've got some good players, and they're looking to get a European automatic position as well. But there's absolutely no reason to fear them. At the moment we're above them in the league, so we've just got to go out and perform, and I think we can do that. We've had some good results at home against them in the past.
Well, amazing. Thank you so much, Elliot, for joining us in studio. Now, don't forget, you've heard it here first. The Cardiff Met football team need your support this Friday against Penybont in the Welsh Prem match on the Football 3G. It's a 7:45 kick-off in the evening. Now, remember, you can bring your Varsity t-shirt or your ticket, or why not bring both? Just why not? Because you get free entry that way into the fixture in what is a huge game in the grand scheme of things in that Welsh Prem season. Now, last time out at Cyncoed, it was a nail-biting game in the Varsity that went right to the wire, and skipper Matt Swindlehurst, in his very last game for Cardiff Met, had the very last say in that clash.
Anything can happen, and Boyle's whipping it in. Drills it in! Oh, what a header! Captain Swindlehurst with a bullet of a header! And he absolutely loves it! And we absolutely love it! How have Cardiff Met done this? 2-1! Unbelievable!
Absolutely amazing. You had a feeling with that man Swindlehurst. He made the run. It was a wonderful ball in from the corner, floated in, and an absolute bullet header into the top corner. That was absolutely brilliant. Against the run of play, it must say. But you can see how much it means to the Cardiff Met players, Cardiff Met goalkeeper. They went straight to their supporters. Absolutely outstanding.
Now, from archers that seem to have aced it to some literal aces out on our campus today, Caitlin Meredith is down at the tennis centre. Caitlin, can you tell us a bit about the racket down there?
After that incredible game I've just witnessed up in the Archers Arena, where sadly Bath did just pit Met 46-44 in the end, but it was an incredible performance from the girls. I've had to quickly shoot down here to the tennis centre to catch all the action here. Currently it is 4-1 to Bath, but I believe we've just had a win for the Met men's singles, which will make it now 4-2. Our other point came from Alex Hyman, of course, in his first opening singles game. But we've also had women's doubles, women's singles and men's singles, unfortunately, just get beaten by Bath, sadly. We've got plenty more action here coming up with more women's singles and doubles, as well as the mixed doubles later on this evening. So come join us down here, where you'll catch all the action. You don't want to miss a thing. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Caitlin is getting everywhere on our campus today, along with all of our Cardiff Met Sport TV students. Of course, you can follow all the action along with all of them on our socials, which are on the screen now if you want to go ahead and follow them. But I am joined in studio now by Hannah, part of our weightlifting club. How are you today? You must be really excited.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah,
Now-
it's good.
Now, can you explain to me how the actual weightlifting competition is going to work? Because we've seen time and time again people lifting weights on the telly, but can you break it down to us as to how a winner will actually be determined today?
Yeah, so it's normally done in like weight categories, so you'll have a certain weight that you've got to meet, but then you have 3 lifts within each lift, so you'll have a snatch and then a clean and jerk. You have 3 attempts at each of the weights you do. If you fail, then you'll get another attempt. And then basically the lighter you are and the heavier the lift, the more chance of winning you've got, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. But
No, that does make sense. That's a lot of lifting, a lot of exercise that they've got
and
to go down with.
You get like 2 minutes between your lifts, so you can, if you don't lift that much, you'll lift one after another, so you'll lift after yourself, but you'll have 2 minutes between each lift, so you get that 2 minutes to rest, and then you lift again.
That seems like quite a short break. Is that sort
Yeah.
of standard across weightlifting, or is that just for this competition?
It depends, because normally obviously it's a competition, but then in training you can rest up to like 3 minutes, but it just depends really. But I mean, it's obviously you're going for your 1 rep max, so the shorter time, then you'll just have to get your head in the game, and then so.
No, fair enough. I mean, I know at the moment you are injured, unfortunately, and you're obviously gutted about it because you can't compete today. But
Yeah.
what are your personal records before we talk about the rest of the team competing today?
I've been injured for ages, so I didn't actually get to like properly start weightlifting. I was always just on like 30 kilos for snatch, and then clean and jerk I think was just only 40. But my mate Elle, she's going for a 66 kilo clean and jerk, which will be a PB for a comp, and then she's also going for 46 snatch. So fingers crossed she gets that.
Are there others that are going for sort of similar personal records? Are people really pushing the limits of what they can do?
Well, there's Ed, who's 18 or 19 now, and he was Welsh champ for his first competition because he normally does CrossFit. So he's got, I think, 140 clean and jerk, and then he's got 110 snatch, but I don't know if he's going for bigger numbers than that today, but he's in the 69 kilo or 71 kilo category, so that's really, really good for being 19 years old.
No, brilliant. I mean, and like, will you get quite a big crowd? We've seen crowds flocking everywhere across campus today. Is it something that gets quite a good attendance?
Normally last year in Bath, they had like a whole, it was almost like a semicircle view, but they've literally only cornered it off because it's only in the scram gym, so there's literally probably about that big of a space, so it is quite small. But I don't think the spectators realise what the weightlifting environment is like when you're lifting, because people have been like booing the Bath people, but obviously they need to get their head in the game and like get in the zone, so it's like unfair on them, so they've just been told off for that. But I mean, they're drunk at the end of the day, so they're trying to enjoy yourself.
It's the magic of Varsity on any day, really. Now, how long have you been competing in weightlifting for? Because I know that a lot of people come to university completely new to weightlifting, and it's a club that's really open, isn't it, to people coming in as complete newbies?
Yeah, 100%. So me and Elle started lifting last year because we got dropped from Bucks netball. So we were just like, oh yeah, let's just start weightlifting as a laugh. And then we actually really enjoyed it. And then obviously Elle's progressed really well, so she's done really well for herself. But we've always been interested in just doing normal weights. But then when it comes to Olympic weightlifting, it's kind of a different sport, so it was quite good.
It's a whole other kettle of fish when you think about it.
Yeah,
and is there
100%.
that support in place to safely train you guys?
Yeah, so we've got coaches there, one's called Stu, he's really good. But it's weird because most people that join weightlifting, they're introverts, so they're not like, they don't really talk, but you see people come out of their shell, and it's quite nice because you actually see like them true selves, and especially on socials you see people get loose, and it's quite funny.
No, I mean, that's lovely to hear about, because
Yeah.
it's really it's a showcase really then of sports clubs and sports societies within Cardiff Met actually really helping people adjust to such a new environment that university is, and being really welcoming. just to end on now with yourself, are there any other sports that you and your team are going to go to once they finish competing? I know the weightlifting starts at 3 p.m,
Yeah,
so that leaves you with quite a bit of time with the evening action, doesn't it?
Yeah, the girls are competing at the moment. They started at 1:30. So as I left, they were on snatches, but they'll be going into clean jerks, and then the boys are on at 3. But that's the same time as the men's football are on at 3. And then we're also obviously going to watch the rugby, which is good, and then we just watched the netball. But I don't know how they did, so because I had to leave. But
And has this been your first home varsity?
yes, it has been.
And what do you think of it so far? Just give me a couple of words.
So far, I think it's been good. Obviously, some people have been told that they can't let things in like umbrellas, which is a bit silly. But no, it has been good so far, and I'm looking forward to how it goes. So.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope the weightlifting club get the results they're after. We're
fingers
all
crossed for
behind them. Now, if you are tuning into today's programme, you're probably missing out on the action in person. But have no fear, that's exactly why Cardiff Met Sport TV are here. Our social media crew have been out talking to the fans to soak up the atmosphere, as well as getting to know our supporters on a new level.
Shower or a bath? 100% shower.
Shower.
Shower. Interesting. Bath have said shower.
Shower.
Would you rather have a shower in the bath?
Shower!
Like, Carl, you look like you've had a shower. Shower or bath?
Shower all day long, mate, isn't it?
All day long, all day long.
Heinz beans or own brand?
Heinz beans.
Own brand.
Own brand?
Yeah. Cheaper.
But quality.
Yeah. I put a bit of salt in it.
Heinz. I don't eat beans, mate, I'm afraid.
No beans for Carl.
For me, I'm a fussy eater.
Heinz beans.
Do we keep chocolate in the cupboard or the fridge?
Controversial with the fridge.
I mean, I'd put it in the cupboard, but I don't know. Like Carl said he likes his dessert cold, so he's putting it in the fridge.
Yeah, I'm going fridge too.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be fridge.
You sure? You weren't sure?
It's got to be fridge. No, it's got to be fridge.
Lidl or Aldi?
I'm a Lidl boy. Lidl boy. Little on price, you know it.
Little on price. More of a Sainsbury's person myself, but Aldi.
Woo! Bougie.
Posh for splot, see? Posh for splot.
Little. And with shower or bath? Joking, bath.
Well, there were some interesting questions and interesting answers there, Ethan. I feel like I've gotten to know the varsity crowd a lot better, and you yourself have been out there for quite a while now. Can you describe to me in more detail what it's like?
James, it's absolutely hectic out there at the minute. I was walking around earlier. I couldn't really hear myself think. It's that loud. There's music just pumping everywhere. Fan zones are littered with fans from both Met and Bath. And yeah, it's an unreal day at the minute.
Wow. Well, I mean, have you been to any sports particularly? Did anything catch your eye?
Well, believe it or not, first time ever I went to badminton. Never watched badminton before, but let me tell you now, Archers was absolutely rowdy. It was loud as hell in there. It's such a good day, and great support for the badminton team.
What else is around campus at the moment, as well as obviously the sports that are on? Are there like little hubs where fans are gathering together to cheer on the teams?
Yeah. There's little fan zones. There's a truck with some speakers there. So I had a little two-step earlier. I can't resist a little two-step in the fan zone. But no, yeah, we got Red Bull trucks. We got donut truck, which I'm sure you'll be visiting later. The fan zone has just been absolutely great at the minute.
And now about that fan zone, have you got one particularly favourite part of it? Is there something that you love the most out of all of it?
Well, I just mentioned my two-step, and I like to have a little dance. So the speakers were blasting the music.
The music pumping, the dance moves grooving.
It's going.
That's what we like to hear from Ethan. Now, down in said fan zone, I believe Kian Tukey has caught up with an old friend of his from his training camp days, Archie the Archer.
And I've finally been able to track down Archie the Archer. Archie, what are you thinking of today? Yeah, it's definitely a spectacle for sure. Now, last year's race is something we don't talk about anymore. How's training been going? Been watching all the Rocky films, have you? Yeah, I thought so. I mean, you look in peak physical condition. Finally, a word for Duck Norris. Archie, you can't say that live on air. I think we're going to have to come back to studio, James.
Well, now, one player that I've certainly got my eye on For the later match in the women's rugby is today's starting fly half and one of Cardiff Met's most inspiring figures, Emily Griffiths. Not only is she flying high in the world of rugby with our first team, but she is also soldiering forward off it.
I'm Emily Griffiths. I'm a second year student studying strength and conditioning, rehabilitation and massage. I'm also now the first female infantry trained soldier in my battalion. Both my parents were in the RAF, so they've got a military background, it's how they met. So I sort of always wanted to do something like it. Mum tried to get me to go RAF, but I didn't want to go RAF, so I went Army. I wouldn't have known about it much without them. Dad was always the history guy, you'd know. So he was a bit of an influence, and then Mum, she did it. She got out, they both got out before I was born, and then Mum went back in the reserves for a bit. So that's how I found out about the reserves. So Alpha and Bravo were actually quite nice. And then Catterick is where all infantry soldiers are trained. So it was, up north, cold, windy. Luckily it didn't have any snow, but it was a bit hard, it was a lot harder. I didn't know I was the first female until they told me after I'd done it. Obviously it's a big thing for me and my battalion. It's I saw now the post that go. They like to publicise it to obviously sort of show females that we can do it, because I know it's a very male-dominated job, and a lot of females are potentially scared to go into it because they think, oh, there's not many females, especially in the infantry. It's only been a few years they've let females be infantry soldiers, so it's sort of like a big thing to show the boys that, oh, we can just do the same as you. And it was nice on my Bravo course, I got best soldier, so that was even better for me to be like, boys, there you go, you're not as good as me. But the boys on the courses, they're always there to help, but they also know that we've got this far, we're not pushovers, we're just as good as them, and we're just one of the boys really.
Now, I'm honoured to say that Emily has joined me in studio right now ahead of your varsity match at 4:30. Emily, how are you? Are you excited about today?
I'm really excited. It's going to be a really good game, especially ending the season as 15. 15 season, it'll be amazing, yeah.
Now, that's a fantastic video that we've just been able to watch, actually made by a teammate of yours, Caitlin Lewis, as well. Can we ask, are you still one of the only fully trained infantry females in the Welsh battalion?
Yeah, so we've got a few coming through the training, but still the only one a year on, yeah.
Still the only one.
Yeah.
It's quite an honour to have, really. I mean, you spoke about it just then. Do you try and get involved more still with encouraging more females to go for it, or trying to remove any stigma or stereotypes?
Yeah, I've been trying to recruit some of the rugby girls to come in, but definitely trying to get the boys right, obviously being more accepting. They're used to me now, so everyone coming through is it's normal now.
Oh, that's really great. That's great to hear that that atmosphere is obviously changing and adapting. And with that in mind, do you see yourself moving out of university now? You're in your final year. Is your future going to be within that army setup still?
Yeah, so I'm going to stay with the reserves for now. There's always the regular as an option, but I've got quite a few courses coming up. So I've got a few promotional courses, going to PTI, and then we've also going on towards Cyprus, so a lot of opportunities coming up.
Goodness me, just a few trips planned in the works then. And who's been sort of the main inspiration for you behind that? I know you mentioned your parents, but is there someone that really inspires you to keep being involved in that whilst trying to balance university, trying to balance rugby, a little bit of football I've heard once upon a time as well?
They're mainly just the parents. They got me into it, and they're always asking how's it going and everything, and then just staying in, it's just the camaraderie of the boys have been being there, and it's just good fun really, overall.
Amazing. Well, let's turn our attention to today now. Massive day in terms of the story of the Cardiff Met sports season so far. Unfortunately, you guys lost to Hartbury last week, but I must say you had a fantastic Women's National League campaign. As a team, you must be really proud of yourselves.
Yeah, we lost to the better side on the day. They had the wind with them in the first half as well, and it made a difference with our strategy of playing Exton. Couldn't really do it. But it was always a good game, always good rivalry against Hartbury, and obviously they won the league, so a very good team. Wish them all the best in the final as well, yeah.
Now, have you played Bath before in a varsity game? What can we expect from this?
So I was meant to be starting 15 last year, and then in the warm-up I rolled my ankle and I couldn't play.
Really?
So
No.
Injured in the warm-up to then didn't get to play, but got to watch the girls absolutely smash Bath. A very good game.
Brilliant.
So can only expect the same this year.
Well, so I was just about to say, to finish off with, are we going to expect more of the same this year from your side? And should there be individuals that we look out for? Because we are live streaming the fixture. If you do want to tune into it at 4:30, that kicks off. Are there any names that we need to look out for?
I think definitely all the third years. We've definitely got really good back row. We've got Ruby Smith, and then we've got in our centres, we've got Amy, Izzy at fullback, Kira at wing. We've got our third years are looking pretty hot on it, and it'll be really good, yeah.
Amazing. Well, Emily, thank you so much. Good luck with the fixture later. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in for this first part of the show. Thank you, Diok and Val, for joining us for this first part of today's proceedings. But it's time to head straight over to the Archers Arena, where the wheelchair basketball is about to tip off. We're going to join our commentator, the man with the mic. It's David Jones.
Hello and welcome to Archers Arena. My name is David Jones and I am so happy to be kicking off your live coverage of today's events with the wheelchair basketball. It really is set up to be a great game with the Archers competing in the Wheelchair Premier League this season once again. We see huge, enormous improvement. Let me run you through the team lineups just in case you haven't seen them already. So for the Archers, we've got Sam Hill, Liz Pointing, Adam Evans, Omer Hagoma, Neve Watson. That'll be the 5 for the Archers. Of course, Sam Hill and Neve Watson playing for the Wheelchair Premier League team. So fantastic to see both those players playing for the Bucks team as well and representing Cardiff Met in Varsity here this season. Someone that we don't normally see in the wheelchair squad is number 13 today for the Archers, Beth Jones. Always involved with the Archers basketball program. Always helping out with community outreach, always getting involved, assisting everyone, and of course playing with strap legs today here for the wheelchair team. It looks like we're just about getting ready for tip-off. The Archers have headed into the tunnel to go for a final team talk with head coach Tom Guntrip. Tom Guntrip, another one who is just so ingrained in the culture and the program here at Archers Arena. It looks like he's about to do some announcing for us here today. He's got a microphone in hand. Well, maybe a bit of just discussions with the opposing coaches. Bath, of course, do not compete in the Wheelchair Premier League, but they also do not compete in the Wheelchair Bucks competition. So it'll be interesting to see the standard that they can set with nothing other than in-house training and friendly matches. So I wonder how much of an advantage it will be for the Archers here today to have that competitive experience, the ability to understand the moment, to be able to handle the moment in a competitive fixture such as this one. We've got Bath fans, we've got Archers fans, all here today. Archers Arena is close to packed out right now. Atmosphere is going to be bouncing as soon as we get going here. Which team is going to handle it best? Which team is going to come out on top? It'll be an interesting one, I can guarantee you that. If you're out watching this on a big screen, please make sure that you do attend the events, you do attend the matches. Enjoy your day, of course, but come out and take part in Varsity, take part in the atmosphere, come and support your teams live. We're here, Archers Arena, rugby all day, football all day. There could not be more sport for you on a whole action-packed day on Cyncoed campus. The Archers, of course, suffering from the defeat of a Big Bucks Wednesday loss in that finals for a second year in a row. Will their spirits be hindered? Will the difficulty of overcoming that loss be too much to keep spirits high? Well, I've just heard the booming voice of Tom Guntrip. It seems as if we're about to get the teams out for the game. Archers are all lined up. The Bath Gladiators just about getting ready here. We've got drummers going here with their feet in the Archers Arena. We are nearing tip-off here. Anticipation is building, and here we go.
Number 4, Josh 6, Andrea McKenzie. Number 7 and captain, Josh Curtis. Number 8, Lyndon Wire-Brown. Number 9, Ali Corbo. Number 10, Sam Pedro. Number 13, Ben Hayward. Number 14, Zach Hammercote. Number 15, Tim Gunning. Number 44, Tara Neck. Number 93, Seth De Siena. Number 99, Toke Akinsei. They're head coached by Danny Aliff and assistant coached by Becca Miller.
A huge supporting for the Bath team here in Archers Arena, really showing out for their team.
Introducing your own Cardiff Met Archers. Number 6, Owen Cullen. Number 7, Oma Hagona. Number 8, Emily Hadfield. Number 10, Nee Watson. Number 11, and captain, Liz Ponting. Number 12, Sam Hill. Number 13, Beth Jones. Number 14, Kieran Jones. And number 15, Adam Evans. Make some noise for your Archers.
We are already here to get started at Archers Arena after a fantastic announcement that's got all the blood pumping for the fans here. The bleachers are full. The teams are ready. We've got a hacker-style standoff here. It seems as if the Archers have decided to break the stare down and get ready for the game ahead. Business as usual for the Archers, not getting sucked into the emotions of the event itself. Just going straight to some shooting drills. Fantastic to see the professionalism that the Archers basketball program instills in every single team within it. This team has been playing such competitive basketball, both in the mixed Bucks squad and the Wheelchair Premier League. These teams are fit and ready for any competition. I'm sure the Bath team will be trying to take down Goliath. It's odd feeling the Archers are Goliaths in any David and Goliath story, but here today it really seems that way. The Bath Gladiators, of course, have very good men's and women's walking basketball. While the wheelchair team does not play anything competitive. They don't play in any structured league. So it'll be interesting to see if they can compete with the professionalism, with the efficiency of this Archers squad. We've got 2 officials here today just to make sure that nothing gets missed. We're going to have a clean game, of course. If you haven't watched much wheelchair basketball, it's really important to remember that if you think that players are carrying because they're picking up the ball with both hands, remember that it's impossible to bounce with one hand and drive with the other. So not to worry, the referees are not missing anything. The rules are slightly different, of course. Contact straight on, face up with the wheelchair is considered a foul, but side on, as long as it's non-excessive contact, is excusable. So watch out for the way that these Archers choose certain matchups to pin down in the backcourt when the Bath get on the attack. The Archers will try and block out and screen and cage certain Bath players so that they are unable to advance up the court, forcing them into a difficult matchup when it comes to height. Sam Hill, the most difficult matchup for Bath to deal with, of course, her height, her finishing ability, her strength down low, always a danger in the Premier League, in the Bucks, and especially here for Varsity. This is going to be such a fantastic game. All the anticipation is building. We've just had the 3-minute mark called by one of the officials. We're hearing buzzers sound. We are just around the corner from what should be a fantastic game. Something that's also fantastic to see is so many of the other Archers programs players coming in to support this wheelchair team. We've got some of the WBBL side, we've got some of the men's NBL Division 3 Championship sides here in attendance. Something that you've really got to appreciate about the Archers basketball program is the togetherness. Speaking of togetherness, got a quote here from Neve Watson from before the game. She says, I'm excited to play in the atmosphere that always comes with Varsity. Playing in a crazy Archers arena with fans who are excited for you and your teammates is a special feeling. And we can't wait for our first home Varsity together. And I really do think together is the perfect word to use when discussing this Archers basketball program. The WBBL side always supporting the other teams. Most of the WBBL players coach the younger level girls teams. Shannon Hatch and Lauren Psyche coach the under-18s. Eloise Ferguson coaches the under-14s. Here we see on the right-hand side now Abby Juncker and Mara Machazotti coming in to show their support. Always fantastic to see a real family ethos. When I was commentating with Tom Guntrip just a couple of weeks ago, he spoke to that. The family ethos that runs all the way through the Archers basketball program here at Cyncoed campus. Everyone from Steph Collins to Tom Guntrip to James Dorr, all the way down to the players in the youth levels. Everyone feels together. Everyone has that family connection, the love of basketball, the love of Cardiff Metropolitan University. And hopefully we're going to see all of that show out for the Met here on this court. The beautiful show court. We only get it out for special occasions, and today is definitely one of those. The Archers logo in the centre is enough to give me chills. Final tactical discussions between Bath and their team and Tom Guntrip and the Met. Tom Guntrip has revolutionised this wheelchair team. Last year they were good, of course, but he always felt as if they were fighting for third place behind East London and the Loughborough wheelchair teams. They had so much talent at their disposal, so much time and effort and resources that they could use that it felt impossible. Whereas this season they've really taken it to those teams with show-out performances week in, week out. He's done such a fantastic job. This entire squad has levelled up. That's why they're able to go so far in Bucks, so far in the Premier League. It looks as if Bath have really brought the energy. They brought the fans along with them today. This for sure is going to be an action-packed game here, and the atmosphere, I'm sure, is going to be bouncing. Sam Hill seems to be the one going for the tip-off for the Archers. Wouldn't be surprised to see Adam Evans go for it. He's definitely done that once or twice, but no, it will be Sam Hill facing up with Tim Dunning. Archers playing left to right, the Gladiators right to left, just to make sure you know where to look. Referees with some final words for certain players. We're going to have a clean game. Wheelchair basketball can be an incredibly physical sport, but we don't want any overtly aggressive moves here today because people can get really hurt. Sam Hill for the tip-off. The Archers unsuccessful. Here come the Gladiators. Seb Tiziana with the ball in play. Turning, needing support. Finds his way back to Tim Dunning. And the first basket is down for the Gladiators. Not what the Met would have wanted whatsoever. But all these Bath fans are absolutely over the moon. Here comes Omar. Finding Sam Hill down low. Couldn't quite get the kiss, but gets the offensive rebound. And a miss on the second time of asking is met by cheers and cheers by all the Bath fans here. Really looking to hype up the atmosphere. Really trying to get in the head of these Archers players. Be interesting to see if they can keep their composure with this kind of crowd. Here is Omar Hagoma, seeing if he can instigate play. Point guard duty so important in this sport. Here he is making space for himself. A foul called. The shot no good, but the foul goes against Bath. Omar Hagoma found himself in acres of space. Tom Guntrip with instructions for his players. It'll be really interesting to see if we see that same curl play we see for the Wheelchair Premier League team so often. Another foul called, says the referee. Bath Gladiators, of course, having not been playing in any structured competitive league this season, of course I was thinking about the talent on display today, but it might also be something to take note of when it comes to the rules themselves. They may not have that much experience with the referee's whistle. They may not be quite as up to date. It looks as if something's going on here on that left-hand side with Niamh Watson and Sam Hill. But the shot is off by Liz Ponting, the captain. And here come the Gladiators on the break. Seb Di Siena misses the open lay. Here is Liz Ponting. Taken over, handling duties, throwing it straight through traffic. Sam Hill all on her own, and the ball is stripped by Adam Evans. Here is Sam Hill. They're really trying to feed her early on. Just too strong on the first attempt. Going one-handed! And a beautiful finish to tie up the game for the Archers. It's 2-2 here. Just a couple of minutes in, and this game is already showing why people were so excited for this matchup. Bath standing up to the test of the Archers so far. Here is Seb Di Siena. Facing up with some good defense from Adam Evans. And a travel violation called. Once again, it seems as if the Gladiators aren't 100% certain of when the referee blows his whistle and when he doesn't. The Archers will have no such problems today. Evan Adams passes in to Omar Hagoma to get us started once more for the Met. Sam Hill making a drive for the baseline. Omar Hagoma finds Liz Ponting, and just too strong on that layup. The Archers unable to make their shots really count. A fantastic one-handed catch by Sam Hill, but the shot, the second time of asking, misses once again. The Archers coming out cold here in this first quarter. The pass is off by Bath, and Evan Adams able to recover the ball. Referee suggesting a side out of bounds there, but it looked as if he kept it in to me. An incredibly difficult sport to call, of course, wheelchair basketball. Well, they've given it Bath ball. Evan Adams would have been better off leaving the ball to go out, but because he got his hand on it before it bounced against the ground, of course, it goes Bath's way. What can the Gladiators conjure up this time? They seem a little static in comparison to the Archers. No one really moving. Anyone just trying to get some space. And the shot clock violation once again. The Gladiators seeming just a little rusty when it comes to offensive execution. Here comes Omar Hagoma. He'll have no such rustiness, having played all season long for the Buck squad. Here is Liz Ponting, once again unable to make the basket count. It's been a little while, and the ball is turned over, and Niamh Watson unable to take advantage of that. Sam Hill, a fantastic catch, and the soft touch around the rim puts the Archers in the lead. Here come the Gladiators, slow to get up the court in comparison with the Archers, taking all of their 8-second allowance and then passing it out of bounds altogether. If the Archers can make some of their shots here a bit more efficiently, it could be a real rout here. If it wasn't for some poor shot making by the Archers, they'd be up by a considerable margin already. Subbing in for Bath, number 99, Toke Ayanise. Here is Omar Hagoma, looking once again for Sam Hill. She's the number one target all day long. Seems as if Guntrip has just told his teams, whatever you can do, get Sam on the ball as much as possible. Niamh Watson with a good screen there and forces the bad pass for the Gladiators, which turns the ball over, and the Met will take it back once more. Fantastic there by Niamh Watson. Doesn't look as if she did much, but in fact by screening off the Gladiator player, he was unable to make that pass, which leads to the turnover and then a second chance opportunity for the Met. Bath almost had a second chance opportunity like that for themselves there, but Toke, the substitute, unable to keep the ball in play. Omar Hagoma looking for that space once more. Beautiful pocket pass to Sam Hill, and she gets her own offensive rebound. The one-handed effort was a little audacious, but she nearly made it count. And once again, Bath threw it straight out of play. Really ill-disciplined first showing for these Gladiators. Unable to keep the ball in play. Unable to keep the ball in their possession. Cardiff Met have a real opportunity here to really grow this lead if Bath carry on as they have been. Coach Guntrip with some words maybe about getting some better looks. So far it seemed as if they're just pumping the ball down low to Sam Hill and letting her do whatever she thinks might be best, but so far she's gone for let me shoot the ball every single time out. Sam, of course, given the green light to do so due to her fantastic performances for the Archers throughout this year, throughout this campaign. She's been a standout in her first year here at Cardiff Met. Not always easy to introduce yourself to a new group and become one of the regular starters, the regular scorers, the star players for a sports team, especially one as professional as the Archers. But Sam Hill has done exactly that. She's walked in and walked into a starting role, a starring role for these Archers. Got to give her credit for that. She's missed a few shots in this first quarter, that's for sure, but plenty of time remaining. Archers still up by just 4 points to 2. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in this first quarter. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Let's see if Liz Ponting can do anything to get these Archers further ahead here. Omar Hagoma trying to make some space. It was a dummy for Sam Hill. A nice set play by Tom Guntrip there out of the restart. But nothing changes for these Gladiators. Their first opportunity to play with the ball in hand, and the ball goes straight out of bounds. Here is Liz Ponting once more, the captain. Finding Sam Hill, that one-handed catch, fantastic. How she's able to control it so well. And she's fouled on the shot. She'll head to the line for 2 shots at the charity stripe. Her ability to post up down low, get that catch with even one hand is so unbelievable to witness. Referee having words with Tim Dunning there regarding the foul that sent Sam Hill to the line here. This the chance to increase the lead to 4 for the Archers. Sam Hill misses the first. And the second also misses, as we are met by jeers and cheers by these Bath fans. Can they keep the ball in play? No, they can't. They can't keep the ball in play. I really can only say that so many different ways. The Archers will get the restart once again here. These Bath players need to keep their cool, keep calm. Try and get some quick short passes going. They go in for these huge long outlet passes. And the Gladiators just can't keep up with the ball. It's a bit of a cliche in football that the ball moves faster than you, and maybe these Gladiators need reminding of that themselves. Here is the Archers, and the shot misses once again. If these Archers could be as efficient as they usually are in the Premier League or in the Bucks competition, And once again, the ill discipline of the Gladiators on show here, over and back. In case you're unfamiliar with the rules yourselves at home, once you move into the opposition's half court, you can't then go back into your own. That's the same in walking, basketball, or in wheelchair. No excuse for that for the Gladiators. Here is Sam Hill on the ball a bit earlier in the possession for a change. Attempting to play make. She found the player, but the Met can't seem to hold on to the ball for the minute. Another change for the Gladiators, hoping that maybe it's a problem with their lineups at the moment. Maybe they have other opportunities that they can depend on the bench. There is Neve Watson. Sam Hill, a beautiful steal. Comes to her Premier League teammate Neve Watson. And she can't hold on to the ball. And the Gladiators won't go out of bounds with this one. Here is Tim Dunning, fouled and misses. He's out of his chair, and the Bath fans are out of their seats. No foul, says the referee. He must have instigated the contact himself. Well, it seems there as if the referees believed that that was contact instigated by the offensive player there. But after discussions, they decided that no, in fact, it was a shooting foul. So here is Tim Dunning at the line for the Gladiators. I like that, though. One referee sure of one thing, one referee thinking another, and a quick discussion, and they come to an agreement of what they saw. The drums in full effect for the Archers. Can they put off Dunning? The first one is missing. Keep that up, drummer boy. Tim Dunning on the second. Nails it. And Archers Arena erupts. The Gladiator fans really here to support their team. Here is Neve Watson. Under pressure. She's found herself in some space. And she's fouled. Will they call that a shot? I believe that was an attempted pass. Oh, to the right-hand side, but I think they're going to call that a shooting foul. Beth Jones about to check in for these Archers. And they've called a foul on the floor. Liz Ponting with the re-entry pass, and the Archers unable to secure it. But Sam Hill with another offensive rebound. She's got so many so far. No basket called by the referees. Foul called against Sam Hill there. And the Gladiators will have a side-out restart here. Not a high-scoring affair for you here in this first quarter. A physical game, back and forth. Chances missed and wasted. Here is Tim Dunning, happy to take his time. Pitches it over to the right-hand side. And Seb Sienna unable to make it count. Gladiators with more changes. Tim Dunning coming off. Been involved in pretty much everything they've done so far on the offensive end. Liz Ponting getting ready to get the offense going once more for the Cardiff Met Archers. Interesting. Just keep your eye on Sam Hill there as she ducks into the baseline. She's made the catch. And the ball is lost. Here come the Gladiators. Tokay, a bit of showmanship with the ball behind the back. At the end, all it does is cost the Bath Gladiators another turnover. Tokay seemingly more interested in entertaining the Bath fans than competing for the ball there. Beth Jones with a clever little pass. Beautiful retrieval by Sam Hill, but the pass once again picked off. Here come Bath in the fast break. Good transition defence by the Archers. They're back in all the right spots. Bath end up crashing into one another there. Here is Tokay once more. The fans begging for a shot. He gives up the ball. Gladiators open from deep on range. And here's Sam Hill. She won't make those kind of mistakes. The transition bucket is good. The Archers score. The first bucket in a couple of minutes in this game takes the Archers up to 6 points. Here come the Gladiators, careful of passing half court there. Beth Jones isolated in defence. The no-look pass. The Gladiators score! And suddenly the lead cut down to just one once again for the Met. Sam Hill finds an open teammate on his right-hand side. And the bank shot collected by Sam Hill, who puts it in for another offensive rebound. Her ability to pluck the ball out of the air with her size and length. Demonstrative so far here at Archers Arena. Beautiful screenplay there. Unable to get the pass off of Bath. Sam Hill with her prints all over this game. Offensively, defensively, she has done it all. Liz Ponting, ball in hand. Sam Hill ducking, diving, finding space. Liz Ponting turns her down. What a mistake it was. And now the Bath Gladiators have a chance going the other way. Tokay once again stopped in his tracks. And the Gladiators with an air ball missing everything. The Archers here really need to get their efficiency going for them. This game's been incredibly stop-start, and the Gladiator fans here at Archers Arena have for sure packed out these bleachers. Maybe that's putting them off. But the inability for the Archers to put their shots away is going to cost them in the long run if they can't stay in front. Archers here with 4 players up, really trying to trap the Bath defence. And trap them they do, but Sam Hill unable to completely retrieve the ball off that loose pass. Able to get a hand to it, but couldn't collect it all. Nice bounce pass by Tokay. The deep shot misses everything again. Gladiators showing their inexperience consistently here. And the Archers move forward. It's a beautiful transition break. The shot, a wild one. Sam Hill had words for her teammate there. She was wide open under the basket. And there goes the first quarter. At the end, the Archers leading 8-5. A slog of a first half. Missed shots, misplaced passes, poor defensive play on both sides. I thought that discipline and professionalism might be an issue for these Gladiators, but so far it's been the Archers as well, unable to stick to their high standards. It'll be interesting to see whether in the second quarter Tom Guntrip can get these Archers firing once again and rain down some shots on these Bath Gladiators. Really interesting to see how many Bath fans have camped out here at Archers Arena. They've really supported their team so far in this first quarter. All the noise, all the cheering coming from the Gladiators. If you're outside watching this on any of the big screens, please come down. Come and support the Archers. Take part in the event. Take part in Varsity. The Archers need some support here. We would appreciate it, of course. Get a beverage, get some food, have some fun, and come down to watch one of the best wheelchair basketball teams in the country. Our referees are ready to get going once again for the second quarter here. The Archers taking their time a little in comparison to the referees in Bath. The final words from Tom Guntrip, making sure that everything goes swimmingly here on out. A side-out restart, of course, in wheelchair basketball. Liz Ponting going to get the action going for the Archers once again. Oma Hagoma back on the court for the Archers. Also seeing Alex Henman in for the Archers, number 6. Here is Oma Hagoma. Liz Ponting making sure to just cross half court before she picked up that ball. The Archers with an early shot. Sam Hill able to retrieve the loose ball, but throws it straight to the hands of a Gladiator. And Henman unable to regain the ball for the Archers. Side out once again. This time Gladiators ball. Bath team, you've got to say, they're probably quite happy with the way this has gone so far. Even though they've been so ill-disciplined ball in hand, the Archers have been unable to maintain a strong lead. They'll be happy with being down by just 3. They should be down by much, much more. Archers being boxed out by the Gladiators. Overtly eager on the Bath squad, and a foul called reaching in. We've got a player out of his chair at centre court here, and everyone's back and nice and safe. Oma Hagoma ready to get the Archers going once again. Can the Archers conjure up some magic here, instigate some offense? Here is Sam Hill, Premier League superstar. Makes it from the mid-range with ease. Gotta say, I don't like the look of the strapping around Sam Hill's shoulder. Wondering if that might have anything to do with her poor shooting so far in this game. She's made her first of the second quarter. Hopefully the Archers will keep it up that way. Charge called against Bath, driving directly into an opposition chair. Offensive foul. Here is Oma Hagoma. Sam Hill with a quick pass. Beautiful play by the Archers. Right out of the playbook. Tom Guntrip very happy with that one. The gravity of Sam Hill drawing in the additional Gladiators defenders, and the quick pass releasing her teammate with a beautiful bank shot. Extends the Archers' lead to 7. Here is Sam Hill once more. Playmaking again. Liz Ponting, the captain, and the Archers rattling off 3 shots one after another, extending their lead and showing once again why they are a wheelchair Premier League squad. The Gladiators unable to kick old habits. They throw the ball directly out of play at the first chance of asking. The Gladiators fans chanting, "We want Tim," for Tim Dunning on the bench. played well for them in the first quarter. Archers again with a good shot there, but unable to get the offensive rebound. Gladiators have a chance to break here if they can just keep the ball under control. I know it seems so simple when you say it, but it's just been so difficult for them so far this afternoon. Omahagoma utilizing the screen. And a terrible shot by the Archers. Too strong, too eager. And out comes the Bath player. Foul called against the Archers. Gladiator back in his chair. 19 seconds on the shot clock. Can Bath conjure anything up here? Here is Rob Senna. Gladiators shooting it from 3. The first 3-point range shot attempt for the game. And it was a close one. Gladiators able to get a touch on that entry pass. Henman has it on the restart here, on the side out. Adam Evans returning to the court for the Archers, number 15. Just keep your eye on number 12, Sam Hill. Where is she moving? Because I promise that's where the ball is headed. A foul with Neve Watson before she could even get the pass off. Neve Watson heads to the charity stripe. Neve Watson playing a key role, of course, in the Wheelchair Premier League side. One of the few guards within that squad. Let's see how she does at the free throw line. The first one put up quickly. Misses everything. Tom Guntrip with words of advice and encouragement. She looked eager to get it up. Same thing the second time. No touch. Tell you who's got some, though, is Sam Hill. 2 offensive rebounds. Her ability to pluck the ball out of the air is second to none in this game. She's going to finish with double-digit offensive rebounds, never mind rebounds in total. And she put it in once more on the third time of asking here for the Archers. Showing out for the Met here at Varsity 2023. Gladiators looking to conjure something up of themselves. They've decided to start shooting threes this quarter. I wonder their thinking behind that. Doesn't seem terrible. I assume if you're unable to really create a good look inside or outside, you may as well chuck them up from 3, because if you're going to get a shot, you'd want it to be a 3-pointer. So far, they've seemed unable to generate anything with Tim Dunning on the bench. Archers up by 9 points. Gladiators unable to score since we've changed over to the second quarter. 6 minutes and 23 seconds remaining on the second quarter. Yeah, before we get to the halftime break, it'll be good to see if the Archers can push on, really extend this lead, put the game to bed before the Gladiators even get a chance to sniff victory from the claws of death. Interesting to see the people supporting each other there. All the Archers teammates hand in hand. As I said before we went live, togetherness, the word that describes the Archers basketball program. We've got Steph Collins and Sarah Wagstaff all here in support. From top to bottom, these teams show out for one another. Togetherness personified. just over 6 minutes remaining before we get to the halftime break. Let's see if the Archers can extend this lead. Omar Hagoma with the point guard duties as we get going once more. Looking for movement ahead of him. He finds it on the right-hand side. Gladiators seemingly unbothered to get in the face of the Archers' offence. What can they conjure up here? Good turn from the Gladiators, but Sam Hill saw the telegraph pass coming. Finds Omar Hagoma. The soft touch on the finish is exquisite. That's the first time I've seen him go for a shot today. And he made it count, that's for sure. Here is Tim Dunning. The only person who seemed able to get it going. And even he's got a loose pass there, finding no one's hands other than Sam Hill. Omar Hagoma unable to get the shot away because the foul called on the ball number 10 before the pass reaches him. It'll be a side out for Adam Evans. Here, dictating play for the Archers. Fantastic. Adam Evans with the pass, but an offensive foul called there against Sam Hill. Gladiators find Tim Denning again. Gladiators fouled by Adam Evans. Remember that at halftime we do move over to our very own stream at Cardiff Met Sport TV, all easily found and accessed through the YouTube page. The regular transmission will carry on with the live feed, moving on with our studio presentation for the rest of the day, keeping you up to date on everything moving forward. But if you want to stay here at Archers Arena with us until the final buzzer, you'll find its own designated stream here on Cardiff Met Sport TV. Here is Sam Hill driving through an empty lane after the beautiful screen by Neve Watson. Pass deflected, recovered. The mid-range shot is beautiful, but the foul called before the shot was taken. Will be a baseline re-entry. Offensive foul called. Gladiators ball. Gladiators trying to find some space here. They've been seemingly unable to get it into the Archers' half. Once again, they go over and back. The level of discipline on display here from the Gladiators is remarkably low. Here is Omar Hagoma. Finding Liz Ponta. And the shot just a little too strong. Bouncing off the back rim there. Seb Di Siena did have the ball in hand. He also took it out of play. Adam Evans will get the ball back into play for us. And the Archers. Here is Liz Ponting. Captain here today, her final varsity. I wonder the emotions she might be feeling. Here are the Archers again from mid-range. First shot too strong off the front rim. Gladiators have a chance here, but once again, the pass misses its intended target. It finds its way back to Seb Di Siena. Tim Dunning, with all of his fans behind him. He has to give up the ball. Gladiators unable to even find the inside of the three-point play before the shot clock runs out and time is called on a 20-second violation. Here is Sam Hill, looking to utilise the space afforded to her. Liz Ponting unable to capitalise on the space afforded her. Seb Di Siena controls the ball, puts the layup in for Bath's first point of the quarter. He celebrates in front of the Gladiator fans. Just a reminder, Bath are down 20-7. You've got to respect the celebration from Seb Di Siena despite this. Adam Evans with a heave. And there goes the buzzer. Seb Di Siena. Seb Di Siena shouldn't have made contact with the ball there. Referees just instructing the Gladiators fans of exactly what's going on there. It should have been Gladiators' ball, but because Seb Di Siena made contact with the ball whilst it was on the court, it's counted as a violation, and he loses possession. Beth Jones. A perfect example of the Archers family. Number 13, Beth Jones, with a score for the wheelchair basketball team. Neve Watson with a foul there. Apologies quickly made to head coach Tom Guntrip. Gladiators inbound to Tim Dunning again. Here's Seb Di Siena. An odd choice of number 93. Going off his celebration, he seems to like the attention. Finds his way back to Tim Dunning, who falls out of his chair for I think the third time this match. He's able to get back and reset himself. Adam Evans happy to help and support his opposition to get back into their chairs safely and comfortably. Large portions of the fans that were in here at the opening for this one have since left. The game has slowed down. Action elsewhere. Make sure not to forget about Archers Arena, of course. The women's team kicking off here quite soon after. And also the men's for the final showdown before the trophy lift around 6 p.m. this evening. Tim Dunning, a beautiful pass to Seb Di Siena, who's unable to finish with that same touch as last time. Here is Neve Watson. Can she accelerate the Archers to a further lead? Finding Liz Ponting. Beth Jones in Acres. Takes it too strong. Seb Di Siena with the defensive rebound. Beth Jones aiming to disrupt. Liz Ponting does just that. Another steal, another turnover for Bath. Beth Jones, she should be making that wide open from the mid-range. Gladiators able to attack in transition with Seb Di Siena. Archers committing all of their men's forward. And Seb Di Siena blows the wide open layup and wins the ball back with an aggressive play, stripping the ball from the Archers and it bouncing against the leg of the Archers player. It'll be blue ball. Gladiators get a baseline re-entry thanks to one man, and that is Seb Di Siena. Bath going once again. Tim Dunning trying to create some space for himself. He ends up covered. It matters not. He puts down the long range 2. Beautiful shot there by Tim Denning. Neve Watson, this right hand post, got a much taller defender on her. The block by Tim Denning seemed to take the glasses off of Neve Watson's face. Tom Guntrip with words of encouragement and advice for his WPL player. Gladiators have a side out ball here. Surprisingly, I happen to have just heard the referee ask a player, "Did you have the ball then?" Referees seemingly unaware of what's going on. Oh well, just another day here at Archers Arena. Excitement around every corner. 2 shots to Phil Dunham. He'll gladly accept. And he misses the first. This next shot will take them to a double-digit points tally. We normally, of course, pass that in the first few minutes in a WPL game. And he makes it. It is 22-10. Here is Beth Jones. Finding Liz Ponting. Neve Watson. And at the end of the first half, Cardiff Met 22 and the Bath Gladiators 10 points. If you want to stay with us, of course, we have our own stream on Cardiff Met Sport TV channel. But back to the studio with Kian Tuki for your rest of the studio presentation.
Hello and welcome back to Cardiff Met Sports TV studios. Here we will be guiding you through all of today's events, providing you live updates from across the grounds. I am now joined by Archers basketball player and coach James Dorr. James, how are you doing today?
Good, thanks. Looking forward to it.
Now, James, you do have a match coming up later, but I just want to ask about the match that's going on currently in Archers Arena. How do you think the wheelchair basketball team are getting on?
Yeah, they're doing amazingly. I think they've got a good chance of getting the extra points from doubling the score if they can keep going.
And how important is a day like this for the basketball club?
Yeah, it's awesome for the basketball club. Yeah, you were mentioning earlier about that we have that kind of sort of family feel and everyone's kind of involved in watching each other, and we have a big academy, so a lot of the players coach in the academy. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of support for each other throughout the teams, throughout the 3 main programs with the men's, women's and wheelchair. So yeah, it's awesome to be able to support each other and just kind of advertise what we're doing and what we're about, and I think you'll see some exciting games today.
Now, as you can see on your shirt, coach, that is obviously for the Bucks basketball team. How's their season been?
The season's been fantastic, to be honest. We came in this year with a really decent group and managed to get a really good running start. Had quite an intense pre-season. The thing about Bucks is, there's not loads of games, so every result is huge, and we've been in a lot of close ones this year. So it's been awesome to see the guys kind of hold their nerve and composure in the close ones, and now we've managed to come out on top, and we're looking at that promotion game next week against Westminster. So yeah, I think they've done a fantastic job.
So how are you preparing for that promotion game?
I guess it's kind of at that stage in the season where most of your kind of concepts, principles, and it's really just about refining and making sure that we're targeting exactly the right things. Yeah, we'll look at Westminster a little bit and some specifics for them, but really it's just about making sure what's worked so far is carried through in that game.
And you're also a player for yourself for the club. On the weekend, this is for the National Leagues. What's this I'm hearing about 2 trophies in 10 days?
Yeah, so we got our last sort of D3 men's National League game was couple of weekends ago, so that sort of ticked us off as D3 Southwest champions, which is fantastic. You know, that's a goal that we've had pretty much from the end of last season, to be honest. Like, we knew the group we had coming in definitely had the talent and the ability to do that. You know, we got a lot of guys who are willing to kind of sacrifice the ego a little bit, so we had a great chance, and it was awesome to see the guys come through and take that off. And then on Sunday, we won the BW National League as well, which was awesome to be involved in.
And just quickly, what's the feeling around the Varsity squad?
Yeah, so the Varsity event is such a exciting time where you've got so many students on campus. You get to watch other sports, they come and support you. It's something that's in the calendar each year that everyone loves and looks forward to. So yeah, definitely a lot of hype. We've had a couple of high energy practices coming into it. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty positive.
Thank you very much, James. And if you want to catch that game, it is live on Cardiff Met Sports TV at 6:30. Now, with so much sports happening across campus, let's join Caitlin, who's down on the football 3G.
Well, after a quick pit stop down to the tennis centre, we came up here to catch the end of the lacrosse. It was some really tricky conditions out here. As you can see, we've got a really muddy pitch and stuff. However, the girls fought on, but in the end, Bath did win it convincingly, 20-0 the final score was. But the girls really relished the opportunity to finally get to play a home varsity here in front of a home crowd. But now we are turning our attentions onto the football. As you can see, we are roughly 10 minutes in. The score is 0-0, and neither team have really quite settled into the game or have most of the possession yet. So I've lost it. So we have a massive crowd out here, and we're really excited. Hopefully the boys can get a victory this time instead of the last time out where they did lose 3-0, but we're hoping we can better improve on that with the big home crowd behind them. We're hoping they can go the victory. Let's go, Archers!
Well, if you want to see that stream in the match that has just kicked off, make sure you hop over to our Cardiff Met Sports TV YouTube, where that game is just getting underway. But from one round-shaped ball to an egg-shaped one, James Murray, the Varsity men's captain. How are you doing?
Yeah, good mate, how are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you very much. Been a bit of a hectic day, but we're getting there, and a hectic day for you, I'm assuming. How's the prep been?
Yeah, it's been good. Obviously today's quite long waiting around, watching every other sport because we're the last one, but the last few weeks have been training, and all looking forward to this now.
And how's the team feeling? What's the kind of vibe?
Yeah, good. I think everyone's really excited. I don't think there's too much nerve going into it. Because the training's been so good, everything's clicking, we all seem really good. It's more excitement than nerves.
And you talked about a chilled training session. What's the prep been like?
Yeah, it's been, I wouldn't say intense, I'd say it's quite laid back. Obviously, we've tried to change things up a little bit, so we've got our own moves and stuff like that, so it's a lot of learning and a lot of practice of those. We had a game against an American touring side, so that was good to see things working into place. Some things didn't work. It's all been changing and we're ready to go now.
A lot of jouet?
A lot of jouet, yeah. A lot of flair, a lot of fun. Yeah, it should be a good show.
And now for this game, it will be a few boys, biggest crowd they've ever played in front of, but also the end of their Cardiff Met careers. How nice is it to go out on Rugby 1 and that be your final game?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant for us boys because obviously a lot of us have been on the other side of the fence supporting the first team. We've seen what it's like from that side on Wednesday night. So it's quite exciting to be on the other side of it and get that reception, especially with it being a few of the boys' last games.
And now, we've all heard of Archers Uncut, but what about Varsity Uncut? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we obviously seen the Archers Uncut go out and we thought we could do something similar with Varsity. So we managed to get one of the level 5 students to follow us around and film it, film a couple clips. We got a couple it's kind of like a mockumentary. We got a little things in the games, little fun stuff, a bit like Soccer AM stuff going as well. And we shown it on the shirt presentation night before we found out what the team was.
Well, that is perfect. And we do, in fact, have a small clip from the Varsity Uncut. Well, we can see you've certainly been having a little bit of fun there. And James, I just want to tell you before you leave, 7-19 to Met down in Exeter.
Is it?
It is indeed.
Wow.
How good would a home semi-final be?
That'd be awesome. Keep things rolling from now. That'd be brilliant. Yeah.
That's brilliant stuff. And hopefully they'll be back down in time to catch the end of your game. And if you do want to go and watch the men's rugby game, it is on Rugby 1 at 6:30. Thank you very much, James,
Thanks.
for coming in.
Cheers.
Well, things are definitely beginning to heat up here on campus. And as Duke Al-Durham puts it, it is certainly game on.
Met versus Bath, Varsity 2023, game on. Varsity!
Cameras, please. Sports stars about to shine as we start to see apprehension in fans, nervous laughter, screams, camaraderie, hearts ticking, faster beats. It's Bath versus the masterpiece. Cardiff met with the hardest teams, the largest dreams, witness the scenes with a lager reach. I bet Bath are nauseous, call the pharmacy. We're sick of all sports now, Bath. Start to breathe. Don't you forfeit before we get to the drama, please.
Murphy to win the game!
You'll leave bathing in a bath of your shit. Pardon me. Bath Youth Cardiff met your match. No time for you to have a soak and relax. Put down the soap and accept the facts. You can't throw in the towel, you got to coach the catch. We don't just play sport, we reform it. This is deeper than just releasing some endorphins. Our crowd support us loud, that's our calling. We absolutely love it! If we fall, we'll win the game crawling. It's been 4 years, no fears. Just a clear vision among peers. Train hard, win, cheers. As you go home swimming in a bath of your tears. This is Cardiff, Wales, release the dragon, flame on. Unleash the passion, game on.
Now it is currently 22-11 to Bath, but there's still time. And if you want to keep up to date with all the matches, make sure you check out the Cardiff Met Sports TV socials, who are reporting all around campus. And if you want to catch the second half of the wheelchair basketball once again, make sure you hop over to the Cardiff Met Sports TV YouTube, where the second half is about to get underway. But for now, we will be passing over to the Football 3G, where a belter of a commentary team awaits us in Matthew James and Griff Davis.
Our centre back there to clear it off almost clear it off the line. Manga looks to tackle O'Loughlin, but he goes wide and finds Cornwell. Cornwell back inside. Josh Clark. Cornwell can't control, and it's an Archer's throw-in. Frenetic opening, Griff. It's been quite a game so far. Maybe a little low on quality, but certainly high on drama.
Certainly, Jamesy. Certainly, we've seen an early yellow, a rash yellow. So they'll be playing on their mind now. But we've seen some intricate passing and some intricate play. We've seen Crow on this left-hand side with brilliant
up there. Spencer's got a chance. Plays the ball through. Matty James, can he cut in? Matty James with a chance. Oh, the keeper makes a save. Jack Davis, oh, it's headed clear. Another chance. Oh, is it in? It's got in. It's got in, surely. Surely it's got in. No. No. Oh, I thought for all the world that was in. Sam Lower denied. It looked like it was over the line. The linesman hasn't given it. The referee hasn't given it. Oh, nearly 1-0 to the Archers. A couple of great chances in quick succession. It looked like the ball had gone over the line. No VAR here. Just the eyes of the referee and the linesman. And it remains 0-0. But what a chance for Cardiff Met.
It seemed as though it was certainly going in. He had 3 chances on goal. All of them on target. A brilliant save to start off with.
It was.
In a 1v1. And then a volley from Jack Davis going into that bottom corner, but defended brilliantly on the line. And then an excellent chance then from Lauer going into the bottom corner. I was certain, James, he was going in.
And for any viewers just joining us for the mainstream, welcome to you. Met have had the best of the early chances as they take the corner to the back post. Oh, and Roach and Alaric Jones just can't get on the end of that. But it's been frenetic, it's been high energy, low on quality sometimes, but wow, breathless last few minutes, Griff.
Cardiff Met will take a lot of confidence from that, especially the Ultras. They are making a lot of noise now. Jack Davis egging everybody on.
Yeah, I think it's important though, these experienced players, Jack Davis, Alaric Jones, just try and calm the players down a little bit though. There's plenty of time left. We don't want to go too gung-ho and leave ourselves exposed, allowing the likes of O'Loughlin to get in behind us. But yeah, certainly a great start from Met. Really high intensity, high pressure. And again, Brain slices that one. Condua, lovely touch from Condua in midfield though. Breaking through. Oh, well done, Charlie Roach. Looks like Condua left a bit on Roach there. The play continues. Cockram into Manga. Finds Jack Davis. Alaric Jones, diagonal ball looking for Matty James. On the far side, can't find him, and it's a Bath throw in. Bath, I think they'll be relatively pleased just to settle down a little bit after that flurry of chances for the Archers. Still trying to play a bit of football, but that press from Cardiff Met has been really good. Really considered as well here as Brain goes along. Davis wins it again in midfield, but only finds the feet of Condua. Crow hooks it forward, looking for Lauer. Good pressure from Lauer, it's a good ball. Infield to Condua. James pressures. Oh, that was a chance for Bath. Cockram's got to get this right, and he does. Excellent challenge from Cockram on the far side, stopping that attack from Cornwell for Bath. Bit of respite now for the Bath defence. Cornwell with a throw in, finds Condua. Square to Matt Wood. Wood looks for the diagonal ball in behind Crow. Oh, Crow's misjudged it. Chance for Jarvis to cross. He does cross. Oh, well cleared by Alaric Jones. This is what Met have got to be careful of. They've got the confidence up. But that diagonal ball over the head of Crow, causing problems, and Jarvis's cross cleared by Alaric Jones. Jarvis with the throw to the feet of Condua. Condua just holding the ball up. Jarvis pokes the ball inside. Chadaway. Oh, Chadaway finds Condua. The referee has given the free kick. Looked like he was going to try and play advantage there. And it looks like a Bath free kick. Alaric Jones calling his midfielders back in. Free kick to Bath on the edge of the box. It's dangerous. And you'd fancy from here, Griff, I think it's going to be O'Loughlin's going to fancy his chances with the left foot here.
Oh, he's going with his right.
Oh.
Or is he?
No. Shaped with his right, going with his left. Four-man wall for the Archers. Chadaway, just in vision of the goalkeeper.
Everybody else is playing football. He's dancing with Cha-Cha.
O'Loughlin shapes. What can he do from here? And it's into the wall, and it's behind for a corner kick to the visitors' Bath. Disappointing there for O'Loughlin.
It is. A man from his quality, you'd expect him to clear the wall there, possibly. He had the chance. It was a tough free kick right on the edge of the box.
Chance from the corner now, though. It's high and it's hanging. It's a touch. Oh, it's a chance, though. It's in. And it's Elliot Creeley who gives Bath the lead against the run of play. The corner in from O'Loughlin. The header against the post. And Creeley's there to poke the ball home from close range. It's tough to take for the Archers, having dominated much of the early play. But it's Bath who take the lead. Griff, what are your thoughts on the goal? It's poor marking, he's headed it against the post, and then Creeley just breaks free and pokes it in.
Cardiff Met's defence have been excellent so far. They've been winning the second balls, they've been showing some intensity, winning that race to the ball, but it missed out of them when it counted then in that box. An easy deflection off the post, but they didn't react quick enough.
I think Met have got to be careful now. They don't go too gung-ho in searching for an equaliser. But it's Bath coming forward again. Cockram again deals with it well. Goes up the line. Matty James closes down. Good pressure. Craig Davis. Matty James inside. Oh, it's a judgment there, and Chataway nearly in. But it's out of play on the far side. I think against sides like Bath, you've always got to be careful. That experience, just weathering the early Cardiff Met storm. Against the run of play, they've got the goal, but Met have got to keep their discipline now. They've created enough chances, and that should buoy the players. That should give them confidence here.
It'll be important as well for the Cardiff Met Ultras to keep their voices up. Because if these players hear their own fans going a bit quiet, their mood will drop and their intensity will drop, and that's not what Cardiff Met needs at the moment. They need to keep up this intensity and this aggression in defence.
Jarvis looks for O'Loughlin again. It's Alaric Jones who's there. Crow back to Eames. Eames closed down by Chataway. Headed up in the air by Sam Jones. All getting a bit fraught in midfield. Condua with it though. Manga, good tackle. Jack Davis wide to Cockram. Cockram bringing the ball forward. Looking to inject some pace into attack. That's missed by the defender. And it's Spencer with a chance to cross. He pulls the ball back. Lauer touches it. Back to Manga. Diving challenge. Jack Davis on the left foot. Goes for the long range. Oh, it's over the bar.
Some poor touches from Met at the edge of the box there. They needed that ball to go into the box quickly, which it did. We had Lauer at the edge of the box. I thought he was going to take the shot. Tried to lay it off to Matty James. He was unable to take the shot. But some good play to get in behind there.
Yeah, they've had a fair amount of joy down those wings, Cardiff Met, particularly the Bath left. They can just keep getting those crosses in. Hopefully something will drop, whether it's a first ball or second ball, and they can get the equaliser. But as it stands, Bath in the lead as Cornwell on the far side tries to keep it in. Does keep it in. Finds Chataway. Chataway back to Cornwell. Appeals for offside. And assistant referee Kev Russell flags for the offside against Cornwell.
Will Cockram has had a lot to do in this first half.
Yeah, I think he's done well early on, Will Cockram. Looks fairly composed. He's got to be mindful of those 1-2s. Chataway's dropping into those pockets. You don't want to be pulled out and allow a 1-2, but as you were saying, Griff, it's so important for this Cardiff Met Ultras to get behind them. Absolutely packed in here at Cyncoed for this varsity game. First time in 4 years. Oh, a foul, looked like a foul by Davis. So O'Loughlin tries to keep the ball in. Crow slides in. And Alex McInch takes the play back for the earlier foul on Condua. Jack Davis just querying with the referee. It did look late, and it looks like he's going to get a talking to. Referee just telling him to calm down. Doesn't want to go the same way as his teammate and housemate Alaric Jones into the referee's book. Now, what are Bath going to do here? Will they go short to Creeley? Or look long for Chataway and O'Loughlin?
But I'll tell you what, Jamesy, I've been very impressed with Jack Davis so far in this match. Okay, he's missed 2 chances, but his intensity, his want to get on that ball has been excellent.
Yeah, I think that's part of bravery, Griff. Wanting to get on the ball, not only wanting to get on it, but keeping it and making things happen. Just got to keep his head, though, Jack Davis. Can't get drawn into anything silly. Because this Bath side, if you go down to 10 men, they've got enough quality to exploit that, as we're seeing now. Chataway. Looked like a possible foul there by Roach, but they get it clear. Spencer, lovely touch from Spencer. Gets away from 2. Now what can he do? Craig Davis breaking into the box, but Spencer's going himself. Oh, what a run from Spencer. Oh, that's a penalty shout. Oh, the fans below us are demanding a penalty, but McInches are moved. Difficult to judge. Looked like there was contact. Now it looks like a foul as well. And the Archers fans below us are absolutely adamant. That's a penalty. A wonderful run from Spencer, jinking in and out. corner now for the Archers. Looks like Jack Davis over to take it. No, it's going to be his namesake, Craig Davis. Looks like a right-footed outswinger. High into the area. The keeper comes and punches. Oh, and it looks like it's a handball given against Cardiff Met there. Bath is slowing it down. Conjure in no rush to give the ball back to his goalkeeper, Brain. Brain lining up the free kick. The Welshman. Long. Jack Davis wins the header. Llewellyn gets it down. Looks for Lauer. Lauer looks like he was clipped there. Referee linesman flags. And it'll be a Met free kick.
It's the correct decision there from the referee, I think.
What were your thoughts on the penalty, Griff? Llewellyn, do you think he was taken out?
I think he was, but obviously the referee doesn't seem to agree because he was running. To me, he seemed like he passed him and he was taken out.
Jones high into the Bath area, hanging. The keeper hasn't come for it, and it drops. It's cleared by the Bath defence. Jones well up on O'Loughlin. Well played, Alaric Jones. Craig Davis now looking to influence the play. Cuts back inside. Short ball. That's Cockram. That's Davis low. Ball breaks to O'Loughlin. Can he keep it in? He does. Up against Alaric Jones. Jones on a yellow card, remember. Oh, it's a lovely ball. He's found Chadaway. Chance for Chadaway. And Chadaway makes it 2. And you have to say that is a wonderful pass from O'Loughlin. Chadaway runs in behind, and it's 2-0 to Bath. The Archers, victims of maybe pushing up too high. Alaric Jones already on a yellow, couldn't make the challenge on O'Loughlin. And it's a wonderful ball, rolled in behind. And Chadaway, relatively simple finish past Ben Eames. It's 2-0 to Bath, and the Archers have got it all to do here, Griff.
It was an excellent ball from McLaughlin. He took that ball on this right-hand side, drove it forward. As I said, Alaric Jones unable to dive into that challenge. And a brilliant, deft finish as well to put that into the far right-hand corner. But Met are being caught short on this left-hand side all the time. And that'll be something they'll have to sort out, because they want both of these left-hand side players to be attacking and to be aggressive.
Well, Met coming forward now with Cockram, who commits the foul. The linesman flags, and it's a free kick to Bath. Almost need an instant response here, Griff.
They certainly do. If they get something before half-time, that would be massive. For the mood of the players, for the mood of the fans.
The fans are still going below us. You sense the Archers really need to give themselves a chance of getting back in the game and give those fans something to really sing about. As Brain clears long, Davis wins it but flicks it back. Crow, Manga in midfield. Cockram forward. Llewellyn. Lauer pressurising the Bath defence, and it's out on the near side for a throw-in. Crow looking to take quickly. Oh, it slipped out of his hands. And Jack Davis in strongly. Crow. Creeley away. Throw into Bath on the near side. Creeley over to take it in no rush. Just settling the game down again here. Bath using their experience. Creeley long. O'Loughlin, good touch. Dispossessed by Davis though. Davis. Back to Jones. Roach. Finds Cockram, spreading the play now. Back to Roach. Roach into midfield, Manga. keeping possession, Met, but not really making any inroads into the Bath half here. Jones. Inside to Davis. Davis. Left-footed ball to Ellen. Just can't get that ball under control. That's well played by Cornwell. Nice touch by Harry Allen. And it's a Met throw-in on the far side. Craig Davis running over to retrieve the ball. Really setting script. They need one back before half-time here.
They do, but I don't want them to start forcing stuff. We've seen them trying to force those passes in to the Bath half and them not coming off. And I'd rather them try and keep possession. Matty James being caught offside there.
Offside there.
Unfortunate, but yet, if they keep their patience, keep their heads up, keep that intensity in defence, I think more chances will come to them. We've seen them have two chances already, two massive chances already, that they might regret going into half-time if they don't score. But yeah, keep the intensity, keep the pressure on Bath, and keep the patience as well.
Yeah, looking back to that chance, there were a couple of chances they had. It was one that looked like it had gone over the line. That's certainly a talking point, Griff. But to be honest, Bath have weathered the storm of Cardiff Met. Whilst Met have been maybe a little bit adventurous at times, maybe throwing a few too many forward. Good tackle by Jack Davis. That's down the line for Lauer. He can't keep it in, and it's a Bath throw in on the near side towards their own goal. And Creeley with the throw in. Gains a few yards. Kondua looks to flick on. Jack Davis wins the header. Roach looking to get there. And it's back with Eames. Eames to the left foot of Alaric Jones. Jones plays the ball forward. Creeley heads it. Keep it in. Crow looks for the early throw in. Lauer making a move. Into the feet of Llewellyn. Llewellyn gets it out of his feet. Nice touch. And wide, Jack Davis. Good touch. Drives in field now, Davis. Oh, it's a poor pass. Josh Clark can find Kondua. And there's an overlap here. More danger for the Archers. It's O'Loughlin. Will he look to cut back inside? No, he goes on his right. Oh, it's just wide of the near post. I think Eames had that covered. Fairly comfortable there. But again, the danger is there on that side.
Alaric Jones making sure that McLaughlin does not cut in on his dangerous left foot there.
Yeah, we've seen it, that pass for the second goal with a lovely weighted ball. You've got to take your hat off to him there. Much as you hope for more positivity from the Archers, you've got to applaud the pass from O'Loughlin there. Again, backing forward, Chadaway. Rides one tackle, can't ride a second. And it's Manga. Finds Davis. Davis, I think he was just looking for Matty James, but Matty James has dropped a bit more central. Manga. Cochrane making up the yards. Roach winning the header. Manga finds Craig Davis. Davis nudged off it though. Chadaway drops the ball in field. Looks for the reverse ball. The Roach is there. Manga gets a toe on it. Llewellyn turns. This is where the danger is for Cardiff Met, or has been. Llewellyn goes on his own. It's a decent strike. And Callum Brain has to get down and claims it at the second attempt. Better from the Archers. Just maybe didn't have the support, so went on his own. It's a decent strike. Brain was down to gather. Trying to get his players up the pitch now, Brain. And it's long. O'Loughlin heads in field. Roach is there. Roach, got to be careful, and Roach is dispossessed. Oh, it's a ball through again for Chadaway. Oh, good covering. Good covering from Cochrane. Jones, man, he's got to be careful.
It clears eventually. But it's Cornwell now. On the mat, right. Cornwell looks to go outside. No challenge comes in. Oh, that is a challenge. Oh, it's a penalty. And Cockram, who's dealt with Cornwell so well in this first half. And it's going from bad to worse here. Cockram appeals. But McInch is unmoved. It looked like he clipped him, but to be honest, I think he'd done all the hard work. He'd shepherded him towards the byline. Cut back inside. He's clipped him. I don't know how much contact there was, but it gives Bath a chance to make it 3, and it's going to be O'Loughlin from the spot. I feel Eames has really got to save this for Met to have any chance in the second half.
I don't think there's any need, Jamesy, for him to try and get a toe in there.
I don't think there was. As we see O'Loughlin shapes, steps up. Oh, Eames has saved it, but it's back to O'Loughlin. Oh, terrible luck for the Archers goalkeeper. He tips the ball onto the post, and wouldn't you know it, it's straight back to the feet of O'Loughlin, who dispatches the ball at the second attempt. Cardiff Met 0, Bath 3. So unlucky for Eames. He gets the touch on it. He reads where O'Loughlin's going to go. But O'Loughlin's first to the rebound and just pokes it home from close range. Terrible luck there, Griff.
It's an excellent initial save, to be fair. He got down low quickly. He got to that ball that was going into that right-hand corner, but rebounded off the post.
When it's not going for you, it's not going for you. Conceding a penalty, saving that penalty, and then going straight back to Bath star man O'Loughlin.
I think it's going to be vitally important now for Cardiff Met to press that reset button in the second half now.
I think they really need half-time. They've got to get in there. Hopefully Jack Lyons, Shankin Jones and CJ Craven can have a word with them, because 3-0 down. They can't afford to concede anymore, as Alaric Jones wins the header. Oh, head injury. And it's Manga who's down. McInch, the referee, just checking he's okay. Certainly we've got to be careful these days with head injuries. And the ball on the near side here. And it's a non-contested drop ball, which will go to Bath, who did have possession when the whistle went. McInch just indicating lower to drop back. And it's sliced from Creeley into the Met crowd on this near side underneath us. Crow with the throw-in. Looks for Llewellyn. Condua's there though. Condua, Manga, oh, good challenge from Manga. Excellently timed challenge. Creeley takes the throw-in. Wood. Long. Looks for O'Loughlin again. Jones expecting Eames to come. Eames does. And it's out for a Bath throw-in on the near side.
I think Eames was hoping for that to go into the box so he can pick it up.
I think he was, yeah. I
But
think
it-
that's
but
what
it
Alaric
didn't.
was saying to him. Why didn't you pick it up? But better to be safe than sorry. Throw into the feet of Condua from Jarvis. Jarvis. Tackle from Jack Davis, but it's only as far as Sam Jones. Archie Hayward plays it wide, and it's Cornwell. And it's a tackle from Cockram on the far side. Cornwell takes the throw early. It's back. Bath maybe just looking to see out the half now. Not to give Cardiff Met any chances. Creedy with it inside. Good challenge from Jones. Had to get that right. It's wide as Jarvis inside. Condua with a bit of space. Onto the left foot. Condua strikes. And it's well over the bar. And that's it. That's the final action of the first half. The referee, Alex McInch, blows the whistle. Half-time score here, Cardiff Met 0, Bath 3. Griff, frenetic early start from Cardiff Met. Plenty of chances created. Will they be ruining those chances? Because the quality of O'Loughlin has really come into play.
It is. I think we've given him the opportunity to show his class as well. I think he's had too much space on this near side. And I think that...
Hello and welcome back to Cardiff Met Sports TV Studios, where we are bringing you updates from across campus from today's fixtures. In the wheelchair basketball, Tom Guntrip's team are winning 43-13. You can catch the end of that stream on Cardiff Met Sports TV YouTube. Elsewhere, in a packed Archers arena, fans were gifted to an exciting game, with Bath narrowly winning 44-46. Talking of narrow wins, elsewhere Danny Milton's men have been beaten in the last play down in the game in Exeter, meaning no Bucks semi-final here at Cyncoed. But not to worry about any of that. Joining me now is someone who is ready and raring to go for the women's football fixture. Is none other than Hannah Davis. Hannah, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad. It's all a bit hectic here, but it's Varsity, so smiles are on faces.
It's very exciting.
Before we get into your game, how do you think the men's football are getting on?
It started well. Unfortunately, they're 3-0 down now at half time, but you know, it's still all to play for. Still got another half to go. But you know, they've got a new team. I think they've fielded a different team out today. And yeah, you know, all respect to them. They are doing well, but I think they need to be more clinical in the final third.
And just seeing that game, I know you were down there just before you came up here, to get you excited.
Yeah, really excited. Seeing the crowds and stuff now, it's making me a bit nervous, but excited as well.
So is this your first varsity that you're playing?
It's my first and last varsity.
First and last.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be going out on that football 3G with hopefully a packed crowd?
Yeah, it's so exciting. It's a great bunch of girls we have today, a strong team as well. So yeah, I can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing.
And how's training been? How's the prep?
Yeah, the prep's been good. Nothing much has changed. You know, we've just been focusing like we have been all season, and hopefully it'll pull off today.
And what's kind of been the main messages from the coaches?
Just sort of work hard, train well, and Bath are obviously always our probably main rivals. It's always been, you know, we've lost one and won one to them this season, so it's all to play for today, and you know, just go in with our heads held high, I think. So.
Now, it's been a tough season for the women, but you did have a trophy win a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, I heard that you weren't able to play, but how good did that do the club?
Yeah, I was gutted to having to miss it due to being away, but yeah, it was amazing. I think it was something the club needed. It's been quite a tough time for the club recently, with a few things going on, but yeah, it's a great morale and a great sort of spirit lifter for the club, and yeah, to take home the league title, it's good, the League Cup.
Talking about that tough time, how much would a win here mean today?
Oh yeah, it'd be amazing. For me, I think it could be potentially my last game for the club, so to go out on a high, it would be amazing to top it off.
And how much an impact will the fans play?
Oh, they'll have a huge impact. I think it's what I'm most excited for. I don't think I'll ever experience anything like this ever again, you know, seeing the crowds for the men's team just now, and hopefully they'll be behind us. They'll be our 12th man today.
And have there been any other sports that you've really been enjoying today?
The netball this morning, that was amazing. That got me quite nervous actually, because I realised how many people actually are part of the varsity. Yeah, the netball was amazing. The badminton actually was a real good turnout, and lacrosse as well. I thought, you know, everyone's just getting behind each other, and it shows sort of the camaraderie of the university, and it brings everyone together for one day.
Well, Hannah, thank you so much for coming down. And if you do want to catch that women's football match, is at 6 o'clock on the Football 3G. From one team chasing a win to another. Caitlin, how are we looking down at the hockey?
Can you just hold my phone like this? Thanks. I'm here at the hockey pitch ready for an action-packed afternoon. First up, we've got the men's game on behind me here. We're currently in the third quarter and it is 0-0. Bath have had the better opportunity with some really slick short corner routines, but Met have defended them brilliantly. It has known to produce draws this game. It was 1-1 here last year, and it was 1-1 in the cup when they played them, but Met did come out on top through penalty flicks. After this, we have the women's game pushing back at 4:45, which you won't want to miss. So get down here and come catch all the action. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. It looks absolutely mental down there. And if you fancy catching the end of that match, get yourself down to the Fortress with the women's hockey following at 4:45. And if you've had enough of today's weather, the women's volleyball will be starting in just under 10 minutes at the sports hall. And for those who were gasping for a fix of rugby, then the women's game is at 4:30. But the most highly anticipated game is one that we are covering at the moment, and we'll be throwing to live pictures of the football right now, with it looking absolutely mental. And we can see now that the cheerleaders are about to put on a brilliant display. Well, another absolute epic event that will be happening can be found down at Archers Arena, where the age-old question will be answered. Who is faster, the duck or the dragon?
Just adding on some bragging points here. The ball lost again, Omahagoma. Tolke pushing it up for the Gladiators. And that is it. It has been the Cardiff Head Archers against the Gladiators here at Archers Arena. 59-17 it finishes. All smiles for Tom Guntrip. A fantastic effort by the Gladiators, who haven't been playing wheelchair basketball for longer than 3 seconds. Thank you for joining me. I've been David Jones here at Cardiff Met Sports TV. Make sure to keep up with all the other streams going on, with all the action here at Varsity 2023. Thank you and goodbye.
All smiles there in the Archers Arena, and let's hope for some more smiles down at Football 3G. Let's join Met Mad Matthew James and Griff Davis for the second half of the men's football.
You know, in the league throughout the season, so we've always had that mantra that that's not going to define our season. What is going to define our season is our home form generally, and it's been really good this year. And you know, luckily we've got 3 home games out the final 4 remaining now, where we can go and attack those home games.
I think we almost poked the hornet's nest by scoring after 4 minutes, didn't we?
Yeah,
galvanised them into action.
Yeah, possibly a little bit too early scoring. Whereas at the home game when we've beaten them, they've obviously scored the 2 early goals, and it was roles reversed. But yeah, they were obviously going to be up for it after. I think we're the only team to beat them in the league this season, so they were always going to be up for it. And you know, we were maybe missing 1 or 2 players as well, which didn't help as well. And you know, scored very early, and it was looking okay for the first 10 minutes, and then they've equalised. And yeah, a little bit more difficult from there. And they're obviously a top team in the league, and they can do that to anyone. And they've done it to us in the home game earlier on the season as well. So, as I said, it doesn't define our season. We move on from it, and look to try and attack this Friday.
On the plus side, we don't have to play them again this season, so they're out the way.
Yeah, and a few of the teams below us have to play them still. So hopefully they can, from our perspective, keep doing the business from that side, and it's up to us then to look after things our end and win our remaining games.
Excellent, thanks very much. That was Elliot Evans, Cardiff Met midfielder, talking about going into the last 4 games of the Cymru Prem season. Thanks to Elliot Evans, great insight there. And another reminder, anyone who's got a Varsity ticket for today will get free entry to that Penabont home game on Friday night. Kick-off 7:45. And welcome back to the second half of our Varsity coverage here at Cyncoed. Half-time score, Cardiff Met 0, Bath 3. The Archers have got it all to do in the second half. I'm here with Griff Eyrig, my co-commentator. Griff, who do you think needs to do more in the second half from an Archers point of view?
Well, I think Craig Davis, he's had a few decent spells in the first half, showing his feet, showing what he can do. But I'd like to see more of him because he's got that creative nous about him, and that's what Met need in their second half now. They need to be able to break down the Bath defence. They've been able to do it a few times in the first half, but not able to convert it in the box then. But yeah, I'd like to see Craig Davis. We've seen Jack Davis covering every blade of grass, but unfortunately unable to put away both of those chances he had in that first half. And maybe Matty James as well. On this near side, we'll be seeing him with his whippet of a left foot. Our very own McLaughlin on this right-hand side here. So I'd like to see him get on the ball, get some shots off, get into some space, showing his pace in behind. But yeah, as you say, Met have got it all to do in this second half.
Yeah, I think there was certainly spells in the first half where Met had chances. It looked like there was one that maybe went over the line, maybe didn't. The linesman's got a relatively good view. The referee's on the spot and didn't give it. And Met will be buoyed by that. That'll give Met confidence. But as Elliot said at half-time, it's so crucial that Met get the next goal, because if this next goal goes to Bath, the crowds will gradually drift away, and Met will be really up against it. It could be, damage limitation if Bath get another one. Speaking of the referee, just waiting for the return of Alex McInch.
Maybe the Met Ultras were too much for him.
Still no sign of the referee. Yes. The Archers still in fine voice below us.
And they'll have to be as well, Jamesy. If Met are going to come back from the 3-0 deficit they have at the moment, they need the fans behind them at every stage.
They certainly do. Still waiting for the referee here. Both sides just trying to keep warm.
Neither the referee or the assistants have come out yet.
Doesn't look like there's any changes at half time for the Archers. Managers Shankin Jones, Jack Lyons and CJ Craven seem relatively happy with the lineup for the second half. Still we await the referee.
I know Schenken as well. He'll be looking for these attacking players to bring a bit of creativity into this Cardiff Met side, because not that they've been lacking it at all in the first half, but they certainly need it in this second half, because the Bath defence through the midfield hasn't been too bad so far. They haven't been able to pass through some penetrative passes yet, only on the sidelines and on the wings through Matty James have they been able to do so, and Max Llewellyn up top, number 39. So they'll be looking for some creativity through midfield again and keeping it going on the wings. And
Yeah, I think the pace of Matty James could be key, as the referee and assistant referees reappear for the second half.
They might have gone for a quick pint at the bar. A brilliant setup here at Cardiff Met today for the first varsity in 4 years here at Cyncoed. And the SU have done themselves proud, to be fair.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Great atmosphere all day, despite some early inclement weather. The rain's just about holding off. That's the kiss of death, guaranteed. It's going to probably pour down any minute. And the Archers fans have massed behind the Bath goal, hoping to roar the Archers on during this second period. McKinch just waiting for his assistant referees to get in position. The chance for Matty James ring out below us. He could have a big part to play in the second half. His pace, he's got to look to get at the Bath defenders here. The whistle blows. Bath got the second half underway. Early challenge on O'Loughlin, who goes down. Llewellyn just letting him know he's there. And within seconds of the restart is a free kick to Bath. Played early. Fair tackle that time from Jack Davis. Plays early. Craig Davis. Wide. Matty James. Looking to come in on his left foot. Matty James. Plays the ball inside. Jack Davis. Back to Manga. Manga wide. Met building the prey. Cockram goes on Cornwell. And it looks like a Cardiff Met corner. Yep, assistant referee right on the spot, and it's an Archers corner. Early in the second half, Jack Davis over to take it.
I like that start from Met. Bit of intensity.
Fast start, you're right. Very early free kick. Met winning the ball back in midfield, driving forward and winning a corner. Davis takes short to Craig Davis. Ooh, looked offside there, Jack Davis. It was. That's a waste from Cardiff Met. Inventive corner. It's a real waste, especially with Roach up from the back, Alaric Jones up from the back as well. Would you rather see that go in the mixer?
I think so. But I like the creativity. I was asking for a bit of creativity at half time. Craig Davis, trying to put Jack Davis in space.
Good header from Roach. Craig Davis battling. Looks like he's being held there. Manga plays down the line. Will it stay in? It's out for a throw in right in the near corner to Bath. Hayward with it. Looks long. Cornwell tries to flick it. Llewellyn. Can he get a sight of goal? He can't. Manga now picks it up on the edge of the box. Finds Lauer. It's poor pass. Cornwell can run here. Oh, taken up by Roach. It's a good challenge from Roach. Fair challenge. But a good break from Cornwell. Kondua's complaining. McKinn's just explaining to Kondua why he's given something. Why he's given that decision. Fast break from Cornwell, who takes the throw in himself. Back to Haywood. Haywood. Matt Wood. Creeley. Back to Brain. And much to the delight of the Archers fans behind that goal, it's sliced out on the far side. Crow to take. Back to Jones. To Crow. Manga. Nice football from Matt. Manga comes forward. Can he find a cross? Another Archers corner, second of the half. Matt just building things up now. Looking for an instant response in this second half. Remember, 3-0 down. And it's Davis on the far side to take. Davis, hands up. As he looks to swing this in. Does swing it in. It's Roach with the header. It's up. Oh, it's just over the bar. Never really tried. I think the goalkeeper had that covered there, Griff.
Yeah, I would have hoped for a better connection there for Roach. He had a pretty free header, really, and wasn't able to keep it down. He was backtracking and off balance, which didn't help.
Yeah, he seemed to get free. I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? You're just trying to generate that power and just wasn't able to there. Throw into Bath. Inside. Clark dispossessed. With a handball there. But Kondua wins it back. A few step overs. Comes back inside. Josh Clark dispossessed though. Matty James looks for some space. James running at the Bath defence. Up against two though. Checks back, Manga's there. Oh, lovely turn. Finds Jack Davis. Davis wide. To the substitute, Tom Williams. Crosses in towards Llewellyn, but it's Brain who takes. Brain spins the ball out in front of him. Kicks along. O'Loughlin up. Oh, Alaric Jones. Looks like a head injury there. And they're saying it's an elbow. And it was Sam Lower who's gone off to be replaced by Tom Williams.
A good positive start from him. Finding the base out, the ball out in that on that far side. And able to put it in. A good ball in as well.
Yeah, attacking midfielder, so yeah, positivity from the Archers here. They just need that goal, don't they, Griff?
They certainly do. They've been attacking, has been all met since the second half, start of the second half.
As Creeley heads away from the ball forward from Jones. Davis wins it in midfield, Manga tidies up. Williams can't keep control of it though. And Bath come away with it in midfield. Joe Jarvis. Good tackle from Jack Davis. Just on a G-up his teammate. And it's Creeley with the throw on the far side. Alaric Jones up against O'Loughlin. O'Loughlin didn't even jump then. Kondua wins the ball in midfield. Given away to Manga. Jones, left-footed. Looks for Matty James. Matty James, can he use his pace? No, it's just out on the near side. And it's a throw into Bath.
Good vision there from Alex Jones. But the execution wasn't quite there for Matty James. Just a little bit too far.
Haywood with the throw. Flicked on by Cornwell. Chadaway. But Roach reads that well. Back to Jones. Jones just clips the ball on the diagonal. Finds Tom Williams. Oh, that looks like a foul. It is good pace from Tom Williams. Substitute. It's impressive he's come on. And wins the free kick on the far side. Joe Jarvis just getting a talking to from referee Alex McKinch. It's a free kick here for Met in a dangerous position as they look to reduce the arrears. Still 3-0 down.
Tom Williams has had a positive start so far and be looking to get this ball into a dangerous area.
Looks like it could be Craig Davis, right foot in swinger. Craig Davis leaves it though, and it's Williams. Hangs it up at the back post. Oh, there's no one there, and Condua can head away. For a Cardiff Met throw in on the near side. Met just building some pressure.
A good ball in there, James Eve, but no one able to meet it.
Yeah, I just feel like there's not enough whip on that, Griff. Right foot in swinger, really trying to trouble the keeper, but hanging it up at the far post. There's no one there. And it's headed clear by the Bath defence. Throw down the line. Cornwell. Manga can't control. Condua gets a touch. Chataway. Back to Clark. Met have got it back. And he looked for Matty James on the far post. He just can't control it. And another good ball there from Tom Williams. And a goal kick to Bath. But it's better from Cardiff Met here, Griff.
It certainly is. I don't think Bath have been into Cardiff Met's half at all since the start of the second half. It's been all Cardiff Met, but you still don't feel that goal is going to come anytime soon unless they start bring a bit more intensity into the game.
Good header from Cochrane there. Only finds O'Loughlin though. Oh, it's a misjudgment. It's Josh Clark. Well tackled though. But it's long. Looking in behind for Llewellyn. Can he get a touch? Half cleared. Craig Davis picks it up. Again, Bath win possession. Met winning it back well though. Williams again. What can he do? Needs support. And gets it in the shape of Craig Davis. Drops the ball off early. Williams again. Ball in the box, but it's easy for the goalkeeper. Too comfortable there for Brain in the Bath goal. Just ushering his defenders forward. O'Loughlin dropping into that pocket of space. Alaric Jones wins that easily against Chataway. Ball drops in midfield. Condua up against Manga. Oh, Manga's done well. Great challenge. And Matty James on the ball now. What can he do? Drives to the defence. Good ball. Cochrane. Can he find a cross? It's a dangerous one. And well claimed by Brain. Again, better from Met. Better build-up. But it's just, I think it's just a final ball now, Griff.
Yeah, I think it is. They're finding those avenues where they can get the ball into the box. But it doesn't seem that they can score from it. I think maybe might be time in a bit to bring on another forward.
Seeing Jack Davis there, another good tackle. Matty James one-on-one. Squares up his defender. James cuts back inside. Looks for the support. Finds it with Cochrane. Now Roach. Just clips the ball there to Crow. Crow. To Craig Davis. Davis shoots, appeals for a handball. And Brain just gathers to prevent the corner. Again, better from Met. More intensity. Bath just stepping off a little bit. Allowing Met to come onto them and attack, but we know the qualities they've got. We saw that through O'Loughlin in the first half. So O'Loughlin looking to gain possession there. Gets a throw in, takes it early. And Chataway, he's on his own here, but he's got a chance. Acute angle, shoot. Oh, very nearly Eames. Didn't look at all convincing. The shot was straight at him, and it seemed to go through and come off, just clip the near post, but maybe let off there for Eames in the Cardiff Met goal.
Yeah, he seemed like he had holes in his gloves. But it did go off for a corner. So need to make sure now that we don't concede anything here. The first time that Bath have been into Cardiff Met's half.
Corner played in. Oh, headed. And it's up. Jones tussling. And it's sliced towards those Bath fans on the far side. Plenty for them to cheer about today. Still 3-0 up. Met desperate for that goal to get back into the game.
They certainly are, and it needs to come quite soon now. I'd imagine they'll be bringing another forward on soon.
As Davis wins possession. It's a slice clearance. Out of play on this near side. Bath throw in. Back to Hayward. And Bath go all the way back to Brain. Just taking the sting out of the game at the moment. Acrobatics from Llewellyn. Oh, and Alec Jones has got to be careful. He's caught O'Loughlin again. He did so in the first half. Received a yellow card for it, and maybe best for Alaric Jones. They think about a substitution now, Griff.
Yeah, he's been getting into some rash tackles. Although, it did seem to me that he did get the ball there. Maybe the follow-through was the issue.
I think it is, and I think that's what McKinch is saying. You're on your last warning. No more anything else for Alaric Jones, and it looks like a red card. For me, if I was a Cardiff Met management team, I'd be looking at taking him off for his own good here.
Yeah.
Can't afford to have a player. He's on a final warning here. Whether he disagrees or not, whether he thinks he plays the ball, it's clear what the referee, Alex McKinch, was saying to him there. That's your last one. Any more and you'll be off.
And go down to 10 men now would be catastrophic for Cardiff Met, chasing 4 goals.
Against the side with the quality of Bath. You know, they can really open you up. They proved that in the first half. Down to 10 men would be even harder. Jones wins the header. Ball just bobbles through to Cochrane, who clears unceremoniously into the Bath half. Brain just allowing the ball into the area. And it looks like Met are readying a few substitutes on the far side. Possibly we will see the withdrawal of Alaric Jones, but we'll wait and see. In the meantime, Bath is looking to build from the back. Now it's long. Well played. Into O'Loughlin. His left foot looks for Chadaway. Well read by Alaric Jones. Jones out. Chance for the diagonal ball. He's got to read that. Comes to Matty James. Keeps it in. Appeals from Bath. Quicker from Met. Craig Davis. Just ran away from him there. Chadaway holds it up. Condua now. Chance to look up. Plays it inside. No offside flag. Oh, it's a touch from Chadaway. He's going to make it 4 here. It is. And it's Matthew Chadaway who claims his second of the game. The ball played through. And it's got to be all over now for Cardiff Met. The players look distraught. The Bath players celebrate with the bench. Their fans are jubilant on the far side. But for Cardiff Met, it's a disaster to lose that 4th. And it looks like the game's up here for the Archers. Davis trying to rally the troops for one last effort, but 4-0. Question of offside there. Griff, what do you think? The linesman kept his flag down. He seemed to be in line with it. He seemed to have a perfect view.
He did. It seemed to me that Chadaway was onside. I was looking at him. He was creeping in behind there. But, yeah, it's a tough one for Met. There's a double substitution here.
I think we might have a treble substitution here. I know, it looks like Roach and the central defensive partnership of Roach and Alaric Jones have gone off. Cochrane's gone into central defence. Spencer's come on a right back. And some changes for Bath now. So they're changing the keeper, Brain being withdrawn. Former Newport County Academy player. A few nervy moments for Brain in the first half. Rode his luck a little bit at times, but got away with them.
Yeah, he did, James. He Met had a few very, very good chances in the first half. He was saved twice, Brains was, by his central defenders clearing off the line.
So we've got Alessandro Palesia on for Bath, Bishop Sutton player. Spencer inside to Davis. Nice from Matt. Davis wide. Into Williams. Oh, good play from Matt. Nice build up here. Llewellyn gets away. Chance for a shot. Can he find it? Good feet. Oh, and it's just deflected. I think it was deflected wide, was it? No. Looked like it deflected wide.
I think it looked like it took a little bit of a bobble. I don't know if it hits a defender's foot. Might have hit his planted foot. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think you're right, Griff. Good feet from him again. He's done that a few times, but just hasn't been able to get that shot away. But Bath 4-0 up now. Surely game over here. Back to Eames. Eames kicks high into the Cyncoed sky towards Llewellyn. Davis picks up the second ball. Williams drops it off to Davis. Davis tackled though, and it's a Met throw on the far side. Into Manga. Manga just tries to turn his man. Palesia. Oh, it's another ball from Chadaway, and Chadaway could be in for a hat-trick here. He's rounded the keeper. It could be 5. Oh, he's hit the post. It's a let-off for Met, but it's still there. Palesia. Oh, just pulls the ball near post. What a chance for Hadaway, and he's running in behind again. It's that same ball again, Griff.
I know, yeah. He's making the most of his pace in behind. He's causing the Met defence a lot of trouble. I think they're too high at the moment, but the problem is if they drop deeper, you've got the likes of McLaughlin going into that space, and I'm sure he can work his magic if he's given that much space. So it's a tricky one here for the Met coaching staff to deal with.
It really is a real difficult one here. Obviously, you don't want to go too gung-ho and it be a cricket score. You want to keep it respectable. By the same token, you do have to try and force the issue now. It's Varsity. You might as well go for it. Eames looks to line up. Goal kick. Met trying to play out from the back. Jack Davis. Davis outside of the lovely ball. Finds Llewellyn. Llewellyn, what can he do? You've seen his tricky feet a number of times during the game. Just holds the ball up. It's a good tackle there from Joe Jarvis. O'Loughlin. Good challenge. Llewellyn. O'Loughlin looked like he went into the back of him there, and he did. It's a free kick to the Archers. Wide on the Bath right. Surely we're looking for a delivery into the box now. Davis, good ball, dangerous ball. Out for a throw into Cardiff Met on the near side.
Disappointing for the men's football there, and if you do want to catch the end of that game, then make sure you hop over to our Cardiff Met Sports TV YouTube channel. But there is a silver lining, with the wheelchair basketball triumphing over Bath, winning 59-17, although we have just heard that unfortunately both the women's water polo and the tennis have lost. On a positive note, make sure you get yourself down to Archers Arena for 4:50, where Duck Norris and Archie the Archer will be going head-to-head in the Mascot race of the ages. Now, turning our attention to a women's rugby team who have enjoyed a strong National League campaign, unfortunately crashing out last week at the semi-finals stage to reigning champions and favourites Hartbury. The players will now look to end their season on a high, and for some, Met careers. Let's join our commentary team of James Roberts and Ethan Walsh.
Prenam da a croeso, Rugby 1. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Rugby 1 pitch here at Cyncoed campus, where the Cardiff Met women's team are about to face off against the University of Bath women's rugby team in what is set to be a Goliath encounter between these two sides. Cardiff Met stacked with players who are bidding farewell to the maroon and gold of Cyncoed campus, and likely in the same sense, the University of Bath have got a stacked team full of leavers who will want to put their mark and finish their time at the University of Bath on a high. The rain is starting to drizzle, but my mood is not starting to drizzle with it, because I am joined by the fantastic TikTok sensation, Ethan Walsh. Ethan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great, James. Thank you very much for having me. TikTok sensation, I'm not too sure about. I don't think I can claim that one yet, but no, definitely excited for today's game. Cardiff Met versus Bath. It's going to be an absolute extraordinary encounter, and both teams will want those bragging rights.
I would say that the views speak for themselves, Ethan, and your voice is on it. So can't really argue with me there. But as you can see from the pictures here, the crowd are starting to get noisy. Duck Norris has arrived for the University of Bath, which means Archie the Archer can't be much further behind. And so let's take a look at our teams that are facing off today. Well, for Cardiff Met, we'll talk you through the line-out now. In the front row, Claudia Gratian is joined by Sophie Licensed Law at hooker and Katie Carr on the tight head side. Abby Lloyd, Laura Satterley, the engine room in the second row. And workhorse Ruby Smith, the powerhouse, the third year, the final year professional policing student. In her last game in Cardiff Met colours, will be looking to make a huge impact. She's joined in the back row by Freya Chapman and Holly Donaghy. Millie Jones is at scrum, half feeding the ever-experienced Emily Griffiths, who was fortunate enough to join us in studio earlier. A fantastic, inspirational figure to have involved at the rugby club here, and indeed at the university. She is also bidding farewell to her time in Cardiff Met colours. And the rest of the back line is Kira Reeves on the left wing, with Leah Griffiths and Amy Rothero in the centres. Amy Rothero has been their social media manager during her time here at Cardiff Met, but is also bidding goodbye to the maroon and gold. Jess Brooks is on that right wing, and Izzy Wallace is standing at full back, but is wearing 22, just to avoid any confusions for you. And now the University of Bath side. Megan Hance and Sophie Golder-Perks are joined in the front row by fifth year and final year student Tabby Reynolds. She is bidding farewell to the University of Bath in this varsity fixture. Anna Newell, Eleanor Richards, Mairead McKellen, Lucy McGrath and China Kill complete the forward pack. Abby Watkin, Nell Powell, Nia Grundy, Becca Lacey, Kim Thurlow, Eva Webb and Bethan Thomas complete the 15 that start this fixture for the University of Bath. And Ethan, the teams are lined up. We're raring to go. The fans have found the megaphone. We are ready. We are set for a huge varsity rugby clash.
Yeah, it's starting to get loud now, James, and the fans are excited. We're excited. It's sure to be an excellent game, and I can't wait for the kick-off. The referee just needs to blow his whistle.
And we are indeed underway here at Rugby 1 for the first varsity rugby match of the day, and it's the women's rugby clash. A great carry there to start the game off from Leah Griffiths. The colours in her hair, Archer's colours, in what will be one of her final performances in Cardiff Met colours. Straight away, a strong challenge over the top of the ball, though, from China Kill for the University of Bath. Sees the ball turned over, an advantage being played for Cardiff Met, not being back 10 from the kick. And so the University of Bath will have an opportunity to strike once again very, very early in these opening exchanges, Ethan. I think they're going to go for the corner as well. That's a statement of intent.
Well, yeah, what a start. I mean, both teams wanted to get off to a good start. Cardiff Met just conceding the penalty. They're giving Bath that opportunity, but they're looking dangerous, James. They look to use that ball, they're looking to carry, and it'll be interesting to see what they do from this line-out move.
It's important to note as well now that the rain is starting to come down just a little bit harder. It's hard to pick up on your screens at home, but it is starting to fall. That won't affect the Cardiff Met Archers because they've been playing in some dreadful conditions here in South Wales this season, but they've still scratched victories out of it. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds here in this game today on Cyncoed campus. And the line-out throw there from the University of Bath, not quite going to hand, and a huge collision from Katie Carr, her first one of the game, and it forces the knock-on from the University of Bath's Nell Powell, and it'll be a scrum down to Cardiff Met.
That's exactly the sort of response the Cardiff Met would have been looking for in that position there, James. Great defence, as you said, by Katie Carr. She's surely going to add to those hits as the game progresses, but it'll be interesting to see how the scrum goes now. First one of the game, James.
We've got Millie Jones standing with the ball there at scrum half, the second-year business and management student. She's not one that's leaving anytime soon, but this will be an occasion for her to relish and build on her experience that she's already had in the setup going into her final year, I should say. But it's great to see that the rugby club are taking the opportunity of a fixture like today to give game time to those who are leaving, but also give game time to those who have perhaps not had enough game time on Rugby 1 this year, Ethan.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this game is going to last a lifetime, these memories, and these girls will always come back and reference this varsity match, and hopefully they can come away with a win, James.
So another scrum reset there. The referee clearly not happy with how both sides are setting up against each other. It looks as though there might be a bit of an early shove coming in there from the University of Bath. So it will be interesting to see what the conversation between the front rows is. Ethan, as a back yourself, do you get annoyed at scrum resets?
Absolutely, James. Yeah, the backs always want the ball in their hands. You know, they always want to try and attack that line. We got Emily Griffiths, who's steering that Cardiff Met ship today. She's got a cultured left boot, so it wouldn't be a surprise to me, James, if she used that to gain some territory from that.
Well, the ball is now out with the Cardiff Met backs, but unfortunately a fearsome defensive effort from the University of Bath means that the ball is knocked on, turned over straight away, and the University of Bath now have the put-in at the scrum.
Another scrum, James. Another scrum. Is it ever going to end? I know the rain's coming down, but I'm sure these girls will get into the flow of the game and start moving that ball just a little bit.
Cardiff Met have brought Izzy Wallace into that back defensive effort. So they've got no one in behind their defensive line. They might be susceptible to a little chip over the top, but that would be a risky play from the University of Bath. Now, Powell with the ball, distributing it out wide, because out the back was Grundy. And now she's found her outside centre, Kim Thurlow, biting in from that far channel. I apologise, Thurlow was rounding the corner there, but Ruby Smith was the one who holded her to the ground. And again, Smith goes in with the tackle for the Cardiff Met defensive efforts. The crowd are eating up every hit that the Archers are putting in defence. A huge hit coming in there from the number 8, Holly Donaghy. She's certainly going to feel that one in the morning. And it looks as though Cardiff Met might have turned this ball over. Fantastic work at the ruck there from the Archers. And they'll look to spread it wide into the hands of Katie Carr, who's marched her way out of the 22. A slow ball here now for the Archers. It's not what they would have wanted. Griffiths changing the angle of her kick. A lovely kick downfield, forcing Bethan Thomas to chase her tails. And a bit of a lacklustre kick going in there from the fullback. It's with Licence Law in the middle of the park. Katie Carr again shrugging off the challenge.
To the roar of the crowd as well, James, to the roar of the crowd.
Huge roar coming in there from the Cardiff Met Ultras that are in the stand here at Rugby 1, and the penalty is awarded in favour of Cardiff Met, and Griffiths will look to kick for touch and get Cardiff Met some territory in this fixture.
Cardiff Met really starting to build there, James. They're looking good with the ball. As I mentioned earlier, Emily Griffiths just using that left boot just to gain Cardiff Met some territory, and that's a great kick.
Fantastic kick there. We almost thought it wasn't going to make touch there, and the University of Bath winger Nia Grundy was ready to jump up, collect the ball and potentially run it straight back at Cardiff Met, but luckily it did find touch. And now Smith is starting to bark the orders at her forward pack, getting them ready for the line out.
Cardiff Met have moved Abby Lloyd, the big second row, into the midfield. Maybe we'll see a crash ball option here just to set up Cardiff Met's attack.
Well, it has found the hands of Freya Chapman, a successful line out there from Cardiff Met, and now driving forwards. Sophie Licence Law in the driving seat of that maul is now out with Griffiths in the middle of the field. Avoids all of those players in the middle of the park, and it was Jess Brooks who looked to try and get around the Bath defence, but is brought down. And now attacking forwards, Leah Griffiths, shrugging off the challenge, pumping those legs, getting Cardiff Met those extra inches, those extra metres that they need. Katie Carr again with another big carry, another big collision won. But the University of Bath have turned the ball over. It was the efforts of Sophie Golder-Perks. And now Bath will look to come away with it. Golder-Perks, who won the turnover for Bath, brought down to the ground by Licence Law. And now it's out in that back line. What can the University of Bath conjure up from here? Powell takes it right up to the line. She's offloaded well to Becca Lacey. Lacey's trying to spread the ball out wide, but instead will now have to offer her support at the ruck. It's bobbling around like a pinball there on the far side of the pitch, and the referee is playing a knock-on advantage to the University of Bath. Amy Rothero with the big challenge on that far side of the pitch. And still that advantage is being played for the University of Bath. China Kill taking the ball forward now for the visitors in blue and yellow from over the bridge. And they opt to kick the ball away. Izzy Wallace is waiting. She has collected, but the referee is pulling us back now. It was a penalty advantage to the University of Bath, so no knock on there. A side entry at a ruck on the far side of the pitch by the Archers means they've conceded the penalty, and Bath have an opportunity to get out of their half. We've not said that in a while, Ethan.
No, we haven't. This Cardiff Met defence have been absolutely ferocious in not giving Bath any time to breathe with the ball. I think, as you said, in on the side there, that's what the referee has pinged the Cardiff Met Archers for. I think it was Ruby Smith just trying to work a little bit too hard, just trying to put that ruck under pressure. But, James, I don't know about the girls, but I'm tired myself just watching on. They must be absolutely blowing the effort that they're putting in at the minute. It's absolutely incredible.
Now, unfortunate to see Abby Lloyd leaving the pitch so early on in this fixture. She was down receiving some treatment there from the physios. Whether she'll rejoin us later in the match, I don't know, but for now she has left the field of play. And the University of Bath have claimed their ball from the line out. They've worked it out wide very well. And in acres of space is Nia Grundy. She's rounded one. Izzy Wallace still to beat, but Wallace throws her out into touch.
What a tackle.
Great defence there from the fullback. That's exactly why she's there, because they don't want any threats of attack breaking through that final defender.
To anybody who was watching, Izzy Wallace defended exactly how you're supposed to defend it, using that touchline as an extra defender, not giving the Bath player any space to move.
Bath opting to tap and go there in the middle of the field. They are inside the Cardiff Met half now. Getting to spread the ball out wide, but it's evaded the hands of Becca Lacey, and instead it's had to be cleaned up by her forwards. And Cardiff Met very close to turning the ball over once again. Just lapses of concentration right now. Perhaps the occasion getting to the University of Bath side, but a huge collision again in the middle of the park. Calder Perks on Holly Donaghy, and Donaghy has won that collision because the referee has awarded a penalty for holding on the floor against the University of Bath. And now Emily Griffiths will step up to kick the ball away again for Cardiff Met.
I tell you what, James, an outside half winning a turnover penalty at the breakdown. You love to see it. You love to see it as a back.
The kick has not found touch, but it has found the breadbasket of Bethan Thomas, and she will run this straight back through the middle of the field. Almost slipped through the tackle of Holly Donaghy, but she clung on for all her might and brought the fullback down to the ground. And Bath, again, sloppy hands, meaning the ball was on the floor, and the referee has deemed it as a knock-on, and the Archers crowd love that.
Absolutely, they're in full voice at the minute. They're only getting louder and louder, James. We're on the far side of the pitch, and we can even still hear them. There's absolutely no let-up from those Ultra fans. It'll be interesting to see what Cardiff Met do from this scrum. Hopefully they utilise this big blindside and the speed of Izzy Wallace and Jess Brooks.
Well, Cardiff Met are about to pack down, and the faithful hands of Millie Jones again with the put-in, but the University of Bath have turned this over in the scrum, and it's China Kill that came away with it. Powell was the one who received the ball, and out in space again. Grundy, was that a high challenge? It has been deemed as a high challenge by Donaghy. Great challenge and aggression coming through the middle of the ruck there. So it's Caitlin Hubbard who has come onto the pitch for the injured Abby Lloyd. Hopefully we will see Lloyd introduced once again later on. But for now, the University of Bath are on the front foot. And with the legal turnover at the ruck, we'll be coming back for the original offence of a high tackle. Abby Lloyd. Sorry, Holly Donaghy just slipping a bit too high up, conceding the penalty, and now Bath back inside Archers territory with the put-in of the line out. And Cardiff Met are going to have to muscle up some sort of fearsome defensive effort now, Ethan.
Yeah, absolutely. The defence, as I said, has been ferocious, but Cardiff Met just need to carry that on, not give Bath any space or any time on the ball. It'll be interesting to see if they use those forwards in the midfield, James, but first of all, they've got to secure the ball.
Golden Perks has got some very fetching face paint on. I thought I might add that now in case you can't see it on the coverage. And she will deliver the ball at the line out, but it's fiercely contested. Bath just about come away with it, and now Powell will look to bring Kill onto the ball. Lovely bit of out-the-back play there from the University of Bath, getting over the gain line and now setting up with the momentum in their favour. Bethan with the ball out wide. Bethan Thomas there trying to run around that Archers defensive effort, and now it was Abby Wapkin looking for a snipe. But surely a turnover there for Cardiff Met. Is it legal? The referee has blown up.
Yeah, I think he's just caught one of the Cardiff Met players slightly offside of that ruck there, James. I think it was Amy Rodero, who had brilliant work initially, but just didn't get back on side in time. So I think the referee has pinged her for being offside.
He's just having a word with today's captain, Ruby Smith, about obviously the repetitive offences there from the Cardiff Met. I don't know what's wrong with my words, Ethan. I've not even been in the fan zone. I've been working hard with you. But he's just having a word there with Ruby Smith. He obviously doesn't want more penalties to be conceded in this fixture. We want a nice, clean game of rugby and a fun game of rugby to enjoy. And hopefully that message has been redistributed across the Archers side. And we'll set up now for the University of Bath's penalty kick effort into the corner as the rain starts to thrash down heavier. It's not made touch. It's gone straight out through the try zone, over the dead ball line. And Cardiff Met now have options through the referee.
Cardiff Met will definitely be happy with our results. Team Bath would have liked to capitalise and put a little bit of pressure on that Met team. But, you know, a missed kick at the penalty, gone astray. And Cardiff Met ball.
We must take a moment quickly to say, well, to really say thank you to all the fans that have turned out here today. I mean, just look at them all now, crowded into the grandstand there on the far side with cover, but a massive respect to all of those fans that are still stood in the standing areas on that other side of the pitch, and they are cheering on their respective universities with all of their might. Now, Jones with a slight fumble there at the base of the ruck, and unfortunately Griffith's last-minute offload to Smith was deemed as forward. She's going to take a while to get up here. She took a bit of a big hit there coming in from Golden Perks, but hopefully we can get back underway. We do not want to lose Griffiths in this fixture after already losing Abby Lloyd far too early.
Yeah, absolutely. Emily Griffiths is such a calm presence for that Cardiff Met team. You know, she really bosses this team around. She is the focal point. And as I said earlier, James, she's got a cultured left boot. So that'll be a massive loss if she does go off for these Cardiff Met girls.
Now, one person that it is great to see here at the game today, Lisa Newton. She's been on maternity leave whilst being the head coach of the club this year. She's come back towards the end of the season, even though she's still not finished maternity leave. She was down here watching matches with us, and she's made it out here today to cheer on her Cardiff Met side that she's been working with all year, and indeed in pre-season last summer. It's fantastic to see her still in and around the environment because she's just a lovely figure to talk to, isn't she, Ethan?
Yeah, absolutely. She's a great figure to have back for this Cardiff Met team, and it'll be awesome to see what she can do over the coming weeks and months with this side and see her impact on the team.
Now, it's been a bit touch and go in these opening exchanges here, Ethan. Cardiff Met have had their moments of brilliance, but equally so, the University of Bath have had arguably more moments of brilliance. They've spent a lot more time down in Cardiff Met territory. If we had the stats to be able to show people, we would. I'd imagine it would be some percentages on the screen, but they do need to fix it and fix it quickly, and that is not a sight I thought I would be seeing. Emily Griffiths leaving the field in the Varsity 2023 women's rugby match.
Yeah, that is a real shame and a big, big loss for the Cardiff Met Archers. It'll be interesting to see what their tactics are now and how they control the game. As you said, James, it's quite back and forth at the minute. Both sides are testing each other, but both sides not really challenging that line as of yet.
Now, today's events have been going on across campus since about 10 a.m. this morning. The men's and women's cricket and indeed the badminton all kicked off around that time. Results have been coming in. Make sure you check back in with our main TV studio show if you have joined us here for the rugby, but only briefly, because you should stay here and you should stick around for what is to be one of the best games of the day that you'll see here on Cardiff Met Sport TV. And we'll end the day back inside the Archers Arena. And we are back underway here at Rugby 1. And diving on the ball there for Cardiff Met, Jess Brooks claiming the ball. But a knock-on from Cardiff Met means that the ball is turned over for a scrum to University of Bath. A little bit of miscommunication there. I believe Abby Watkin thought very optimistically that she had a penalty, so tapped and went. But she was stopped correctly by the referee. Ethan, we just spoke about Cardiff Met needing to turn this fixture around. This isn't exactly how you turn a fixture around, is it?
No, absolutely not, James. But all credit to the Team Bath. They recognised the space was in behind, as Cardiff Met did bring up Izzy Wallace, who is playing fullback today. Recognised that space in behind, put a lovely kick through, and the kick chase was just excellent.
Great awareness from Millie Jones to be creeping around the edge of the scrum, put the fellow scrum half under pressure, but breaking down that side, Nia Grundy almost getting a score, but stopped just short by the Cardiff Met defence. It is now all or nothing for Met as they look to stop the University of Bath from scoring, and they have done just that. They have ushered the University of Bath into touch, and they forced the knock-on. It's going to be a scrum, Ethan.
Hey, Jess Brooks making up for that little knock-on, which gave Team Bath that position. Jess pushing the Team Bath girl out of play, and a massive turnover, which Cardiff Met will be thrilled with.
It's yet another moment in this fixture where Nia Grundy has found herself in a lot of space on this near side touchline to us. And we certainly won't be wanting to give her any more space because she's got a lot of experience behind her. Cardiff Quins and Bath Rugby experience, capped by Wales under-18s and senior sevens, and part of the Celtic Development Programme, along with a lot of this Cardiff Met side, as Cardiff Met win a free kick at the scrum. And therefore have a decision on how they want to continue this game. The ball has been handed back to Millie Jones.
Yeah, big let off by Team Bath there. Just pushing early with a scrum, giving Cardiff Met the ball.
Katie Carr, not afraid of contact, not afraid of taking the ball up. And she has done exactly that by taking Cardiff Met further away from their line. And again, a fantastic run coming in there from Caitlin Hubbard. And an illegal turnover there at the ruck, not releasing the player, means that Cardiff Met now have a penalty and an opportunity to clear their lines even further. Are they going to tap and go again, Ethan?
I think Leah Griffiths is just coming over to step up and putting this to touch. That's a great kick, giving Cardiff Met some well-needed and well-deserved territory with that defensive effort.
Great kick there from Leah Griffiths. Many of this Cardiff Met side played last week against Hartpury University in what was their final Women's National League fixture of the season. They unfortunately lost that semi-final, so won't progress to the StoneX Stadium for the Women's National League final. But it was still a fantastic effort by all involved, Ethan, for this season.
Absolutely. You know, the Cardiff Met team will be absolutely ecstatic with their effort this year. Disappointed they haven't reached the StoneX, but, you know, they'll be happy with where they're at.
Chapman with the safe hands once again, and this maul is motoring down the pitch for Cardiff Met. Jones has gone digging for the ball though, and now Griffiths with the slight knock on as she receives that ball. Maybe the pass was a little bit too harsh and a little bit too low, but it means that Cardiff Met will surrender possession to University of Bath after what was a very promising attacking position.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough call there, James. I thought the ball might have gone backwards slightly, but, you know, at the end of the day, the ref is the man who makes the decisions. So if he thinks it's gone forward, it's gone forward. And the Cardiff Met girls will just have to turn this position into a strong defensive effort and not let this Team Bath break their lines.
I've got my eyes on Nia Grundy on this near side touchline to us, but I don't need to keep them there anymore because Cardiff Met have turned the ball over at the scrum. It's gone out through the hands of Jones, and now Griffiths back with ball in hand, running at that University of Bath defensive effort. And the support is coming in, so Cardiff Met have the ball back. They've done exactly what they needed to do. Hubbard, again, slightly high challenge there, maybe from Kill right in front of the referee. But his arms have gone into the air, and Kill has turned the ball over there for the University of Bath. And again, it's another change of possession, another change in momentum. The pendulum of this match keeps on shifting, Ethan.
Yeah, neither side can really get a foothold in this game, James. You know, there's a lot of back and forth. Cardiff Met with a strong defence, but Team Bath look good when they do have the ball, or a slight knock on there, leaving Cardiff Met off.
I'd say Tabby Reynolds is unlucky there. The referee deeming that a knock on from the collision, but the ball did travel backwards along the pitch, Ethan. But I'm not going to argue, because you know what? Cardiff Met have got the ball back. That's exactly what we like to see in a fixture down at Cyncoed campus's Rugby 1 pitch. It's a rugby match with Cardiff Met in possession. Now, as Millie Jones goes to put the ball in at the scrum for Cardiff Met, I thought I'd break you with an interesting fact about Jones there at scrum half. She actually works in George North's cafe, Baffle House.
Wow.
I know. Working closely with a Welsh international legend. And hopefully she can channel some of his energy and some of his stuff he's done out on the pitch today. We might see some magic from her.
Absolutely, let's hope so.
Now, Ruby Smith was the latest carrier for Cardiff Met. They're going forwards. Holly Donaghy now. A big collision to drive them through the gain line once again. Good, safe hands there from the Cardiff Met team, but unfortunately just evading the grip of Nicole Marlowe. But safely with Leah Griffiths once again. The support of the ruck come flying in. And that's a huge clear out against Golder Perks. The University of Bath player is definitely going to take some time to get up from that collision. All of a sudden here at Cyncoed campus, the crowd have woken up because the big hits are going in from either side. Big carries in attack from Cardiff Met and huge defensive efforts coming in from the University of Bath. And we see another one there.
This game has just turned up in terms of ferocity. Both sides absolutely flying into each other at the minute, James.
Well, and now Tabby Reynolds is back with ball in hand, but Cardiff Met are over the top. The referee deeming it not a fair turnover. The release call has been screamed. Now creeping up in defence, rushing up in defence is Griffith to make the tackle, attempt the turnover, and the turnover is good. Katie Carr joining in that effort. Cardiff Met win themselves another penalty on halfway.
Exactly what that Cardiff Met team needed there, James. They need to get a little bit of territory, need to hold the ball a little bit, but that won't do them any favours. Nia Grundy able to keep the ball alive, and she's looking to run it back.
Well, Nia Grundy again with the ball in hand, again making meters for the University of Bath. She is going to be continuously dangerous for that blue and yellow side, and trying to kill another one who seems to be killing it out on that pitch today. Finally brought down by Sophie Licence Law. And Bath still inside their own half, still trying to look for a hole in this Cardiff Met defence. The big collision going in there from Amy Rothero. Sophie Licence Law with the tackle. Ruby Smith over the ball, potentially getting the turnover. Turnover is good. Fantastic work from the blindside flanker.
Oh.
And upended in the tackle is Freya Chapman, and she's able to pounce on that ball for Met. And now Rothero has it out wide. Kira Reeves with the ball in her hands. No, just knocked on ever so slightly. That would have been prime attacking opportunity for Cardiff Met to find the Saracens Centre of Excellence player out on the far side in what was acres of space, Ethan.
Yeah, that is a real shame. Kira Reeves is so dangerous when she gets on the ball, James. She's got pace, she's got power, and she's got the footwork to beat the first and even the second defender. It's a real shame that that opportunity went to a waste, but Cardiff Met will look to utilise her as much as possible in this fixture, and it'll be interesting to see what she can conjure up against this Team Bath.
Interesting to note here that Cardiff Met are setting very narrow in defence. They're staying within those 15-metre marks that are on the pitch, and Nia Grundy is stood just outside them, just by about half a metre. No, she's crept inside now, but she is out on this far side. She likes being in a bit of space on the wing here, Ethan. How do you shut a player like that down out of the match so that they stop being as dangerous as they have been?
It's so hard. I think we just have to limit the amount of ball that is able to reach her wing, and that comes from the defence, which we've seen by Cardiff Met. You know, they've got to work together, they've got to work hard off that line and try and shut off that option to Nia Grundy, because as we've seen, James, she is a very dangerous runner.
And the kick goes in there from the University of Bath, well claimed there by Leah Griffiths. And they've only made about 10 metres from that kick, so Cardiff Met won't mind that too much. And now Chapman has worked the ball outside to Wallace. Wallace trying to get round Grundy, trying to stay out, has just about done so. And now, with the pick and go, Laura Satterley looking for those extra metres around the fringes of the ruck.
Donaghy with the show and go. She wants a bit of this action herself. And now, licensed law, she looked to offer the ball to Katie Carr, but instead, Claudia Gratian has crashed the ball up into that line, and apparently the turnover is good once again from China Kill, who was right on the grass. Ethan, this game just keeps shifting.
Are we going to have time to breathe, James? The ball is another change in possession.
Izzy Wallace with the safe hands with a broken field. She's sidestepped off one foot, off another, but instead of finding space, she finds the University of Bath players. But now, Katie Carr, lovely offload there to find Hubbard in acres of space. Hubbard with one defender to beat. She's bashed through Bethan Thomas, but finally brought down there by the scrum half, Abby Watkin. A great defensive effort there from the Bath scrum half. That was really heart in throat moments there, Ethan.
Huge opportunity for Cardiff Met, but here's another one.
Unfortunately, Wallace won't get another opportunity to run at that University of Bath defence like she did before. And the knock-on means that the University of Bath have the opportunity to play out with that advantage.
James, it was absolutely beautiful hands by Katie Carr there. She's taken the ball up in really strong carries all game so far. But it was just a sleight of hand to Caitlin Hubbard, who's been impressive since coming on. And she showed a clean pair of heels there. It's unfortunate Cardiff Met couldn't take advantage of that opportunity, but it's great signs.
It's easy for us to say up here in our nice sheltered media tower, isn't it, Ethan, at Rugby 1? But down there on the pitch in that moment, it's very difficult to make the right call sometimes to make sure you can break through that final defender and score the try. China Kill now picks and goes, but Chapman brings her down onto the floor, and diving at Powell was Holly Donaghy. She was not giving her any respite. Pouncing towards the fly half, and now again Tabby Reynolds takes the ball up for the University of Bath, but Licensed Law will team up with her fellow forwards and drive the tight head prop back, but unfortunately it avails to nothing. The penalty for not rolling away is won, and Bath have an opportunity to clear their lines.
James, have these teams turned up to play or what? It has been non-stop action, and here's another hit.
Cardiff Met were giving Sophie Golder-Perks way too much room to run into there. She was brought down, and the penalty is won. Fantastic effort there.
We are now leaving the rugby very quickly to watch the race of the ages. It's Dragon versus Duck, Met versus Bath. It's the Mascot race. Ryan, how's it looking down there? Go on. Come on.
Oh, she wins the race!
Yes!
They started so quickly. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. They started so quickly. We only just caught the end of the race. That was absolutely chaotic. Archie's won the race. He's champion this year. Duck Norris, I can't say anything, but yeah. Wow, what a race. What a race. Back to the studio.
Both of us were wanting that more from Cardiff Met, as they have been so good in that area. But Cardiff Met just looking to peel away with Holly Donaghy, who's been impressive so far. Her work rate's been through the roof. Cardiff Met will have to keep the team Bath in their own territory, put a bit of pressure on them, and hopefully get the ball back in a very, very good position.
Just to keep you all updated, if you have tuned into the rugby and you want to know about other fixtures and other events going on across campus for Varsity 2023, I have got some word that apparently Archie the Archer has won his rematch race against Duck Norris. I'm waiting for confirmation, but that's what I've just been told. And it is indeed true. Archie the Archer has had a successful training camp, it seems clearly. Even though our cameras went to visit him, we didn't put him off that much because he's got victory.
That's absolutely huge. You know, Archie will be absolutely ecstatic with our results. We saw how hard he had trained for that race, and you know he's going to be absolutely buzzing with our victory, James.
It'll be interesting to see now what his next steps are. If we can visit him again in a training camp for another exclusive interview, we'll be sure to bring you that in good time, no problems at all. And maybe he'll be welcomed back to the House of Dragons on HBO Max. Other streaming services are available, Ethan. But The focus for us now is the Cardiff Met attack because they are deep inside University of Bath territory. Izzy Wallace has come from her fullback position on that far side. She almost found a gap. She was lucky to keep the ball in hand. And again, it's another turnover by the University of Bath. Ethan, this is so frustrating to watch.
The turnover figures have to be in double digits now, James. Every time one of these teams looks like they're in a good position, there's just a turnover. Oh, big mistake by Team Bath.
That's not what you want to do inside your own 22. Look at me, Dr. Zeus there. But now it will be a scrum. It will be the Cardiff Met put in, and it will be interesting to see how the Archers side shape up on the park for what really has to be a try-scoring attacking play.
Absolutely, Cardiff Met will definitely want to take advantage of this position. Izzy Wallace and Jess Brooks just over on this blind side. It's a very, very big blind side, James. I think Cardiff Met will look to favour that and look to utilise the space here.
Well, University of Bath seem to have got the push in the scrum, but Holly Donaghy brings the ball away. It's with Jones. Unfortunately, again, evades the grip of Izzy Wallace. That ball is so greasy out on the pitch because the rain was coming down, thrashing earlier. And now the University of Bath attacking on this near side wing. Bethan Thomas in a lot of space and bounding her way up the pitch there for the University of Bath. Now, Abby Watkin, who's she going to find? She finds a University of Bath player, and they are brought down. That was Anna Newell with the most recent carry for the blue and yellow, and the referee now playing advantage to the University of Bath, and flying up in defence was Griffiths, but she wasn't able to tackle her opposite number, Becca Lacey. A little bit of a slow ball there for Bath. Reynolds brought down quickly by Donaghy. Licensed Law again looking for another turnover, sniffing for another turnover. That hooker possession has really become just an extra flanker on the pitch, Ethan.
Absolutely. We've seen how good she is in that breakdown area. It'll be interesting to see when she gets on the ball next, because she has won some vital penalties for Cardiff Met.
Now, Powell was looking to spread the play wide, but she's got to get involved in this ruck because Ruby Smith is there looking to turn it over. And we've got to have another conversation with the referee. I believe that he might have a problem with Katie Carr not rolling away quick enough. And he's having the same issue with the Cardiff Met defensive effort. The last thing we want to see in this fixture, Ethan, is cards. But unfortunately, we might have to go that way if the offences continue to happen.
Absolutely. Ruby Smith will definitely have a word with her team here now. They just need to calm down a little bit. They're a bit too eager to want to smash those Team Bath players, James. But Ruby just having a word. It'll be interesting to see what adjustments the Cardiff Met team makes. Amy Rothero, in fact, having a word of encouragement as well.
It's interesting to see that Kira Reeves was waving her arms in the air on that far wing, and I can understand her frustration because she's barely been able to get on the ball today. I mean, Cardiff Met have really struggled to try and work the ball out into those wide channels, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Well, the ball's not gone to touch. Instead, it's found the hands of Griffiths. She looked to get the offload in, and I believe she has because it's with Jess Brooks now for Cardiff Met, and the offload is good. And Cardiff Met will surely keep possession, but China Kill is over the top of the ball once again at the ruck, and it's turned it over again for the University of Bath. Golda Perks with the carry forward now, brought down by a combination of Katie Carr and Licensed Law. University of Bath attacking forwards, but riding through is Sophie McGrath. Lucy McGrath, sorry, she made a break through the Cardiff Met defence. And now Bath, that pendulum of momentum has definitely shifted to blue and yellow, but it's changed once again. Kira Reeves was in space on the far side and she just knocked the ball on. She had no one in front of her, a whole pitch to run through. But now Bath will come away with it, and they've knocked it on in the middle of the park. But the first knock on from Cardiff Met by Kira Reeves on that far side means that play will go back to a scrum on that far side of the pitch, but right in front of the Archer Ultras.
What a chance, James. Wow, Kira Reeves had acres of space, and she's got so much speed. I don't think anyone would have caught her had she caught that ball cleanly.
If you are tuning in from home, thank you very much for joining us for the Varsity 2023 live stream on Cardiff Met Sport TV. We're down at Rugby 1 for the women's rugby match between Cardiff Met and the University of Bath. We've had a great day of sport so far, and it just keeps getting better. And we've got an even bigger fixture after this coming for you. Well, even bigger, just as big a fixture, I should say, sorry, coming after this, because we're ending the day in the Archers Arena with the men's basketball. Ethan, are you excited for more sport?
I mean, it's been sport, and more sport all day today. It's been my absolute dream, James.
Now, the University of Bath have the ball in hand. A lovely bit of work there out the back. And it's Nia Grundy on some space on this near side wing. Just Wallace to beat, but Wallace again stops her in her tracks. All of a sudden, not deciding what to do. Becca Lacey. Ruby Smith brought her down where she stood. The referee playing advantage to the University of Bath. Powell to kill. Brought down by the second rower, Laura Satterley. But still she rides the challenges through the defence. Again, Bath working the ball to this near side. Smith, again, working around this pitch like there's no tomorrow. The pass outside! Is it a try in the corner for the University of Bath?
Oh, I think the assistant...
They've given the try! It was a great snipe around the edge of the ruck by Abby Watkin. Unfortunately enough for her, Becca Lacey was the supporting runner. And she dotted down in the corner for the first try in this game and the first try of Varsity 2023 rugby here on Cyncoed campus. It's now the University of Bath 5, Cardiff Met 0.
Just listen to that roar from those Bath supporters. They've come down in their numbers to support their team. And what a try that is for all Team Bath. They've looked to utilise this left-hand side a lot during this game. And they've had a lot of good success.
Now, we haven't got a clock up in the stadium here, but I can't imagine there's much time left. You're looking at the screen now. We've got just under 2 minutes left to play here in this first half. And it seems to be that this is exactly the sort of impact that the University of Bath will have wanted to have had just before the half-time break.
Cardiff Met will look to regroup here, just calm things down. They'll be saying in the huddle, let's do our first job now. Get that first kick-off done correctly. Get into your roles. Put Bath under pressure.
And the kick goes up from Powell. It's fallen short of the post, so the extra 2 points won't be added. But it still remains Cardiff Met 0, University of Bath 5. This is a completely different story to last year's fixture down at Bath's campus for Varsity 2022, because in that fixture, the University of Bath failed to score a try, Ethan. The Archers were just too strong on that day, and hopefully they'll be looking for a resurgence similar to that performance as we progress with the rest of this fixture.
The rain is starting to come down just a little bit more now, but Archer faithful are still loud in their voice.
A low restart there from Leah Griffiths. Normally troubles a lot of players when they're faced with that, especially in greasy conditions, but the return from the University of Bath is good. And now on this near side wing, Grundy trying her best to stay in play, and she's done that despite the best efforts of Ruby Smith. And now Bath bouldering through the middle of the park, and Anna Newell. Quick ball here out to the wing, could see them in a dangerous position, but a huge tackle coming in there from Caitlin Hubbard. Fantastic effort from the Archer in defence, and China Gill has no option but to pick and go from that ruck, and the ball is turned over. So Millie Jones has now brought the ball out, and Licensed Law now will carry the ball. And the ball is bobbled out the ruck. Millie Jones chased down by the University of Bath pack. Cardiff Met have got to do something and do something quickly to clean that up. Ruby Smith decides it's time to pick and go. Conditions starting to worsen. That means the handling errors are starting to creep in for Cardiff Met. And a turnover again for the University of Bath at the ruck. The quick penalty was taken behind the referee, and the scrum half, Watkins, should know that she can't do that because he can't see her from there, Ethan. But again, it's another disappointing passage of play for Cardiff Met.
Absolutely. I think they're just giving Bath a little bit too much time to get over the ball, and we've seen how good they are when they are over that ball and how hard they are to move. Cardiff Met will look for a big defensive set here, but Team Bath will look to utilise. They've got a couple forwards in that back line who will look to make some inroads against this Cardiff Met defence. But most importantly, they've got to win the line-out first here. And they don't. Cardiff Met have turned it over. Katie Carr.
Great effort there from Cardiff Met to regain possession of the ball on that far side. They certainly won't want to give Bath many more opportunities in what remains of this first half. But as I say that, the ball is turned over through a penalty to the University of Bath. Ethan, I really need to stop jinxing this.
You do. Every time you say something, and Cardiff Met look to build. It's just a turnover, James. It's called Commentator's Curse 101.
Let's talk about some fun things then, Ethan, because it's interesting to note that you'll see a lovely selection of bucket hats in the grandstand just on the other side of the pitch to us. And part of that bucket hat group, if you will, I don't know what you would call plural bucket hats, is EC Control, club captain. She has rallied together as many people as possible to support the women's rugby team in their varsity fixture today. And you can certainly hear the noise as the ball is turned over. Half-time is called. It's Cardiff Met 0, the University of Bath 5, and I've just mentioned them. The screams of support coming from the far side of the pitch, led by club captain EC Cantrell. It's great to see that clubs come together in force to support during Varsity.
Absolutely. Varsity has been such a good day so far. And you know, it doesn't finish here, James. We've got big games coming up after this humongous game, where the Cardiff Met team will look to try and come back in the second half.
Well, that's the first half done with, but join us again in a couple of minutes after the half-time break for the second half in the first rugby varsity fixture of the day between Cardiff Met women's rugby team and the University of Bath women's rugby team. Don't go anywhere.
Cardiff Met Sports TV studios, where we are providing you with live updates from throughout the day. The current score is 23-42, but Archie run the Mascot race, so nothing else really matters. On a day like Varsity, on the outside, emotions are high and smiles are wide. It's easy to forget that some are suffering on the inside. With mental well-being now a prevalent topic in sport, Lara Rebecca has been brave enough to share her story.
I just became lost in this bubble. I had no confidence. I was hiding myself away. Something that initiated primarily just as a coping mechanism, then developed quite sinisterly towards then becoming my identity. My name is Lara Rebecca, I'm 22 years old and I study sports and exercise science at Cardiff Metropolitan University. I was always very perfectionistic and very anxious, and over quite a few years that kind of amalgamated into me developing severe anxiety disorder. All of these kind of built up ever so gradually, which led me then to develop an eating disorder. I was then diagnosed with anorexia nervosa at the age of 16, and you know, the bubbly, young, outgoing Lara had vanished into something that was really struggling, and yeah, life wasn't the most positive. My identity, as I said, was getting absolutely taken away by this eating disorder. Things really hit home when I was, again, in my teenage years, which then led me to be sent to hospital, and then treatment began. Fortunately, after quite a few years, after changing my social environment, after respecting my underlying triggers, after doing a lot of more holistic work, I was able to gradually come out of it. I can proudly say that I'm on a positive side of it now and, you know, positive in my recovery. I signed up to the Cardiff Half Marathon in 2017 and it was fundraising for the eating disorder charity Beat. So again, it was just celebrating the fact that I had recovered from an eating disorder and I was strong and I was able and I was fit again. That definitely restored my relationship with fitness, and then I just kept going. It's freedom, it's escapism, it's when university gets horrifically stressful. It's that escapism as well. Done so many wonders for mental well-being. I love athlete well-being, athlete welfare. I've always made content revolving, awareness of mental health conditions and eating disorder awareness, primarily to destigmatise a lot of the stigmas and the negative connotations and the false connotations that are often held in society towards eating disorder specifically. I think initially there's a lot of assumptions with anorexia that it's just a symptomatic illness, but really there's a psychological element to it. So recovery was really focusing on that side of things. And once you know that your mindset towards sport, fitness, living an active lifestyle is healthy, it can have so many positive contributions. So I think it's something phenomenal and one of the key things that we can do for our mental well-being.
Powerful piece there. And anyone who is currently struggling with their own mental health, the relevant helplines are on screen now. With the final sports of the day now being played in today's Varsity, let's see if the women's hockey have been able to bounce back from their playoff defeat on Monday. Caitlin, how are they getting on?
We're into our second game here down on the hockey pitch, and whilst it might be raining, we're hoping it's not dampening anyone's spirits. The women will be hoping to repeat the same feat of that as the men earlier, who snatched a late winner from James Tyson to win it 1-0. We've just about started the second quarter here, and it's been very end-to-end. Sadly, Met TV's very own Niamh Westgarth has just received a green card, so she will be off for a couple of minutes, but we're hoping the defence remains strong. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Caitlin, and it looks as if the players are coming back onto the pitch now. Let's hand over to the pun and bass father, James Roberts, and TikTok superstar, Ethan Walsh.
The second half.
Thank you very much for that poetic introduction to the pair of us, Kian. I really appreciate that. I'm going to have to come up with some better jokes now going forward, Ethan. I feel very much under pressure. But we are back underway here at Cyncoed Campus's Rugby 1 pitch. And the story of half-time is that Emily Griffiths is back in play, back on the pitch after going off in the early stages of that first half. And Amy Rothero has already made a statement carry in this second half. Griffiths with a little chip in behind. Izzy Wallace is the one chasing. Knock on by Bethan Thomas there, trying to gather the bobbling ball along the floor. But the referee will bring them back for the penalty advantage. So Cardiff Met, they can either take 3 points right in front of the posts, or they can look to kick for a touchline. Or Ethan, do you run it?
James, in the spirit of Varsity, let's run it. Let's play the ball, and there we are.
They've done exactly that. Katie Carr taking the ball up to that defensive line. She's no stranger to a carry so far in this fixture. Millie Jones coming under immense pressure there at the ruck. Met luckily cleaning that one up, and now Izzy Wallace with the ball in hand. She's trying to find and snipe her way through that defensive effort. But it's come to nothing. Licensed Law, Carr, out the back to Griffiths. Met are now 15 metres back from where they started, so Griffiths decides to run straight and true. And gets Cardiff Met just up to that 22 once again. Licensed Law with a knock on there, just as she looked to carry that ball. It's so easy to take your eye off the ball as a defence is running up towards you, Ethan. And unfortunately, in that moment, it slipped away from Sophie Licensed Law.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sophie Licensed Law might argue that she was trying to go for a grubber kick there. But unfortunately, not able to execute as well as Emily Griffiths, which we saw earlier. But Cardiff Met looking a lot better the second half, James.
Absolutely they are, Ethan. They had a slightly shorter half-time break, just under 10 minutes. Is that the right amount of time to have taken?
Well, I'm certainly glad they give us 10 minutes because it's been a bit non-stop action this first half. Turnovers galore.
Hopefully it was long enough for them to get a game plan together so they can start a resurgence back into this fixture as the ball is knocked on there. University of Bath's Anna Newell concedes the knock-on, but an offside call against Cardiff Met means the penalty is awarded to the University of Bath. The referee just getting confused with his hand signals there slightly, Ethan. Confusion from everyone there on the pitch because the referee's arm was correct. I don't know why he ever doubted himself. A bit of a reassurance, friendly reassurance from the Cardiff Met coaches on that far side bench means that the penalty is reversed, rightfully so, and Griffiths will send this into the corner. It means that Met are now 15 metres or so out from scoring on the Bath try line.
This is the opportunity that the Cardiff Met team needed in that first half. Let's see if they take advantage of that rolling maul, which is so dangerous and such a weapon for this team.
We can see a selection of Cardiff Met players also warming up in that end goal zone, in that try area for Cardiff Met, so changes will be happening across this second half. Fresh legs, fresh minds might mean a fresh change of momentum in this fixture. But for now, Sophie Licence-Law will have the putting at the line out for Met. She's found Chapman once again, and that Met ball has rolled towards the line. Is it a try through Holly Donaghy? It is! Met have made their mark on this varsity fixture at last.
James, we've said how dangerous that rolling maul is, and the Cardiff Met team just exploded over that line. It was such a good, well set up maul, and they took advantage of that fact to the huge reception from the Met fans.
Well, we spoke about how dangerous that driving maul was in the first half, and we wanted to see it be used more, and we saw it used very effectively there, despite the best efforts of the University of Bath to splinter that maul apart. Cardiff Met rode the challenges. Holly Donaghy kept her head up and dotted down for Met's first score in this game.
And Holly Donaghy has been so impressive this game. This try is well deserved. Emily Griffiths kicking off her right foot when normally is lefty.
Well, it's up in the air, and it's sailed between the uprights. It's 2 extra points for Cardiff Met. And she screams in jubilation at the crowd who are right behind her. She channeled all of her previous footballing ability there to give Cardiff Met what they desperately need. It's the lead in this fixture, Ethan.
Absolutely. That's what she brings to this Cardiff Met side. Just calm and composure. Just to slow her breathing down, go through her steps, and slot that absolutely beautiful conversion from that right-hand side touchline.
Change for Cardiff Met. Claudia Grashan is leaving the field now. The environmental health second-year student. It won't be her final varsity appearance, but that's it for her varsity appearances at home. She's put in an absolute shift. And now coming onto the pitch, recently elected SU president Natalia Roach. She'll be looking to lead her side towards further domination in this fixture. But Cardiff Met knocking the ball on there from the kick-off. It means that Bath have claimed the ball through Grundy. But a bit of a mess there at the ruck. Not really sure who was at fault there, but the referee calling a knock-on against Cardiff Met. And so Bath will have the scrum just outside Met's 22.
Caitlin Hubbard continuing her work off the ball there from that first half. Just trying to put some pressure on that Bath ruck. Unfortunately, Cardiff Met come up with a knock-on and give Team Bath that ball, but it's great work rate from Caitlin Hubbard.
I've said it once and I'll say it again, Ethan. It's fantastic to see so many Cardiff Met and University of Bath students out here, despite the conditions, cheering on their respective universities. And that is a great first scrum from Natalia Roach. The loose head prop was driving Met forwards, but Bath do come away with the ball. Bethan Thomas. Oh, it's fine. It's gone out the back. Amy Rothero seems to have turned the ball over for Cardiff Met at the ruck. And so Jones now has an opportunity to invite her forward pack to carry once again through Laura Satterley. And surely they'll want to work this ball out wide to Kira Reeves. But Natalia Roach will drive her way through the defence. She rode those challenges so well, Ethan, and that's exactly what she can bring to this fixture.
The referee just calling a knock on there, James. As you say, Natalia Roach with a great carry there. I didn't think the ball went forward myself, but, you know, who am I to say?
The referee has a much better view of that ball out on the pitch than us, Ethan.
Absolutely.
I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely. And I'm just slightly biased.
We are slightly biased. And I am slightly jealous, I must say. We've talked about colours a lot in this fixture. Natalia Roach has come onto the pitch with some very fetching. They must be brand new because they are bright green and very visible. We're not going to lose her on this park with those boots.
Absolutely not.
And she had another great scrum there, forcing Bath to potentially collapse that. But they do come away with the ball. Griffiths clutching onto the feet of Kim Thurlow, trying to bring the centre down, but Smith comes in to intervene. Amy Rothero looking for the turnover at the breakdown once again, but deemed illegal, unfortunately, by the referee as the ruck had already formed. She wasn't the first player in. Slightly unlucky there for the outside centre, and now Powell will look for touch, and she finds it well.
Yeah, a little shake of the head from Amy Rothero there. She thought she was in a great position, but the referee deemed her just to be a little bit too slow on that ball. The ruck had formed, as you said, James, as a great kick by Team Bath, putting them in an excellent position to attack.
Now, Mairead McKellen is just receiving some treatment here on the floor, so there's going to be a slightly longer stoppage in this game before we actually have the line out. Now, Cardiff Met have started off this second half much better than the overall performance of the first. They want to keep that momentum going, Ethan. So how are they going to do it from this position here, defending their own 22?
Absolutely, James. Well, first steps is they got to disrupt this Team Bath line-out core. It looks like Cardiff Met going to send Freddie Chapman up at the front, which will make it a little bit more difficult for Bath to secure clean possession.
There have been a couple of changes for Bath. Freya Miller has found her way onto the pitch. So she's standing at right wing. A little bit of confusion there in defence by Cardiff Met. I mean, several knock-ons have resulted in that kick giving the University of Bath a great positioned scrum just inside Met's 22.
Yeah, to the sound of jubilation from those Team Bath fans as well. They were happy with that result, but it's not the result that Cardiff Met will want, and not the result that Izzy Wallace will want. It's a bit of a difficult ball. She had to come a long way. She had to travel a long way to come and try and claim that. Unfortunately, not able to at that time, but given a wonderful opportunity to Team Bath here, James.
Slight miscommunication in defence there. It's not what Met will want to continue with going forwards. But they'll look to Natalia Roach for a strong scrum. That's exactly what they've got. They've stolen that ball. Griffiths now working it wide. It was Griffiths to Griffiths there in the backfield. Emily Griffiths with the one putting the kick in. Bethan Thomas now inviting Grundy on the ball. She's pushed off the challenge of all of the Met defenders. She's rounded the outside of the play. She's on the pitch on her own, just Izzy Wallace to beat. But again, she cannot beat the gladiatorial efforts of that fullback.
I think Izzy Wallace has Nia Grundy's number for this game. That's her third cover tackle on Nia Grundy. And wow, James, what a tackle it is.
I'll say it now, I don't want to jinx it too much, but I am excited the fact that Izzy Wallace seems to have Nia Grundy in her pockets. And as I say that, Bath have fumbled the ball on the floor. They have fumbled it backwards, but all of a sudden the ref seems to have changed his mind. It was a knock-on the floor, and he's changed his mind right in front of the Team Bath Ultras, and they are not best amused at that.
Absolutely no. There's a couple of Team Bath Ultras who seem to be dressed like superheroes over there, James. It's questionable attire, but you know, it's Varsity at the end of the day, and everyone's here to have fun. This is a big scrum for these Cardiff Met women's players. Emily Griffiths barking the orders to Leah Griffiths and the rest of the backs there. Kira Reeves is just in behind. Interesting to see if she gets the ball here.
Well, unfortunately, the pass was too low for Emily Griffiths to do much with, and instead Leah Griffiths has to come in and help tidy up. And Kira Reeves is finally on the ball, sniping around the edge of the ruck. Brought down, though, by China Kill. And that pass was slightly better. Rothero looking wide for Izzy Wallace. Ooh, just about keeping a hold of that ball, coming under significant pressure there from the University of Bath players. And now Met will look to reset themselves. Donaghy, the try scorer, offloading to Griffiths. Leah Griffiths riding the initial challenge well there, but Bath getting the turnover again through Lucy McGrath. Katie Carr desperately going in for the Archers, trying to turn that ball over. It's come to nothing. They've set very narrow in defence here, and Bath are creeping ever closer inside that Cardiff Met 22. But they have done so illegally, holding on the floor at that ruck. Penalty to Cardiff Met. That is their final get out of jail for free card, surely, Ethan.
Absolutely, but I tell you what, James, is Emily Griffiths playing outside half or is she playing outside flanker? The way she is getting over that ball today has been absolutely extraordinary. She's not going to be as happy with that clearance kick, but it does give Cardiff Met a little bit of breathing room and gives them just time just to calm things down.
What it does give them is it gives them a line-out. It gives them possession of the ball still. And Met will be thankful for that, because the more time they have with the ball, the less time Bath do. And the more time they can spend, 2 more points ahead. This game is certainly going to come down to the wire. Licensed Law now with the throw, finding Chapman. She's done it this entire game. Referee again, though, not straight for his liking, so it will be a scrum down to the University of Bath. Natalia Roach, the loosehead prop, is not happy with that decision, but welcome to hear the ref's point of view. She's already doing her job as a very fair president, very fair ruler.
Absolutely, James, absolutely. And I tell you what, there's a battle on the field between these two teams, but there's also a battle in the stands. I couldn't quite tell whether it was cheering or booing when the ref gave that goal, but I think Team Bath supporters were very happy.
It certainly is a competition for the noise out here on the Rugby 1 pitch. And we can see more and more people are flooding in from other areas of campus. And as we spend a little bit of time down here as Katie Carr is receiving some treatment, we don't want her to leave the field. You can see at the bottom of the screen there the current live scores for Varsity. Met currently trail 24-47 to University of Bath. And as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we've got some scrolling updates of other fixtures from across Cyncoed campus that have been taking place today here for Varsity 2023. And if you have missed a lot of the action today, where have you been? Where have you been? That's what Ethan's asking, and that's what I'm asking you as well. But you can go to our socials at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Use those handles that are there to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok and Instagram, and you'll be able to get right up to speed as we head into the closing matches of today. Now, we are nowhere near the closing moments of this fixture, but we are in the deciding moments for sure, as Bath have the scrum just outside the Met 22. A good scrum push means it was a fierce contest, and that high kick goes up again by Powell. It put Met under some pressure, but it was dealt with extremely well there by Lucia Davis. Very safe pair of hands underneath that high ball. And now Chapman looks to run the ball out. Abby Lloyd has been reintroduced into this fixture after leaving in the first half due to a slight knock, a slight injury. And Met did very well to retain possession there. Now, deep in the backfield, it was Grundy, but I believe that's a knock-on, surely from Tara Aksoy. The referee does agree, and so the high kicks worked best there for Cardiff Met.
Yeah, that was a tremendous exit from Emily Griffiths, showing her experience and her composure on the ball, and that cultured left boot. Interesting to see what Cardiff Met do in this position. Do they go for the territory gain and leave the likes of Kira Reeves and Amy Rothero to chase that kick and put Team Bath under pressure, or do they try and keep possession?
Great hands again from Emily Griffiths. She's found Izzy Wallace out on the wide channels. Kira Reeves now in space. Just brought down by the Bath defence. Emily Griffiths, though, riding the challenge from the offload from Reeves. That was a great bit of play there from the Cardiff Met backs. We'll certainly be looking for more of that in this fixture. Now, Licensed Law carries the ball up. A strong fend means she makes more metres than originally planned, probably from a Bath perspective. And Griffiths, a little chip over the top. She's chasing her own kick. Griffiths is in a bit of space. She can reclaim this. Emily Griffiths towards the line. It's been knocked out of her hand at the last moment. And the clearance kick will come in from Abby Watkin for Bath. But all of those players are surely offside. And they're going to call a knock-on to Emily Griffiths. So Bath now have the scrum metres out from their own try line, but they're just going to have a quick word here on this near-side touchline between the linesman and the referee. And they have agreed on a knock-on by Cardiff Met. And it will be a scrum down, University of Bath ball. Ethan, I think I need to check my pulse rate after that last phase of play.
James, so do I. Emily Griffiths did such a good job. She recognised that space in behind Team Bath, put an absolutely beautiful chip in behind, The bounce of the ball went her way. She was able to collect, and it looked like for all money she was in for that Cardiff Met second try.
We want to see more of that on this pitch. We want to see more brilliant moments from one of the star players, really, of this Cardiff Met side, Emily Griffiths. It's great to see that she's back on the pitch. She desperately wants to be involved in what is her final outing for the Cardiff Met Women's Rugby Club. And after her defensive effort, it appears to be Abby Watkin leaving the field for the University of Bath. She's leaving with the physio there, the long way around the pitch. And now the replacement coming onto the pitch to the cheers and the roars of the Team Bath crowd that have travelled over the river today. Just a few miles down the M4, Ethan.
Just a couple, just a couple.
It's great to see so many people here from both universities cheering for all sports here across Cyncoed campus. It's one of the special things about Varsity that we love. Now, what we would also love is a Cardiff Met turnover from the scrum, 5 metres out from the Team Bath line. And it's Rachel Minto who's come on for the University of Bath. And she'll be using her Darlington Modern Park Centre of Excellence experience. But to no avail there in that moment, because Cyncoed has to dot the ball down. And because Bath were the ones that brought the ball back over the try line, it means that Cardiff Met will have the scrum 5 metres out from their own line. And Cardiff Met are bringing in another change. That is Meg Black coming onto the pitch. And it means the departure of Katie Carr, who's had an absolutely phenomenal game.
Yeah, how impressive has she been? She's had such a great season, and today she has not backed down from Team Bath at all, carrying the ball forward at every opportunity that she gets.
Now Millie Jones has picked and carried and found Emily Griffiths around the edge of this scrum. Is she going to make the line? Has the ball been turned over there on the floor by Bath? It has. It's University of Bath that come away with the ball after Griffiths was inches away from scoring for the Archers. Izzy Wallace now with the opportunity to run the ball back. But the referee actually playing a penalty advantage. Griffiths holding on the floor in the tackle. I feel like she's hard done by there from the referee. But that's the decision they've come to, so it's a penalty for the University of Bath. And it's the end of that phase of attack for Cardiff Met.
Emily Griffiths is desperate for that try in this Varsity fixture to go out on a high and give her memories which will last a lifetime. But it was just unfortunate. It must have been millimetres, James, because I thought for all money she was through.
Well, we've got just under 20 minutes left in this fixture, and that kick for touch did not find touch. So Cardiff Met with an opportunity to attack once again. Meg Black with her first carry of the game. She's broken that Bath defensive line with ease. Now Natalia Roach with her own surge forward. She's got 4 Bath players on her trying to bring her down. It's come to nothing because Cardiff Met are certainly on the front foot. Now, Abby Lloyd, the tall second rower, bounding her way through. Met are metres away now from scoring. But a penalty again through the efforts of Cyncoed. The turnover is successful and the ball is back in the hands of the University of Bath.
How impressive have Bath's breakdown skills been? Oh, James, we're going. Team Bath just wanted to speed things up a little bit whilst I was trying to explain how impressive they've been at the breakdown. And we're back off. Team Bath want to run it from their own line.
Big hit coming in there from Abby Lloyd. That's another one, another highlight for a highlight reel from an Archer today. Goodness me, I wondered how many times I was going to say highlight there, Ethan. And now Bath, surely that was a knock on, but the ref says no, it's gone backwards. And Cyncoed is finally brought to the floor. She rode the initial challenge of Donaghy well, and now Powell will clear the lines for the University of Bath. And it's bounced out into touch. They've gained some good territory, but thankfully it means that with that line out, Cardiff Met are back in possession of the ball.
Absolutely. Cardiff Met will be desperate to build from this position here, James. They showed good signs. They've carried so well this second half. They just need to get over that line. Emily Griffiths, as we saw earlier, come millimetres away from that try line. Cardiff Met really looking in control of this game. But you have to think They need to convert from this position.
Cardiff Met just setting themselves here for their attacking line out. I've got my eyes set on Izzy Wallace in this back line here. She's out wide, she's out near the space. If they can get the ball out to her, that would be great, but unfortunately Bath steal the ball at the line out, and now again Powell will invite her forwards to run the ball out of the University of Bath 22. Bath clearly with the intent of trying to spread the play wide and run their way out of this half. And they're looking like doing so, but brought down just by the touchline. Tara Aksoy, she's done well to place the ball back, but a great counter-rucking effort from Cardiff Met means the turnover is good.
Caitlin Hubbard with a huge effort there.
Abby Lloyd looked for the offload to Meg Black, but luckily they had the penalty advantage. And so Griffiths just puts the message in to calm things down. She's going to kick that ball towards the corner, and it means that Cardiff Met hopefully get an attacking line out.
Now I hope I don't have the case of the commentator's curse.
Oh, don't say it, Ethan.
As
Don't,
we've
no,
seen
don't
in
say
this
it.
position. But I'd love to see you driving more from the Met team. It's worked so well for them so far. And I know it's a far way out from that Team Bath try line, James. But you have to back it.
Licensed Law is just down receiving a little bit of treatment, so will take slightly longer than usual to get back underway with this fixture. And as the sun sets on Cyncoed campus's Varsity 2022, the actual sport is not. I say sun setting, Ethan, because the floodlights are coming on. just before you think I'm a complete nutcase.
I was looking for the sun there, James.
Licensed Law is back up on her feet, but 3 changes being reined in by the University of Bath. I'm not sure the referee is aware of this. 2 changes in the forward, and it is also Nell Powell, that's leaving the pitch for the University of Bath. She's been a key figure in attack for them, so it'll be interesting to see how they shape up going forwards for the rest of this game. Ruby Smith went to claim that ball, but instead it was intercepted by Mairead McCarlan. And now the University of Bath attacking with the ball out of their own 22. Kill fending off the challenge, driving her way through another. She's made a good 15 metres there for the University of Bath. Smith and Griffiths teaming up well there for the tackle in defence. And another big carry for the University of Bath, this time coming from Gabby Luro, fending her way through the third-year chemistry student. And now the ball is on that far side for the University of Bath. A slightly high challenge. We've heard the roar of the crowd. Clearly, they did not like that. The referee is playing an advantage to the University of Bath. Abby Lloyd brings down China Kill there, just towards the middle of the pitch. And now taking that ball up, Lucy Tanner for the University of Bath. Natalia Roach trying to start the counter-rucking effort. And whilst that was good, unfortunately, the penalty conceded by Cardiff Met means that not only is there going to be a penalty for the University of Bath, but the first yellow card, and Leah Griffiths is off this park.
Yeah, that's going to be a big loss for this Cardiff Met team. Leah Griffiths has had an impressive game so far, James. Just unfortunate, just to ride that tackle a little bit too high. And the referee has sent it to the bin for 10 minutes. It's interesting to see the response now for this Cardiff Met team, being a player down. But it's been a ferocious contest so far, James. What a game.
Well, Bath have gone for the tap and go there on the far side of the pitch. And the attack didn't last much longer. Got a bit of a serious injury there, so the ref calling a halt to the play. We hope it isn't anything too serious and that we can get back underway.
Oh, that's a great moment there from China Kill. Just checking on Caitlin Hubbard, who's been so impressive this game when coming off that bench. She's brought some real ferocity to this Cardiff Met pack, and she's looked to challenge every single Team Bath ruck. We've just got a break of the game, and we hope Caitlin Hubbart's okay. But James, what a second half this has been.
Do you know what, Ethan? My nerves can't really take this anymore. I'd just like someone to be declared a winner, and that be that, because I'm shaking with excitement, but I'm shaking with tension as well, because this fixture can still go either way.
Absolutely. I never want this game to end. It's been so good. We've seen so many turnovers. We've seen so many good carries and big hits. It looks like Caitlin Hubbard will be okay to carry on as she's going through her assessment by the physio. And that will be a great, great jubilation for that Cardiff Met team.
They are tough athletes in this women's rugby team here at Cardiff Met. It takes a lot to force them out of the sport that they love. So, of course, Caitlin Hubbard will be doing everything she can to stay involved in the fray. And Cardiff Met will set up in defence to try and halt any further attack forward from the University of Bath. Score currently reads Cardiff Met 7, University of Bath 5 in this 2023 Women's Rugby Varsity fixture. And we're just having a little bit of a scrum reset there.
Team Bath have overloaded this open side here. Cardiff Met only going with the 3 defenders in Emily Griffiths, Amy Rothero, and the new substitute, Hannah Luscombe. It'll be interesting to see what Team Bath do here. They have got Nia Grundy on that blind side, and she's been so dangerous this game, James.
And that's the side they choose to go for. Cyncoed offloading the ball well to her scrum half, and now going down that wing. She didn't need the support of Nia Grundy. Becca Lacey fancied it on her own, but Cardiff Met brought a halt to that attack. Now Cyncoed, she doesn't take the ball forward, goes for an offload. Bath march further forward still. Safe hands from the University of Bath means the backs are invited into this game, but Griffiths with a fantastic hit there in defence. She's been on fire since coming back into this fixture. Now Cyncoed brought down by Abby Lloyd. The second row has had enough of her bouldering her way through the middle of the park today. And digging for the ball now, Rachel Minto. Getting the ball out into the backs for the University of Bath. Is that another turnover at the ruck, maybe? No. I got too excited too early there, Ethan. But the ball hasn't gone to anyone there. University of Bath trying to clean it up and tidy it well. Another big hit coming in there from Emily Griffiths. She is soldiering through this park. She is really leading from the front here for Cardiff Met. And the University of Bath are exactly where they were 5 minutes ago in this fixture. And now it's Licensed Law making the big challenges, teaming up with a fellow front rower, Meg Black. And Bath have had enough. They will kick the ball. Collected well in the hands by Mia Bradshaw. Met doing very well there to keep a hold of possession. The counter ruck is coming in for Bath. They've got to move it quickly. A big fend coming in there from Meg Black. This is exactly what we love to see here from the Archers. Not giving up at all and not giving an inch in defence or attack.
Team Bath defending with 14 players up in the field. Emily Griffiths has spotted her, putting a brilliant kick, putting Team Bath under a little bit of pressure here.
Tara Axoy surely with a knock on, but the referee deeming it to have gone backwards, so she'll run it out for the University of Bath. She has found Nia Grundy as well, but she's brought down before she can get her motor going and speeding away down this pitch. And the noise from the Cardiff Met side of the crowd just grows and grows with every defensive hit and every tackle that comes in. Griffiths once again with another crucial moment. Licensed Law was surely over the ball there for the turnover, but unfortunately it's still with the University of Bath. Great offload there, and now Chapman's pounced on the loose ball from the University of Bath. We're still going. Ball now in hand with Fionn Owen. She drives her way through the attempt of a tackle by China Kill. Griffiths, great offload there to Hubbard. She's brought some electrifying pace and speed into this game. The ball is out. Cardiff Met had to clean that up, but they didn't. And instead, Sophie Golder-Perks is the one that claims the loose ball. And all of that work has amounted to nothing. That is energy-sapping stuff, Ethan.
Absolutely, that's going to be heartbreaking for this Cardiff Met team. But Hannah Luscombe's on the ball now. She'll like to go forward.
Hannah Luscombe is able to find Mia Bradshaw. Bradshaw rounding the Bath defence. She couldn't get that last pass away, and instead is brought down on the far side. The advantage also being played now to the University of Bath. The rain is really starting to pour. Tears from the sky are falling, and we are crying out for some sort of big moment from Cardiff Met in this fixture. But it's Bath who are the ones with the ball attacking forward now. Ethan, it's interesting to see. Oh, Caitlin Hubbard flying out of defensive effort there. Holly Donaghy, another one putting in a big challenge. Bath doing very well to keep a hold of the ball, but knocking it on. So it means we'll come back for the penalty. Ethan, this game is not going to plan at all for the Archers.
Absolutely not. Team Bath are not letting the Archers have their way today. They've contested heavily at the breakdown, trying to kill with some crucial turnovers. And the Archers just don't have an answer at the moment.
Caitlin Hubbard again receiving some treatment from the Cardiff Met physio team. Hopefully we'll see her continue in this fixture. We've got about 6 minutes left on our clock here on the stream. But it's not the one that matters, because inside the Rugby 1 pitch, it's the clock on the referee's wrist that matters the most. And we don't know how much time is left on there. But with roughly 6 minutes left to play, Ethan, what do Cardiff Met need to do to close out this game?
They need to get the ball, James. They need to get the ball. They need to hold on to it. Go through phases. Just keep their composure. Emily Griffiths needs to boss the forwards around, get them in a good position. If they need to clear the ball and gain territory, absolutely fine. But they need to play in the right areas for this game to go in their way. Team Bath certainly are not going to want to let them do that, as we see a big moment for them from this line out.
Well, it might be University of Bath with possession, but it's Cardiff Met with all the noise coming from the stands. The rain is definitely pouring down now on Rugby 1, but their spirits have not dropped at all, and the spirits of this defensive effort from the Archers haven't either, as Holly Donaghy again comes across to make a crucial tackle. In a bit of space now, Tara Aksoy finds Nia Grundy. Grundy in space, heading towards the corner. Hands off Bradshaw. She's made it to the line for the try for the team Bath. And the University of Bath have got a fantastic try scored by Nia Grundy. We spoke earlier about how they needed to close her down, and they haven't done that. They gave her way too much space on this near side touchline, and it means that Bath now take the lead in this women's 2023 varsity fixture.
We saw how dangerous Nia Grundy was when she got the ball earlier. She took full advantage of that opportunity and the space given to her by the Cardiff Met team. And what a finish, James. It was a hotly contested battle with Mia Bradshaw to get the ball down right at the end there. But Nia Grundy able to put the ball down and get that try for Team Bath. As you say, giving them the lead in this varsity fixture.
Now it's important to note that currently it's just a lead of 3 points. If the kick goes over, yes, it will be a lead of 5, but that still means that with a try, Cardiff Met can draw it level, or indeed with a converted try, can regain the lead and take victory in this game. 3 points isn't that big a margin, Ethan, but they've not spent much time in that Bath 22 looking like they're going to score.
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing the Cardiff Met wants here is for their heads to drop. They just need to go into their next job now. That's what they need to be focusing on. What's the next job? What's their next role? Get back into that Team Bath half and hopefully get some points.
Is it a case of going back to basics, Ethan? Is that what you would say needs to be done, as we head into the closing minutes of this match?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, they need that ball back. So this restart is going to be absolutely crucial. But like you say, back to the basics. just go through the phases, see what Team Bath give them. They might slip up and give an error, which Cardiff Met can take advantage of and hopefully get a score.
Amy Rothera there was just starting to rile up the Cardiff Met crowd. She wants the noise. She wants everyone to get behind this Archer side in the closing minutes. And we're back underway once again. Bath running the ball out, and it's Rothera who is over the top, looking for the turnover, and she's won it! Cardiff Met with a penalty and with an opportunity to get down into the corner, get a line out of their own, and hopefully, Ethan, get on the scoreboard in some way.
Yeah, let's absolutely hope that they do. Amy Rothero, like you said, hyped up the crowd. And then, do you know what, James? She just goes, don't worry about this, girls. I've got this. I will get us that ball back and put us in the position where we need to be in order to hopefully get that winning score.
University of Bath player is just down receiving some treatment, so it gives Cardiff Met time to think through what their plan is going to be. Emily Griffiths is probably eyeing up the corner, thinking about how optimistic she might be, because in this situation, Ethan, you know as a back yourself, you don't want to overcook the kick, but you don't want to undercook the kick, because you want to give yourself as much space to play with as possible.
Yeah, you have to make sure this kick goes into touch and gives your team that opportunity. It doesn't have to be right in the corner. It'd be ideal if it was, but Emily Griffiths just has to make sure. And with how she's been kicking today, hopefully she'll be able to put Cardiff Met into a good position.
Meg Black, the latest one to try and jeer the crowd up, get the noise going, get everyone on the side of the Cardiff Met Archers, because this is possibly the most crucial moment of the game as the ball is up in the air. It has found touch, though, thankfully. It did get caught in the wind there, and you can see from the line judge's flag as he was raising it into the air, there is a little bit of a breeze starting to come down with this heavy rain. Ethan, thank goodness I'm going to be inside for the next couple of hours after this match, because the conditions have just been getting worse and worse for this side.
Yeah, the conditions might not be helping, but that's job one done now for this Met team. They just need to secure this line out.
They weren't able to do so. It's evaded the hands of both Chapman and Smith, and they've knocked the ball on. So the advantage with Bath, and they will kick it away. Bradshaw is underneath it, doesn't come to meet the ball. So instead, Griffiths back on the pitch after her yellow card. She's got the bouncing ball in her hands. And a turnover at the ruck from the University of Bath means that Met concede the penalty. Ethan, with the dying minutes of the game in front of us, surely it's slipping away.
You can never say never, especially at a Varsity, James. You know, it's been such a great game so far. And I'm sure there'll be a little bit of drama right at the end of this game.
Absolutely, we've been provided with moments of magic from over the years here at Cyncoed campus for home Varsity fixtures, and today has been no exception, with lots of magical moments across a variety of sports on display at Cyncoed campus. And I am just wishing, I am hoping that one of those moments will be here on Rugby 1 in this women's rugby Varsity fixture. Bath seemingly eking out the time, taking an age to get the ball out of that ruck as Fionn Owen carries the ball forward, but the turnover is good. Sophie Licensed Law again has turned it over. Abby Lloyd was the supporter. Ball out again, though, because there was no one in to support. And now Bath have the ball and another opportunity to attack out through Tara Aksoy.
Turnover. Leah Griffiths. What
Great
a turnover.
effort from the inside centre. She's wanting to make up for that yellow card she conceded earlier. Now, Kaylin Hubbard knocks on just as she's carrying the ball forward. And Amy Rothero will scoop up the loose ball. We have got time for the scrum, though. It's a scrum to Bath. And now this is surely the time, Ethan, where you look to your front row. You say to them, I know you've been running around for nearly 80 minutes, but it's time to muster up all the strength you may have left, because we need it and we need you now. We need this ball.
Absolutely, and I think that's what Holly Donaghy is saying now. They need to attack this scrum, try to get a penalty from Bath, or even get the turnover. There's a little bit of discussion with the referee, with his assistant.
2 minutes left to play with the clock on the referee's wrist. I know our clock will probably go dead in the next few moments. But we've also updated it. Good initial push there from Cardiff Met. The University of Bath not able to stand firm against it. Reassuring signs initially there from the pack, Ethan.
Yeah, absolutely. As a back, you're backing your forwards here. You want a big scrum. Emily Griffiths has given her forward pack her support. It'll be interesting to see if they attack it.
Well, the put-in has gone in. The drive has gone through Natalia Roach. But the ball is still with the University of Bath. And it's out in that dangerous back line. And in acres of space there for a second. And now the ball is on the far side with try scorer Grundy. Brought down before she can get motoring any further up the pitch.
Big turnover.
Turnover again. Another time. Another opportunity for Cardiff Met. Ruby Smith now with the ball.
Cardiff Met got a long way
Penalty
to go.
to the University of Bath. Holding on the floor against Cardiff Met.
That is not the result they wanted from that moment there, James. They had a long way to go to breach that Team Bath line. But Team Bath were not going to give them the chance. A big turnover again. We've seen it all game, James. They've hotly contested that breakdown. And they won that penalty.
But the game isn't over. That referee's whistle has not been blown. There's still time potentially for Cardiff Met to get the victory from this fixture. We can see the men's side just warming up in that try zone. Their fixture follows directly after this one. But for now, our focus is on this pitch. And now on China Kill, who's got the ball for the University of Bath. Good tackle there from Natalia Roach. Abby Lloyd went fishing for the turnover. And now Kira Reeves is back on the pitch and back making tackles to try and get that ball back. The ball is out.
Cardiff Met need a moment here. Someone needs to step up and find a moment of magic to get that ball back.
The ball is back with Bath. Lovely offload there to invite Fionn Snape into the game to potentially run forward with some power. Bath have kicked the ball off to finish this game. The women's rugby fixture on Cyncoed campus's Rugby 1 pitch has come to an end, and the University of Bath are the victors. 10 points to 7 against Cardiff Met. And the women's rugby is done for the day, but rugby overall is not done. And sadly, the Archers were not able to hold on to their lead, but we can see a beautiful moment happening on the pitch. Everyone is still smiling and everyone is hugging because we're saying goodbye to some absolute legends of the Cardiff Met women's rugby team today. Thank you very much for joining us in this fixture. Ethan Walsh, before we disappear, can you give me a player of the match?
James, there's been so many standouts. Obviously, Nia Grundy comes to mind with her try-scoring efforts. China Kill has led from that forward pack for Team Bath. She's a notable player. Cardiff Met, you've got Emily Griffiths who played well as so many other players. But you have to give it to Nia Grundy. She's played so well. She's taken advantage of the space and the opportunities given to her and given Team Bath this historic win at Varsity 2023.
Now I'm going to take my BBC impartiality hat off and I'm going to say to you that I need a Cardiff Met player of the match as well, because whilst Grundy did have a fantastic game, there were some great performances in maroon and gold for the Archers.
Absolutely. You know, Ruby Smith led from the front. Holly Donaghy, we said her name so often throughout this game. James, I can't see past Ruby Smith. She had an excellent game. She carried well. She tackled everything. She didn't take a backward step all game. And what performance on her Varsity game.
Well, thank you very much, Ethan, for joining me here on Rugby 1. Thank you to everyone who's been watching back home for the Women's Rugby Varsity 2023 fixture. We're now going to go back up to the studio to join Meg Joyce for the final part of today's show.
Thank you, James. A disappointing result for the women there. Bath just clinching the win, but Croeso, our welcome back to the studio. The trials and tribulations of Varsity at Cyncoed don't stop there. Still to come this evening is the men's volleyball and women's football, both at 6 p.m, just started. The men's rugby take to the pitch at 6:30, so half an hour's time down on Rugby 1. And coming up next here live on Cardiff Met Sport TV is the men's basketball in the Archers Arena as they shoot for glory. Well, the Archers Arena will definitely be buzzing this evening. It has been all day, especially earlier as the Archers women took to the court for a dazzling performance. Bucks isn't the only place where Met superstars shine, as their WBBL team is full of outstanding players, one of which is Welsh youngster Izzy Bunyan. And now let's go to Welsh superstar Izzy Bunyan, where David Jones caught up with her.
Here at Archers Arena, we've developed and fostered talents from across the globe. But next year, one of our homegrown players is travelling to the USA. Izzy Bunyan has been here since she was 14, but her future now lies with Montana State. Got my eye on Bunyan today. I just want to see if she can replicate the scoring that she gave us in the last game. 9 points in the first game this year, but 21 in a very, very close game last time out. When the team needed her, she put the team on her back, told everyone I got this, and I want to see if she can do that again
Yes,
today.
I think she definitely could. She's been showing that in all of her GB games, Archers, all different leagues and everything. She's doing really well.
She looks like she's got a very bright future ahead. We're very lucky to have her here. So Izzy, you've just committed to Montana State, go Bobcats. But why did you choose Montana State? I mean, were there other schools?
Yeah, so I basically went over there for 2 visits. So I went to Montana first and then spent 2 days there. And then we went to a school in North Carolina. And then when I came home then, I kind of just had to weigh things up and obviously chose Montana. I don't really know why I picked it. Everyone always asks me and I'm just like, I don't really know. There was just good vibes. I'm hoping 3 or 4 years, I think it's 4, do my time, get my degree hopefully, and yeah, and then see where that takes me then.
Yeah, I think we kind of knew with Izzy that, you know, she was always having that ambition to want to go to America, because I think for anyone that's kind of coming through, you know, the age groups, whether that's GB under 16s, GB under 18s, kind of on that performance pathway, they kind of have the ambition to want to try and see what that, you know, life experience is like out in the States. Obviously, if you can play at the Division 1 level, even Division 2, and some that even go Division 3, like it's still a great opportunity. The one thing about Izzy that we absolutely love is just seeing her growth. You know, getting limited minutes 3 years ago to now being a starter and playing such a pivotal role, not only on the offensive end, but the defensive end as well. Like, she was huge in our Seven Oaks game in the second half to kind of get that comeback and go into overtime last weekend. And you just see that growth and that maturity come, and I'm really excited to see what's next for her.
So Steph Collins, in a nutshell, how much of an impact has she had on your career and this move?
She's given me so many opportunities and developed me and made me this player, so I'm very grateful to her. Yeah, she's a good girl.
So is it bittersweet to be leaving the Archers for Montana, or is it just all-out excitement?
It's a bit of both. You know, I do love it here. I've been here for a while now and it does feel like home. But that being said, I am excited to go. It's like a new adventure.
She is a superstar, that's for sure. It'll be exciting to see where she goes, and we wish her all the best. Now, I'm joined by wheelchair basketball superstars Adam Evans and Neve Watson. Thank you so much for joining us. How has today been for you guys?
It's been really exciting. I always love Varsity. It kind of puts the fun back into it after a stressful season. It's the last game of the season. And it's really nice to like be in front of a home crowd this year, because I played last year, and everyone was like, you know, last year obviously it was really exciting too, but here it's like, you know, we're in where we play and where we always play, we train every day there. You know, it's really nice to be here again, I think.
And Adam, what is it like playing in a varsity?
Stressful. There's a lot of noise.
We were very lucky to have quite a big crowd with us today, and a lot of Bath fans screaming.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and trying to communicate on court as well.
Yeah.
It could be quite difficult, but we still did very well. So very proud of us.
So how do you hone that focus in? How do you keep your head down and crack on with the game despite everything that's going on around you?
I can't play wheelchair basketball, so this is your question.
He can. He's quite good actually. Sorry, could you repeat that?
No, yeah, I was just going to say, how do you hone that focus in? How do you block out everything around you and focus on the game at hand?
I think like making sure we're excited about it, like just looking at it like it's not the end of the world. If anything goes wrong, you just have to like keep playing, keep going, keep the energy up. Like we're all really good friends, and we feed off each other, and like everyone's so supportive, and I think like just like having the coach on the side as well, like screaming, like is like telling us, like reminding us to do things that like possibly like when you're stressed and like in the middle of it, like you kind of forget. That was helpful too.
And has today's win made up for that tough loss last week in that final?
Yeah, I think the final like was quite like deflating. It was a hard loss, and it was a hard game. I don't think we played horribly. I think the score doesn't really reflect the way that we played. I think at the end of the day they were just a stronger team, but we'll be back next year, and obviously we won today, and that's like brought our spirits back up again, hasn't it?
Yeah. Now Cardiff Met is men's, women's, and wheelchair all one team. How much of a difference does that make? What kind of impact does that have?
I think as a whole program, everyone's like so supportive. Like it's so nice to have like it's so inclusive. Like everyone's friends, and like if you come to our games, like you'll see there's a lot of people on the side, like from other parts of the program, rooting for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of, even outside of Archers Arena, where you see each other around campus. There's smiles, hellos, and conversation. It is, like Neve said, it is really cool. Myself being able-bodied, coming into the wheelchair team, it's been really inclusive and welcoming. Not just in the wheelchair team, but across the whole Archers, across the whole Archers basketball program. It's really cool to come in this year with the program that we've got.
Yeah, it sounds like a really close-knit team. So what is left for you guys this season? What does the future hold?
We might have some friendlies if we can organise them. I'm not sure if we have any lined up.
No, I'm not sure yet, but I think now this is our last game of the season for Bucks and like obviously Varsity, and we've still got women's Premier League. Well, I've still got women's Premier League games, and National League is still running too. So like we've still got a few more left, and then I think just be preparing over the summer for next season to start.
And will you be going to the men's game later? What do you think that score will end up looking like?
Well, hopefully we'll get a trio of wins across all three. I've been lucky to watch the men's team throughout the season already, and we're very strong. So hopefully a resounding Cardiff Archers win. But yeah, just looking forward to it. The atmosphere and the crowd, be cool.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have been enjoying the atmosphere and the fans all day, and our social team have been out and about to see what they have to say. Let's take a look.
Shower or a bath?
100% shower.
Shower.
Interesting. Bath have said shower.
Shower.
Would you rather have a shower in the bath?
Shower!
Carl, you look like you've had a shower. Shower or bath?
Shower all day long, mate, isn't it?
All day long.
Heinz beans or own brand?
Heinz beans.
Own brand.
Own brand?
Yeah. Cheaper.
But quality.
Yeah. I put a bit of salt in it.
Heinz. I don't eat beans, mate, I'm afraid.
No beans for Carl.
For me, I'm a fussy eater.
Heinz beans.
Do we keep chocolate in the cupboard or the fridge?
Controversial with the fridge.
I mean, I'd put it in the cupboard, but I don't know. Like Carl said he likes his dessert cold, so he's putting it in the fridge.
Yeah, I'm going fridge too.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be fridge.
You sure? You weren't sure?
It's got to be fridge. No, it's got to be fridge.
Lidl or Aldi?
I'm a Lidl boy. Lidl boy. Lidl on price, you know it.
Lidl on price.
More of a Sainsbury's person myself, but Aldi.
Woo! Bougie.
Posh for splot, see? Posh for splot.
Lidl. And with shower or bath? Joking bath.
do say that everyone has been enjoying the day despite the rain. Nothing stops the drinks flowing. And you can keep totally up to date with all of today's activity on Cardiff Met Sport TV's social pages, which are on the screen so you don't miss a thing. However, up here in the studio, we're taking a slightly different look to one person who has been looking at Varsity through a slightly different lens. Cardiff Met former student Duke Al Durham.
Met versus Bath. Varsity 2023. Game on. Varsity! Cameras, please. Sports stars about to shine as we start to see apprehension in fans, nervous laughter, screams, camaraderie, hearts ticking, faster beats it. Bath versus the masterpiece. Cardiff Met with the hardest teams, the largest dreams. Witness the scenes with a lager reach. I bet Bath are nauseous, call the pharmacy. We're sick of all sports now, Bath. Start to breathe. Don't you forfeit before we get to the drama, please.
Murphy to win the game!
You'll leave bathing in a bath of your shit. Pardon me. Bath Youth Cardiff Met your match. No time for you to have a soak and relax. Put down the soap and accept the facts. You can't throw in the towel, you got a coach to catch. We don't just play sport, we reform it. This is deeper than just releasing some endorphins. Our crowd support us loud, that's our calling.
We absolutely love it!
If we fall, we'll win the game crawling. It's been 4 years, no fears, just a clear vision among peers. Train hard, win, cheers, as you go home swimming in a bath of your tears. This is Cardiff, Wales, release the dragon, flame on. Unleash the passion, game on.
Now, wonderful to hear his words. I'm joined by co-creator of that project, Cian Tukey, who also happens to be our sports correspondent. Cian, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, Meg. I knew I'd get back on camera sometime.
Now, you were a part of that piece. What was that process like working with Duke?
I'll tell you what, it was something completely different that I'd never done. I think when we got given the project, when I met Duke is an amazing lad. I mean, he's so talented in what he does. We've seen him do spoken word poetry for Lewis Hamilton. He's really established in that world. So working with him and seeing what he produced, the poem first and foremost, was just extraordinary.
Yeah. But he doesn't quite encapsulate the chaos of the day. How have you found it today so far?
I'll tell you what, it has been mental. I think everyone who's been working on Varsity, whether you're playing in it, whether you're behind the bars, whether you're on the live stream like we are, it's all just been hectic, but it's been brilliant. I mean, everyone has been loving it, but there's been smiles on faces. And yeah, I think it's been a great success.
Smiling through the rain. Now, Cardiff Met, I do believe, are down 29-48. There have been some ups, there have been some downs. We obviously won both men's and women's cricket this morning. Great way to start the day. Do you think Met can pull it back? Is it possible?
Well, I mean, I'm all about saying never say never, but I don't know if mathematically we're actually able to at the moment. I mean, do you know what? You never know what can happen. There's 4 or 5 sports left to be played. And they're some of our stronger sports. Basketball, men's rugby, I mean, they're definitely going to draw big crowds and hopefully big results.
Do you think those big crowds make a difference? Obviously, having so many ultras behind us today must have some sort of confidence boost.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I was speaking to the badminton captain, who was the first event of the day, and he had a crowd, I think, of 300, 400. These people in badminton are used to having maybe their mums, their dads watching, and he said it took him back a little bit, but do you know what? Everyone loves it, everyone gets up for it, and if you're standing in that crowd, it's something to behold.
Despite the rain as well, everybody's out there and it seems to just be getting worse and worse now. We saw that in the women's rugby, they had a victory sort of snatched away from them. What is your score prediction for the men's rugby?
Do you know what? I think the men's have a really strong team out there. They have a few first team players in there. They have a few champ players in there, and I think Bath are going to come with the same intensity. But I'm fancying a win. Do you know what? I'm fancying a win.
And if Met do secure that win in the rugby, do you by any chance know how the points system works?
Very good question. They will be getting more points if they win, and it will be around 4 points. I think it's 4 points for a win.
Yeah, and I believe you get an extra point if it's a bonus win.
Sounds about right.
If we talk about the biggest win of the day, the Mascot race, Archie's win. How much does that mean to Cardiff Met, despite everything else going on throughout the day?
Meg, do you know what? Where Archie, the archer, has been this past year, it's been really difficult for him. That last Mascot race, he didn't coat himself in glory. It's been playing on his mind, and he's put himself to a training regime. I think he's watched every Rocky movie under the sun. He's been getting up early. He's been doing his laps, and I think everything just culminated in that Archers Arena. It was amazing. The coverage on it was brilliant. The fans were all up for it, and I think it doesn't matter really what the end score is. I mean, that is the race that everyone wants to win.
Most important event of the day, arguably. And will we remember this moment forever?
Probably. I mean, let's face it, when we come in on Monday, there's going to be pictures of it strewn throughout everywhere, and I'm so pleased I was able to watch it live.
Thank you very much, Cian. Go and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you later. And let's head down to our news crew now, Caitlin Meredith, who's currently at the hockey pitch with an update. How's it going, Caitlin?
It's still absolutely throwing it down out here, but the crowds have remained positive and they have supported the girls all the way through this encounter. It was a really competitive game of hockey, but Bath did get the better.
Apparently in the men's boss. Oh,
last quarter. Both teams created a lot of chances, and the Bath team were desperately trying to avenge that loss that they had last year. The Met girls battled hard, and they did really try and get that equaliser, but they had to go against a really strong Bath defence and couldn't get the better of them in the end. It finished 1-0 to Bath here at the hockey pitch. Back to you, Meg.
Thank you, Caitlin. Stay dry. Go get inside. Go get warm. Well, thank you very much for that update. Not the victory we were hoping for, but let's hope we can bring it back at some point. Now let's head down to our Archers Arena, where I believe the basketball has begun. Let's get this match underway.
And they've forced a turnover.
Bath pushing it forward quickly. The open lane, Bradley Abrahams needs to post up well. Yeah, the Bath put in 2 more.
Lovely down by Aidan O'Flaherty.
Dan Flaherty looks absolutely locked in right now. Here's Saul Minty-Walker, the captain, stepping up and driving through. Whistle called on the shot. He'll head to the line for 2 points at the charity stripe.
And early on here, Dav, I think it is going to be the battle of the Flahertys, Dan Flaherty and Aidan O'Flaherty, the 2 stars of Met and Bath.
No relation, of course.
None at all. One from Tokyo and one from Rhode Island.
Somi Minty-Walker, the first free throw of the game is off. Gotta say, Ryan, the atmosphere in here is nuts. Loads of Bath fans, loads of Archers fans. This is just what you want for the final thing of Varsity, right?
Well, this is what Varsity is all about. Fans coming together from 2 separate universities. We've had sports all day long, and to get a reception like this for basketball, it's great to see.
Here's Ierby, overhitting the pass off the pressure from Dan Flaherty. It's going to be a sideline restart for the Archers. So Minty-Walker is going to get the game going for us. Mark Morale has to track back into the backcourt. Over and back, because the ball went out over the halfway line. Mark Morale with a little bit of lack of self-awareness there, right?
Yeah, it's just an unnecessary turnover for Cardiff Met. But it's one they'll look to brush aside here and get a stop on defence.
Here is Moreno. Beautiful dish in the pocket pass. The block from Minty-Walker.
What a start to the game for him.
Drive it, the reverse. Ah, I wanted that to go in. The court-to-court pace from Minty-Walker, the rejection straight to the other end, draws contact on the reverse layup, heads to the line. That's exactly what you want from a wing forward.
And that ball danced along the rim, so close to an and-1. But like we said, a fantastic start to the game for Minty-Walker. The captain leading by example here at Archers Arena.
And I like that. Dan Flaherty coming up to him, letting him know it's all right, giving him a dap in between the free throws, even though he's missed 2 out of 3. And the 4th goes the same way. And Bath have a chance here to level the scoring. Driving into the lane. Loose handle again. Dan Flaherty got a bit over-eager with that one. Mark Morale got that one just perfect. Behind the back. Driving layup. no, just out, but Solminty Walker follows up. That's 2 more for the Met.
How typical is that, Dav? Fantastic play from Mark Morale. In and out. Unlucky with the layup, but Solminty Walker there to clean up for the Archers.
Here are Bath. The energy of Solminty Walker, the only difference between these two. And a huge 3-point drill from Aidan O'Flaherty. Abrahams caught. And here's Bath, and they draw. Foul. Contact against the arm against Smallwood. They head to the line for 2.
Dav, this man is a problem. Aidan O'Flaherty, he's averaging 17 for the season, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, and a block. And he's doing everything in the early stages here for Bath.
He looks dangerous, to say the least.
And this Bath team is stacked with overseas players, particularly from Spain. But O'Flaherty, coming from Tokyo, Japan, and having that experience from overseas is pivotal in these sort of games where they've played competitively in a variety of different leagues.
And O'Flaherty goes 1 for 2 at the line. Bath recycle it though. They get the offensive rebound out of the free throw. Dan Flaherty on defense. Bradley Abrahams can't close out. And he gets away with that one. Dan Flaherty's got a line ahead of him. Gives it up to Solminty Walker. Mark Morale's in acres of space. Drop of the shoulder. Smallwood for 3. Drills it for the Met. Here come Bath. A turnover again. Solminty Walker throws it down. The Archers retake the lead. What a game this is setting out to be.
And this place is bouncing. What a start to the game.
A huge drive. Dan Flaherty coming with a late challenge, but the referee calls a whistle against Bradley Abrahams on the ground. Bath will head to the line again. This time is Connor Rapicki.
I think that's a tough call there on Bradley Abrahams. I mean, you can see his confusion as he's appealing there to the referees. Nothing could be done.
Here is Rapicki. The first goes down. The second is beautiful. 11 points to 10. Just the one between the Met and Bath. Dan Flaherty takes the ball up himself. Looking to create. Turns the corner. Here's Mark Morale, who's open from 3. And he misses everything. Ryan, the Archers are going to need threes like that to go in.
Yeah.
If they're going to win this one.
And we've seen that shot from Smallwood go. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But for me, I think a really interesting match early up is Dan Flaherty against Connor Rapicki, who's the only fresher in this Bath side. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes up against a player with so much talent.
He doesn't look particularly fresh for a fresher. Number 22. Here come Bath again. The screen taken out. Smallwood, the mid-range J, too strong. But once again, the offensive rebound for Bath gives them a second opportunity.
Another offensive rebound for Bath. And of course, Dav, as you know, that is what wins basketball games. Picking up second chance points. And Bath are proving to be a menace offensively here in the early stages.
Here is Carlos Becker. How will he fare at the charity stripe? First goes down. Got to hand it to Bath. It's a lot of pressure to get so many free throws early on. They've dealt with it very, very well indeed. Dan Flaherty waves off support from teammates. Already being doubled by Bath. Travel called against Bradley Abrahams. These are the kind of ill-disciplined mistakes that will cost the game for the Archers.
Yeah, we've seen countless turnovers here in the first quarter. That's something that Coach James Dorr will look to iron out as this game goes on.
And Flaherty gets the rebound for the Met. Need more of the hustle crash in the boards if they're to hold this lead. The step back, the pull-up from range is just too strong, bouncing off the back iron. Here comes Aidan O'Flaherty, pocket pass. And that one is no good for Bath. It seems like one of these teams is going to start pulling away if they can just make a run here. Bradley Abrahams looking around, dishes to the corner. Solomon T. Walker picking up through the drive, draws contact. Referees need a discussion to decide whether this is on the ground or a shooting foul.
And Solomon T. Walker's done that really, really well in the early stages here. Just drawing contact inside the paint. He's missed the first few free throws early on, but there's only so many times he's going to miss. He's going to make them eventually, and he's going to make them count.
Absolutely, such a huge impact player so far in this game, and they have called the foul on the floor. It'll be a baseline restart. Mark Morale to take it. Flaherty trying to get open. Second option is Saul Minty Walker. Has to restart his dribble. And Mark Morale steps a foot out of bounds.
And once again, it's another unnecessary turnover that's going to cost the Archers if they keep going with this throughout the game. Bath are a great side. As we mentioned, they finished second in that Western tier in the Bucks League.
Not to forget, the first was the Archers. Here's Solomon T. Walker. Beautiful defense, had his hands up the whole time. But that was just special from Carlos Becker. The beautiful double clutch layup. Mark Morale needing help. Dribbling the ball up the floor there. Here's Mark Morale. Hand off to Flaherty. Driving into the paint. Finding Smallwood, I'm sorry. The pocket pass to Flaherty. Through traffic. Through contact. Through it all. And one down Flaherty. He'll head to the line for the three-point play.
That's what he does. I mean, we've seen it at Clash on the Court. We've seen it countless times, NBL or Bucks. Dan Flaherty.
Dan Flaherty has just forced Bars to take a timeout there. Coach thinking that maybe he just needs to regroup his players, give them another little talking to. Dan Flaherty there just didn't seem to want to stop. He took the contact, took the pressure, and still finished.
Really, really interesting. We mentioned that, you know, the Archers have gone small here against a really big and physical Bath side, but it seems to have paid off in the early stages. We mentioned a couple of needless turnovers, but they've done well so far, and, you know, it's a really, really tight game.
It's impossible to talk about this men's team without discussing starman Dan Flaherty, of course. Dan came from the US to the Archers for this season and has taken off like a rocket. Interestingly, his season high came against the Reading Rockets. And what's crucial to remember there is the Reading Rockets are a Division 1 team in the NBL for England, with the Met in Division 3. And Dan Flaherty still put up 49 points in that game. He made sure that his name is known across all divisions in Britain. Ryan, how do the Met make sure that Dan Flaherty gets everything he needs to be at his best today?
Well, it's all down to Dan Flaherty, because when he gets going, he is unstoppable at this level. Nicknamed Dirt, he provides grit. And that's what Dan Flaherty is all about. Should also be mentioned, Dav, that he's dropped 40 points on every opponent this year, barring Cardiff Uni and Bath. He wasn't able to do it at Clash on the Court, but he'll be hoping to do something similar here against Bath.
Well, he makes no mistake of the charity stripe. The three-point play is secured for the Archers. And they're still right in their own half court to give the ball away. Solomon T. Walker got it on the second attempt. Have the referees called an offensive foul there? They have indeed. Offensive foul against Minty Walker for a push in the back as he went in for the putback. Well, Dan Flaherty there. Real heart in your throat kind of moment. Oh, well, they've gone all the way for free throws here. I know there have been a lot of fouls for the Met, but I hadn't realized they were already in the bonus. A dangerous game to be giving away fouls so early, so consistently. Carlos Becker, not his first trip to the line. That's his first miss. Here comes Sol Minty Walker. We've got Flaherty to his right. Doesn't need him! Rocks the rim here at Archers Arena.
And a stare down.
Well, everything is heating up here at Cyncoed campus. The high press led by Flaherty and Sol Minty Walker, the two leaders in this team. Bath driving, taking the contact on head first. Carlos Becker missed the open three. What a pest the Bath players are becoming. Driving left hand, and the putback by Kezineri for Bath. Just the last thing that the Archers needed.
And that's something the Archers are going to find really, really difficult to contain. 6'8", coming up against a player that big can just provide so much on collecting rebounds and making easy buckets.
Flaherty misses the wide open three there. He'll be kicking himself for that one. Here come Bath with another three of their own. Unable to make that work. Neri unable to get the offensive rebound that time. Here's Mark Morale. Open. Faced with contact. He couldn't drive through. Smallwood. Beautiful little dribble. Pass to the corner and it couldn't quite get capitalized. That's Archer's ball after good play on this right-hand wing.
Really, really smart play there from Goddard.
Another substitution here. Smallwood comes off and Sam Notice takes on for his first minutes of this game. Lovely give and go, Mark Miral. The underhand lane, just thought that was going to go in and bounces out at the last second. Here come Bath again. Oh, the quick turn from Vasquez. And the corner shot from the left. Too strong, but again the offensive rebound, Ryan. Here's Vasquez turning, shooting, and rebounding again. And once more, that's 4 offensive rebounds in one progression from Kezineri.
And it's just almost unstoppable.
Oh my God. And Connor Rapecki with his steal straight off the restart. Everything is slightly falling apart in terms of discipline for the Archers. There's Mark Morale going through the screen. Dan Flaherty giving out instructions. Here's Sam Notice waiting for the curl from Dan. Sol Minty Walker with a shot fake through the legs. The three ball is up. That doesn't hit.
And Dav, Cardiff Met really, really needed to make a bucket there just to take the sting out of this momentum that Bath are establishing.
Here is Rapaki. Too strong on the three. Lots of threes being taken by both teams so far. Not sure their efficiency really warrants it. Sam Notice. Oh, just about got his hand on that, but couldn't quite secure the steal. And there, Neri stepping out of bounds.
And Bath were already controlling the offensive glass in the early stages. But since Neri's come on, he's made a real impact. And he's proven to be a lot to handle for the Archers.
Dan Flaherty calling for a horns play. Sol Minty Walker with a restart. Dan's going to take it up himself. Mark Morales taken to the bench. Justin Grant coming on in his place. Here is Dan on the ball again. Cutting it, moving. Beautifully moving. And Sol Minty Walker will head to the line again.
He's been so impactful here in this first quarter. And we spoke about Dan Flaherty early on and what he can provide, but it's about, you know, the rest of the players on this team who help pick up the points when times are hard. And the captain, Sol Minty Walker, has certainly done that in the early stages.
Absolutely, not just a role player, not just an energy man. He's a key part of everything that makes this Archers team tick. At the line again. This time he nails the first one.
And as we mentioned earlier, Dav, if he keeps drawing these fouls, he's going to start making the free throws at some point. He just needs to keep playing with that energy.
this to bring the deficit to just 1. And so he does. Another substitution. Solminty Walker now getting a well-deserved rest. Bradley Abrahams coming back on. Met down by just 1. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this first quarter. And Bath put up another 3 and extend the lead to 4. Cardiff need to have an answer here if they're going to take any momentum in. Oh, the dish at the last minute from Flaherty was just too weak.
And that's two steals early on for Goat Smith, who averages the most steals for Bath.
There he is with a 3, and he missed everything. It'll be Bath ball from the restart. Dan Flaherty getting a hand. Here is Martin Moreno. A strong left-handed drive straight through the paint and lays it up over contact. Dan Flaherty taking on Repicki. Wants to drive right. Ends up having to pass out. Moving. Travel called against Justin Grant. Discipline, again, the issue for the Met in this first quarter. 21 seconds remaining, right?
It's been the story in the first 10 minutes. Countless turnovers for the Archers, and Bath are ruthless. Like you said earlier, Dav, their efficiency hasn't been great, but they're playing with such an intensity here.
Here's Martin Moreno. Shot clock turned off. This should be the last possession. An unbelievable circus shot. Kejineri keeps it in, and that'll be the end of the first quarter here at Archers Arena. A fantastic game we've got on our hands here at the moment. Bath lead the Met by 24-18. Rye, what do you make of that first quarter and what we've seen so far?
Well, as we've mentioned time and time again in this piece of commentary, the Archers just keep making unnecessary turnovers, and that's cost them. Other than that, they haven't played too bad, particularly in the first 5 minutes. There was a drop-off there where they just needed to take, as I said, that sting and that momentum away from Bath. They wasn't able to do it, but they just need to keep playing with energy, keep playing with intensity, and maybe just slow the tempo down a little bit.
Yeah, well, Mark Morale maybe hasn't made the impact that you would expect of the star point guard so far. It's been all about Dan Flaherty and Solminty Walker.
Especially Solminty Walker. I thought he had a really, really good first quarter there. As we mentioned, he played with energy. He played with grit. He drew fouls. He didn't make the free throws early on, but he made the last 2 there. If he continues to do that and he continues to pick his team up, he'll continue to do a great job and lift his team here as the game progresses.
You've got to remember, when you're considering this Met men's first team, they won the NBL Division 3 just over a week ago, the Basketball Wales National League last Sunday, and now today they have an opportunity to take the trophy. That's not a real trophy, but we'll consider it a trophy of pride of winning against Bath in Varsity. They've got the experience of these big games. How much is that going to help them pull through in this one?
Well, you also mentioned their form with Bucks as well. It was 7-3 for the season, and it was 2 victories against Bath, a 26-point victory at home. And, that's going to play on both teams' minds going into this game. Bath are going to want to rectify those 2 games, whereas the Archers will look to make it a clean sweep.
Dan Flaherty once again calling for a horns play out of this restart. Finding Smallwood. Abraham sets the screen. Very good defending by Bath. Forced to recycle are the Archers, and they give the ball away once again. Not what you'd want to start off the second quarter here. Martin Moreno facing up with Justin Grant. Turns the corner. Good switch from Dan Flaherty. But now that forces Justin Grant to mark the bigger man in Aidan O'Flaherty.
We mentioned his numbers earlier, Dav, and he is doing a bit of everything.
Aidan O'Flaherty already showing his class in this game. Nails the on one, makes no mistakes. Now it's just up to whether or not Dan Flaherty can match his game. Here he is. Hits Grant. He finds Sam Notice. Abraham's atop the key. Sets the screen. Grant driving through traffic. And the layup just hasn't got enough on it for the Met. The Met need to organise themselves. Here is Moreno finding Goat Smith. Back out to Martin Moreno. Taking the tough contested shot. Dan Flaherty there showing his two-way capabilities. Smallwood stops and goes. Bradley Abrahams from 3. Nails it from long range. The big man with the tray.
And when you've got a big that can hit shots like that, that can prove to be dividend, especially down the stretch.
Here's Martin Moreno. The rainbow shot misses the rim entirely. Dan Flaherty happy to take the pace off the ball. Let a couple seconds tick down before he gets up the court. Here is Sam Notice. And the whistle called. Justin Grant will head to the line for 2 shots at the charity stripe. Justin Grant, this is his first time heading to the line today. The first misses. It seems like Bath are the better team when it comes to the free throw shooting, at least so far. That seems to be the case, Ryan, right?
So far, I mean, like we said with Minty Walker earlier, but Justin Grant makes that one, and that's going to be important for his confidence. He couldn't afford to miss 2 there.
Dan Flaherty and Justin Grant with the pressure up top. And the whistle called is a jump ball. Well, this time it'll stay with Bath. But possession will switch. The score currently 27-22 to the Bath Gladiators. A big outlet pass there. Here is Aiden O'Flaherty. Hitting Martin Moreno. Aiden O'Flaherty driving right past Sam Notice. Dan Flaherty with the contest. And it's just enough. But once again, Bath able to get the offensive rebound. And the second attempt misses as well. Dan Flaherty in transition. Able to release the ball.
And another turnover for the Archers.
And that's an easy 2 points for Bath. Here is Smallwood driving a beautiful pocket pass, but just telegraphed. Martin Moreno on the break, and James Daw is forced to call a timeout.
Another error, another mistake, and it's that man again, Goat Smith, who comes up with the steal, and it's a transition point for Bath. Not the start James Daw would have wanted there, Dav.
Absolutely not. Bath University could be taking a substantial lead into the half-time break. If they carry on like this, it's down to the Archers to improve upon their form.
An interesting point. I mean, Coach Antonio Wilburn he's rotated to his side a bit more early on in the first quarter, now in the second. Whereas James Daw seems to he's kept Dan Flaherty in the whole time. And as you mentioned, after playing on Sunday in the NBL, they're carrying tired legs.
Absolutely. Well, if you've been watching this men's team throughout this year, one thing you'll know for certain is that Dan Flaherty starts taking it a little more serious as soon as his hair comes out of that bun. Words exchanged between Dan Flaherty and the Bath number 17, Pip Bird.
This could be something to watch. This could also be something that riles Dan Flaherty up.
Absolutely. Pip Bird not letting him leave his sight. Here is Smallwood. Abrahams hits the small guard again. Beautiful play. Justin Grant hits Bradley Abrahams from 3 again, but no. The drums are going for the Met fans. They're trying to bring the Archers back into this one. Here come Bath again with Goldsmith. And the 3 is too strong. Dan Flaherty with a big rebound and a huge outlet pass that's dead on the money. Here's Billy Smallwood finding Grant. Sam Notice with a good catch there. Abrahams open again. Shooters shoot. And this time it's a miss again. Here's Aidan O'Flaherty. Fakes the drive and kicks. And he stepped out of bounds to Goldsmith. Well, the Archers there with a good couple of minutes, but once again, they're just not able to finish off the chances. They're generating good chances. It's just they can't finish them off right. What do they need to do differently?
It's difficult to say. I mean, as we said, we don't know what level of fatigue they're already playing with, but not to make excuses. There's been a clear lack of efficiency, and Bath have just played with a lot more movement, a lot more freedom, and it's counted. The Archers are making mistakes. They're missing easy chances, and Bath are making them pay.
Aidan O'Flaherty with a good give and go with Pip Bird. Comes back to O'Flaherty once more, and he draws the foul on the shot. Bath will head to the line once again. 2 points at the charity stripe.
And his possession's exactly like that. It feels as if it was at the other end. The Archers would have gave away a turnover, but Bath just continue to play, continue to grind, and it results in free throws. They all count.
Oh, I like there. Sol Minty Walker pulling in his team to a huddle, trying to get everyone's head back on, trying to get everyone's head stuck into the game. It's good leadership from the captain. Aidan O'Flaherty at the line. The first is good. The and one completes the 3-point play. Mark Morale really needs to step up for his team in this quarter. Calling instructions out. Dan Flaherty with a screen. Mark Morale happy to use it. Sol Minty Walker with some space. Pulls up from the mid-range. Just too flat on that one.
There's good defense there from Pip Bird.
Here is Aidan O'Flaherty taking the contact on head first. The 3 from Bath. The offensive rebound from Bath. No, Dan Flaherty. Great hustle there to retain possession for the Archers. Driving strong. Sol Minty Walker setting the screen. And the loose handle there for the Archers turns the ball over once again. Ill-disciplined Cardiff Met. Here comes Carlos Becker.
And from a Bath perspective, they'll just want to continue doing their things. The formula at the moment is working.
Aidan O'Flaherty. A beautiful give and go once again. And he hits the and one. 11 seconds left on the clock. He freezes the defense, gives it, goes, and finishes off the play with a 3-point opportunity coming up.
Well, just when it looked like O'Flaherty was met at the rim, he somehow still falls. And that's proving to be the difference early on. It's just working for Bath. And Cardiff Met seem to be falling in a hole.
And Bath thought they were getting that back. They are, in fact, with Carlos Becker. A huge block from Sol Minty Walker and the rebound. Sol Minty Walker is possibly the only player for the Cardiff Met Archers who can be happy with their performance so far.
Sol Minty Walker is bringing it.
The 3, Cardiff Met. That's exactly what they needed if they're going to get spirits and morale going back up again. That's taking it down from a double-digit lead. They're down by just 9 now, 34-25 in favour of the Gladiators. Here come Bath again. Sol Minty Walker diving on the floor. Great hustle play. And a huge double clutch layup from Pip Bird. Billy Smallwood kicking it out to the right, Mark Morale. And his foot was just about out of bounds.
And that's happened a couple of times now for the Archers. And it is just careless stuff.
Absolutely.
It's something they need to brush up on if they're to win this game.
For sure. A lack of self-awareness. Here it is, Carlos Becker with the answer back three. Forces a timeout. That's 39 to Bath's 25 for the Mets. Well, this timeout probably essential for the Archers. If they let it slip any further, James Dawes' team could be well out of this competition before we even get to halftime.
Trailing by 14, and it could have easily been more. Bath have played really, really well here up until this point, and they'll hope to continue. As I mentioned earlier, they seem to have the formula. It seems to be working. They haven't beaten Cardiff Met this season, but it looks very, very likely if things to continue in this fashion.
I wonder if it's as simple as our first comment when we saw these two teams. We were surprised to see the Archers go small against such a big, tall Bath side. And it seems as if every time they get in down low, they're met with far, far taller defenders. Well, a 14-point comeback wouldn't be the craziest thing we've seen in Archers Arena this season. We've seen bigger leads fall and crumble. Archers have to avoid the trap here. They managed to keep possession. Dan Flaherty pulling up from mid-range, but it's just got nothing on it. A rare miss for the superstar. Here is Coach Smith from three. Too strong. Mark Morale needs to provide a little bit of calm for the Archers here. It's all a bit raggedy, all a bit rushed. Dan Flaherty with the handoff. Smallwood letting themselves open. Mark Morale. Fake step and drove inside, but he had the wide open three.
It's just not happening for Mark Morale here. Still hasn't made a shot.
Martin Moreno with a kick out to Carlos Vasquez. A beautiful pocket pass. Back to Vasquez and blocked by Solminty Walker. By far and away the best Archer today, and just can't finish the full court play. Here is Martin Moreno. Hitting Repico. Goat Smith. Repico in trouble. And it's tipped in by none other than Arno Ayerbi. It's Archer's ball. Goldman with the side-out restart. Dan Flaherty choosing to instigate offense, using Mark Morale as a spot-up shooter in the three-point corner on this right-hand side. Flaherty with the ball handling responsibilities is Golden. And once again, the rebound safely secured by Bath. A huge drive and a block by Golden. Foul there called against Bath.
I just wonder here if the Archers need to change their ball handler moving up the court. I just wonder if it'd be better to have Mark Morale leading the ball up with Dan Flaherty as a shooter instead. Mark Morale has suffered here in the opening two quarters. He hasn't made a shot. It would be interesting just to see if the roles were reversed, if this would work out better for Cardiff Met.
Flaherty with a misjudged pass, and Goat Smith finishes off the transition bucket. Once again, a turnover by the Met leads to points for the Gladiators. Just under a minute 40 remaining for the Met. The deficit currently 18 points. Here is Smallwood with a wild layup.
It just seems rushed. It just seems as if the shots here are being rushed. And it just needs to be a bit more patient on offense.
Fantastic defensive play there by Gordon. Referees in discussion about whether that's called as a foul.
I think it's fair to say that the Archers have played pretty well defensively. They picked up after, well, conceding a lot of offensive rebounds in the first quarter. It's improved defensively here, but they just need to sharpen up offensively.
Here is Dan Flaherty. He has struggled so far this game coming up against Connor Rapike. Tries to go left, forced back wide. Cutting inside, Mark Morale wants to drive again. The scoop layup with the left hand, that's exactly what he needed. Here come Bath once more. Aidan O'Flaherty. It works its way inside. Ayurbi to Aidan O'Flaherty. Rapike can't get it over. Contact. Flaherty with a burst. And Bath get the 2 points straight back.
And once again, it's second chance points. It's points that the Archers thought they weren't going to concede.
Mark Morale will head to the line here. Maybe just getting warmed up into this game. Big layup, and now he'll head to the line. Maybe he can drive onwards and kickstart the Mets' offense here and out.
Listen, it's no secret. If you're to win these type of games, your best players have to perform. Dan Flaherty's been impressive defensively, but he hasn't been what he would want going forward. Mark Morale has just made his first shot. He's taking free throws here, but he has to improve if the Archers are going to win this game. Sol Minty Walker's brought it, but the rest just need to chip in and play their part.
Here come Bath. Aidan O'Flaherty forced to pick up his dribble. Rapike hits Moreno. Moreno with a kick out. The rainbow three is great for Bath, and Lewis Cox drills it down. Billy Smallwood driving through traffic. Archers finding it difficult to even pass their own halfway line. Flaherty draws contact. The Mets seemingly now just relying on free throws to stay in the game.
Just more of that is what's needed, you know. Bath are defending really, really, really well themselves. So for Dan Flaherty to just draw fouls and just take it play by play, possession by possession, and that's the only way they're going to edge their way back into this game.
You can see from just the colour of Dan Flaherty's jersey how much he's sweating, how hard he's working. Every time there's a stoppage in play, both hands are on his knees. He's got a lot of work to do if the Archers are to come back.
And you can tell he's not happy. I mean, look at his body language.
He's a winner, Ryan.
But we know when Dan Flaherty gets like this, he only improves, he only picks up his game. We can expect that here.
And Aidan O'Flaherty puts up the shot just before half-time. At the break, it is 48 for the Bath and 29 for Cardiff Met Archers. We're going to throw straight back to the studio with Meg right now. Thank you very much.
Well, it is certainly ramping up in the Archers Arena, a tough scoreline at the break. I am now joined by creator masterpiece Duke Al Durham. Thank you for joining us today. We saw your piece a few times today, actually. Very popular, getting all the views. What was the process like writing that piece for Varsity 2023?
Yeah, so Joe got in contact because we've both got type 1 diabetes. So yeah, met Joe through that. Yeah, sat down with Kian, who's a legend, and we just thought, yeah, it'd be cool to do some sort of build-up for the Varsity. And I just thought I'd have a bit of fun with it, which is why there's a little bit of, you know, sort of humour in there, I guess. And yeah, it was just an enjoyable write, just nice and fun.
And what is it about poetry that draws you in? Why do you do it?
Why do I do poetry? I've been writing poetry since I was about 12 years old. But 12 years old became a self-therapy. I've got obsessive compulsive disorder as well. So I started writing as a self-therapy and a positive coping mechanism when I didn't really know how to articulate how I felt. And yeah, it's just, I think, expressing yourself through the pen, expressing yourself through spoken word is extremely powerful. And then when you do sports things like this, sport and poetry seem to have this beautiful connection and combination. So yeah, that's pretty much why I do poetry.
Sounds really powerful. Where do you get your inspiration from for your writing?
It can be anything. It can be something I'm extremely passionate about. It can be a random word that I like. I love to rhyme, so if there's a random word which I think's cool to rhyme, then I could write a poem from that. Something I really want to voice an opinion about to maybe impact change. Yeah, and just sort of lived experiences with mental health, type 1 diabetes, things like that really.
And you were a student here at Cardiff Met. What was it like coming back to do this varsity piece?
Yeah, it was just really fun. I've never actually been to varsity before, which is terrible because I did my undergrad here as well. But I always had work on and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, to do something for varsity, to combine both poetry and sport, both things that I love doing, was just an awesome experience.
And now on to today. Have you enjoyed your day? How's your day been? Have you seen much of varsity throughout the day?
Unfortunately, I've not seen much of varsity, but I've heard some amazing things. I've been working in a school in Barry today, so doing some poetry workshops with some kids, which is cool.
Lovely. And do you do things like that often? Do you do workshops to try and help others convert their feelings into words?
Yeah, so I do a lot of work with Literature Wales, going into various high schools. This current project was with Arts Council Wales, called the Cynefin Project, so culturally and ethnically diverse Wales. Just helping sort of, spread the message of poetry and getting young people to express themselves through the pen, and showing that poetry is not this intimidating thing, that anybody can do it as a self-expression.
And have you done anything like this varsity piece before?
I guess sort of similar, but usually it's a bit more, I don't know, I guess serious. So I just really wanted to have fun with this piece. But I've done last year's build-up to the Six Nations with BBC Swim 5, which is cool. I've done a piece for BT Sports on Sir Lewis Hamilton, which is really cool for Black History Month, celebrating the achievements of black athletes, and my athlete was Sir Lewis Hamilton. I actually did a piece for the World Cup football with BBC Wales, but we lost to Iran, so they didn't air it. But yeah, so I've done sort of similar pieces.
And what's it like working with these people to create these pieces?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I love, number one, connecting with new people. That's always fun. I'm just really passionate about my work, so when I get to work with a videographer who has a sort of a different vision how the poem would look, because I feel like a videographer has a sort of different creative flair, should we say, than a writer. Yeah. And combining the two is just really interesting and fun, and you never know what's gonna come out as the end product, if that makes sense.
And finally, is there anyone specific you'd like to work with next?
I would love to do something for the World Cup, for the Rugby World Cup. Yeah. So fingers crossed I can be able to, I'll be able to do that. But I'm very much open to working with whoever wants me.
Brilliant. Well, it's good. Wish you luck for all the future. Sounds like you've got some exciting stuff. Great to hear from you and behind that piece. Now, the basketball will continue very soon, and it's heating up in the Archers. As you can see, I'm now joined by Neve Westgarth and Millie, captain of the women's squad. You both played today. Sorry about your loss. How was it out there?
It was tough. I mean, the weather never helped, but it was a true Welsh performance. So yeah, it was tough. They're a great side. They're in the league above us. They were all over us a little bit, but do you know what? We defended so well as a team, and we really kind of had that team spirit, and we put a good shift in. Tired bodies from our playoff on Monday, but I'm so proud of the girls, and it was just nice to have that home varsity with all the supporters out there in the rain. I do feel quite bad for them, so thank you.
And for you, Millie, how did you find it?
I thought it was a good match, it was good competition, because hopefully next week we'll win our playoffs, and then it'll give the girls good insight of what actually next year is going to be like. It's going to be a different ball game to what the games we've played this year, but I think yeah, it was a hard game, but I think if we didn't have the tired legs, we might have had more opportunities. But yeah, great.
And the men did manage to secure their victory earlier on today. How does it feel as a squad to sort of help you with the loss, but help them celebrate with the win? What's that like?
I think it's brilliant. Hockey's, as I always say, is such a tight-knit group. It's actually the first time they've ever won Varsity for the men's side, so it's quite special for them. And they're a great bunch of boys. They've had a tough season, but they've done quite well in there. And it's so nice to see them come away with the win. And it was so nice to be able to support each other and be there with each other. And I'm so happy for them all.
Yeah. How important is that whole squad connection?
I think really, like, we've got such a tight-knit community within hockey anyway. We're always there at the sideline supporting one another. So for the boys to come away with a win today is just brilliant. But obviously for us, it's not ideal, but the boys were still there supporting us on, and the girls. We're very fortunate that we have such a lovely group of people, such a wide community of hockey that will just come and support one another.
And you're both in your final years here at Cardiff Met, your last varsity. What does the future look like for both of you in terms of hockey and general?
Well, we both play for Cardiff and Net, so I think we're both sticking around there, so we still get to play with each other. But it's such a bittersweet day because it's so nice to have your home varsity and then it's your last one as well. But do you know, it's been a great 4 years, and the future looks bright with the club stuff, and it'll still be around Cardiff supporting the girls no matter what.
Definitely.
Good. Well, thank you both. Go and have a drink. Go and celebrate the men. Go and do whatever you need to do. And we'll be heading back to the Archers Arena for the second half of the men's basketball.
Hello and welcome back to Archers Arena. We're just about getting ready for the second half of what is turning out to be a bit of a disappointing game for the Met. Bath have come out all guns blazing and currently lead the Met by 19 points. Ryan, what's gone wrong?
Well, it almost feels as if the Archers are still in celebration mode from Sunday. I mean, it has been disappointing. There's been turnover after turnover. The possessions offensively have been rushed. But let's take nothing away from Bath. Let's give them their credit.
Yeah.
They've been bigger, they've been better, and
For
tactically, Coach Wilburn's got this spot on.
Absolutely. They look like a really well-coached, really well-drilled side. The way they've been stealing the ball, jumping at rebounds, crashing the boards. It's really, really good basketball. It's exactly what you want to be watching in these kind of things. It's just a shame that Cardiff Met haven't been able to match them up to this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be surprised if it's going to be the same performance in the second half. James Tour took his guys into the locker room. Bath stayed out and continued to hit shots, continued to practice. But the Archers have literally just returned to the gym. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Dan Flaherty, headband mode.
Headband mode engaged. If you've been watching this Archers men's side all season, when Dan Flaherty takes out his bun, normally that means the game's about to change.
And in basketball, for those who don't know, headband mode is always different. It's always turning it up a gear. Well, let's see if Dan Flaherty and the rest of the guys are going to bring that here. It's needed in the second half.
I miss those ninja headbands they used to have. Jimmy Butler
They
used
were
to
good.
wear those.
They were good.
So cool.
It's a shame they were banned.
Yeah. Here's Saul Minty Walker, definitely Met's best player so far. Hitting Abrahams. And once again, it's the same story. It's ain't no Flaherty punishing the rim, punishing the Met. Here is Billy Smallwood. Dan Flaherty, got to be careful here. Doubled, he's trapped. Can he find the open teammate? Mark Morale from three. Misses everything, but it's Flaherty again. Huge effort play. Siren sounds for the referee's attention. The referees are being forced to check on the rim. Well, I said that Aidan O'Flaherty punished the rim, but it turned out he really did. He shut off the shot clock, pulled the whole rim out of its socket. Well, that's not something I've seen this year at Archers Arena.
Well, it's a sign of the times for the Archers, Dav. A guy has walked into their gym and literally turned the lights out.
Good outlet pass from Bath. Here's Repicki finding Vasquez. Here's Aiden O'Flaherty. He's feeling it. Drills the three. This man looks so good. Solminty Walker. Mark Morale pressed. Dan Flaherty with a skip screen. Puts it onto his stronger left hand. Abraham's wide open from the three. And he can't make it count. He can get his own rebound though. And Mark Morale can recycle. Billy Smallwood out to Solminty Walker. And hits the front rim.
I just think that was a pass too late. Mark Morale should have kicked it out wide to Solminty Walker in the first possession.
And the bucket for Bath off that. Beautiful, beautiful hustle play. Here's Mark Morale. He's dribbled into trouble once again, and he's lost the ball. His plus minus must be so low. He's cost the Archers so much. Solminty Walker, on the other hand, what a steal that was.
He's been phenomenal.
Defensive acumen to do that. And the foul called. Number 9 of Bath, Carlos Becker. Well, Bath just get a little over-eager there. Called for the reach-in foul. Here is Billy Smallwood. Trying to go right. Solminty Walker nails the three from the right-hand corner. Here comes Martin Moreno. Aiden O'Flaherty looking for Vasquez off the dribble drive. And he draws contact. And he'll head to the line for two. Bath were fantastic from the line in the first half, right? That's surely something that the Archers have to try and avoid, is making contact on these driving lays.
And they're just making it so difficult. Driving with intensity. As we mentioned, they're a bigger team in every way. And it's proving to be really difficult for an Archers lineup that is playing small ball.
Oh, Vasquez nails the first. The lead is taken to 22 points. My apologies, that's Carlos Becker. Solminty Walker, beautiful defensive rebound. Billy Smallwood, once again, just can't dribble through these guys. Cardiff Met can't seem to get any penetration. Smallwood recollects his dribble. Abrahams trying to roll Flaherty. Smallwood, beautiful cut from the Met. And that's taken the lead down to 20 points. And that's too easy.
But just like that, those 2 points mean nothing. And Bath started the game phenomenal, and they started the second half phenomenally too.
Solminty Walker taking his teammate on. They've got to swing the ball a bit quicker than this, Met. And they managed to draw the foul. That was a nice little play, that, from Billy Smallwood. Finally getting some penetration. The only way the Archers are going to cut into this lead, even though we think that all their troubles on the offensive end, is actually through the defense. They've got to stop Bath from scoring in order to go on a run themselves.
And Cohen Goddard, when called upon this game, has done well for the Archers alongside Solminty Walker, but Cohen Goddard off the bench has done well. And if he continues to play like that, he'll be hoping to uplift his team just to draw more fouls and match Bath's intensity.
Well, he makes the most, does Goddard. And here comes Martin Moreno. Carlos Vasquez. And he finds his way to Aiden O'Flaherty. Back to Martin Moreno. Turning. Hits O'Flaherty. Carlos Vasquez from three. It's just so easy. That shot was butter. Here's Dan Flaherty. Dan Flaherty, a beautiful pass, just read. So simple, so easy from Martin Moreno. Billy Smallwood. Finding Abrahams. Here's Goddard. Abrahams trying to spin inside. And he travels. Another turnover. Another mistake on the offensive end.
And Bradley Abrahams again isn't happy with the call. And he might be lucky not to get a technical.
He looks over to head coach James Dorr for some sympathy. He got none. Is Repico finding Flaherty. Velasquez. Beautiful bounce pass. Well double teamed. Flaherty coming to help out his centre. That's a beautiful block. Smallwood drills it on the transition 3. Aidan O'Flaherty has to release the ball because of the pressure, and he steps out of bounds. That's Archer's ball. It feels like it's been a good couple of minutes for the Archers, and then you check the score and realise that the difference is still 20 points. Here's Smallwood. Hitting Goddard. Repico seems to be marking Flaherty out of the game. Abrahams with a poor pass at the knees of Smallwood. And it goes out of bounds. Bath ball.
And once again, it is frustration from the Archers. Something that's been the difference here, as we've mentioned, is just the amount of international players in this Bath team. You look at their two guards in Moreno and Becker, both Spanish. Becker has actually played for Real Madrid.
Wow.
So it speaks volumes to the level that these guys have played for in whatever capacity it's been. But they're bringing experience and they're bringing quality with it too on both ends.
Well, the Met have moved into a 2-3 zone, it seems, hoping to channel runners inside and deal with them that way, but it's left open. Shooters for the Bath. Here is Vasquez. Well, that was a bit of a crazy drive. Martin Moreno with complaints about Solminty Walker's challenge, but a dap at the end, it's all good. Dan Flaherty with his hands on his knees once again.
I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think Dan Flaherty is sat out for 1 minute in this game.
Big block for Minty Walker. Goddard beaten way too easily there. Repico, herky-jerky hesitation. Goat Smith misses everything. But the beautiful layup off the offensive rebound for Bath. Sam Notice. Kick ball given Archers. Here's Billy Smallwood. Dan Flaherty with a chance to create for himself. Here's Minty Walker, good handle. It's left to Goddard. And he misses everything. Sam Notice with a good hustle play. Keeping it alive for the Mets. And so Minty Walker hits the 3, but he can't get it off in time, and it's a 24-second shot clock violation.
And it might sound harsh, but it's just not good enough after completely missing everything with the first shot from Goddard to then get a shot clock violation in a game like this with so much on the line and a deficit that big. It's just not good enough.
Well, there's just over 4 minutes remaining in this third quarter. At the moment, the University of Bath leads 65-41. Safe to say that it's a big disappointment for the Met. After 2 wins against this Bath side in the Bucks competition this year, we were expecting at the very least a competitive game. But Bath have run away with it here at Campus Cyncoed. Beautiful run by Martin Moreno. That first step was so quick. Dan Flaherty up against Repico. He asks for the screen. Can't get the switch. Here comes Goddard. Whistle called. He'll shoot 2. Well, that first step from Moreno right in front of us, Ryan. Unbelievable to see just that burst of speed.
And as we mentioned earlier on, it's against the tired legs of this Cardiff Met team. And it's just not gone their way today in any way. Missed free throws, countless turnovers. And whether they're shot clock violations, whether they're stepping out of bounds, they've been careless. But Bath have played with such an intensity on both ends. And as you mentioned, Dav, they're likely to be runaway winners.
Well, the trap defense coming in now for Met. But that's leaving open shooters like Aidan O'Flaherty. And he gives a rare miss, justifying the defensive scheme for the Met. Solminty Walker driving straight up the pickup drive and just can't quite get the finish. How many times has that happened for the Met today? Behind the back pass, Carlos Vasquez. The rebound by Marti Moreno manages to just knock it out of bounds off of Sam Notice. Well, they say that things come in threes. So after the Met won the NBL Division 3 and the Basketball Wales National League, you just assumed that today was going to be a Met victory. Bath have knocked the Archers on their behind so far. And Aidan O'Flaherty with a steal on Dan Flaherty. And he misses the dunk. Goat Smith protects his teammate, puts in the offensive rebound, and stares down the defensive effort from Sam Notice.
But look at the difference in the two teams and their body language and their character. Bath are roaring, Bath are thriving, and the Archers look deflated.
Well, Archers Arena is packed with both Bath and Archers fans, but the Archers fans haven't had much to shout about since the first quarter.
Since the first 5 minutes, they have been silenced.
Lots of miserable, miserable faces. Been long since I heard the beat of a drum. The Archers family falling silent from a disrespectful performance from the Archers. They're now down by 30 points. Talk about body language. Nobody shows how much they're hating this loss more than Dan Flaherty. Here he is. Dan the man. Driving right. That was an easy layup. Well. Here is Marti Moreno. Finding Goat Smith. Stepping out of bounds off the catch. It's a side-out restart for the Met. Here come Dan again. Hoping to drive once more. And he can, and he does. He's successful.
And you just feel as if he has to go into takeover mode if the Archers are even going to make an attempt of a comeback here.
Well, there's just over 2 minutes left in this quarter. And then the Met have all of the fourth. But it would be an enormous comeback if they were to be able to pull this off. Marti Moreno, a beautiful runner, showing off all his skills. Dan Flaherty has to give up the ball off the pressure. And that's Archer's ball.
There's just so much skill in that backcourt for the Gladiators. You look at Moreno, you look at Becker, flamboyant, lots of flair. Aidan O'Flaherty looks the complete package. And then their forwards and centres, they just provide height, they just provide power. It's a very, very, very solid roster.
And the travel there from Sam Notice. The last thing the Archers needed. He's claiming that the first step was in his gather. I don't think it looked like that from our view. Here is Martin Moreno. The handoff. Lost the dribble. Solminty Walker tried to get the outlet pass, but it's beautiful defensive work by Bath. Vasquez gives it up, and the block by Dan Flaherty. He's really trying his best to keep the Met in this. They just haven't been able to do it. Foul called on the floor against Bath there.
It just feels as if Dan Flaherty has turned it up a gear now. I'm not sure if it's too little, too late. There's still a quarter to go, but he certainly upped it. And he'll be hoping that levels can now be reciprocated by his teammates, who have been flat so far in this game.
The first layup gets a lucky bounce off the rim. One more to go perfectly at the line. The second can't go down. Here comes Martin Moreno again. Involved as always throughout this match. Goat Smith. Back to the Spanish guard. Drew, so much contact there. That was way too obvious from Sam Notice. Blatant foul. Way too easy for the referees. Aidan O'Flaherty looking to create some space and ends up missing everything. I think that's the first mistake I've seen from him all game.
And it was great defense from the Archers.
More of that, please. Here's Solminty Walker. Has to take a step back to go forwards. The quick handle. The release from a high point. That was a beautiful basket by Solminty Walker. One of the only Archers that can keep his head held high. Goat Smith from three. Answers back from Bath.
And the likes of Goat Smith, he's a role player, and he's stepped up massively for Bath here. It's countless players who are doing everything on the court for them.
Dan Flaherty can't lose his marker. Chooses to drive. Once again, he's successful. The ISO drive for Dan Flaherty. Right at the end of this quarter. Goat Smith throws it up, and that'll be the end. At the moment, it is Bath 77, Cardiff Met 52. 1 quarter remaining, a 25-point difference between the two teams. Well, Ryan, I don't want to sound defeated, but 25 points to make up in a quarter, I can't do the math.
It's as good as impossible. It's as good as impossible. And considering Bath are playing this well, it's as good as done. But the Archers will definitely be playing for pride here. They've beaten Bath twice this season already, but Bath looks so determined. It's easy to see, like I said, in their body language, in their confidence. They really want this.
Interesting to see just things as simple as this. The end of the third quarter. They only take a couple of seconds to talk with their coach. It's a short message, and they're straight back out in the court, in their own huddle, talking to each other, smiling, clapping hands. Whereas James Dawes got a long message for the Met boys. Dan Flaherty has been successful in the last few minutes of that third quarter with that ISO drive to the right. Makes you wonder why. Maybe they didn't go to that a little sooner.
I think it's fair to say there was a slight improvement in that quarter from the Archers on both ends, but it just wasn't enough. Bath continued. They continued to excel. They were brilliant defensively, and they were extremely efficient offensively.
Goat Smith fakes, goes inside. And Dan Flaherty throws forward to Sam Notice. Strong layup. That was a beautiful run and a beautiful finish by Sam Notice. Here is Repiek. Dan Flaherty with a steal. Has to take it straight through the contact. And one for Dan Flaherty. He's not going to let this game slip away. He's not going to let this game tarnish his name.
Well, it's the dream start to the fourth quarter for James Dorr. 4 straight points, and now the chance for another point to be added on with the M1.
I think that's a really clever timeout from the Bath head coach. Just when the Archers are coming out, really on fire, bursting, he takes the timeout, cools them down, freezes them in their place. We're starting to get some noise back from the Archers fans here at Archers Arena.
It just feels as if a bit of life has been injected back into the fans, back into the players. We mentioned it was as good as an impossible task.
Well, the Archers family are definitely all out here at Archers Arena. Dan Flaherty at the line to finish the three-point play. It's been a fantastic little couple of possessions here for Dan Flaherty. So efficient over the last 4 or 5 minutes. Here is Martin Moreno looking for Aidan O'Flaherty, and he finds him. Carlos Vasquez comes out to Martin Moreno once more. Looked like a carry to me. Carlos Vasquez trying to dump it inside. And it's Bath ball. Some of the Archers confused on that play. Martin Moreno. It comes out and it's a heave from Bath. Dan Flaherty wants to get into his dribble drive again. So Minty Walker. Archers have got to swing it round again. Trying to find Dan. It's just too obvious from the Archers. Solomon T. Walker shoots it straight over the smaller guard.
Soul by name, soul by nature for this team. Sol Minty Walker continues to bring it. The deficit is being trimmed.
Well, technically you're right, Ryan, but that deficit has been trimmed to 17 points. That's a big call by the referee. Aidan O'Flaherty with the travel there as he spinned inside.
And Cardiff Met just need to keep their cool here, take it possession by possession. No need to rush shots.
Unless you're Dan Flaherty, you can rush whatever you like. Took the mid-range pull-up really early in that possession. Here's Moreno finding Repiek. Martin Moreno once more. Uses the screen. Pulls up from the elbow. Drills the mid-range J.
That was needed. That was needed just to sting the Archers' momentum that they've been building here in the fourth quarter. A massive shot by Moreno.
Dan Flaherty sizes up his man. Pulls up from three. He gets like this. He gets like this. I don't think he's missed in the last 8 minutes of play.
Heat check, Dan Flaherty.
Headband mode engaged. And a big miss for Bath. Dan Flaherty's calling for the ball. It's got to be him on the ball. The Archers have taken this from a 30-point deficit to just 14.
And for the first time, Dav, there's an ounce of frustration in this Bath team. For the first time all game, they're not having their own way, and the Archers are fighting.
Sam Notice at the line. The score currently 79-65. Just under 7.5 minutes remaining. If these two free throws go down, the Archers could genuinely be in with a chance of overturning a 30-point deficit in this game. Here come Bath. A huge steal from Dan Flaherty. And the layup is good! I might have to stand. Martin Moreno driving inside. Velasquez with a turn. And Minty Walker with the screen. And it's foul called against Carlos Vasquez. That should be a transition take foul. What's the score? 69-79. And both call a timeout. And a huge overcoming of fears and pressure from the Archers in this quarter has changed the outlook of this game.
The Archers are leading Bath by 15 points in this quarter. This is incredible. We said it was a 25-point deficit going into the final 10 minutes. We said as good as mission impossible, but this is absolutely incredible.
Dan Flaherty has taken over Archers Arena in the last 5 to 6 minutes. Unbelievable play by him. He hasn't missed a shot in a long time.
I don't think he's missed a minute. I don't think he's sat out.
Yes.
Dan Flaherty has not stopped.
He's played every minute. Well, just when you think that you can count out the Archers, they draw you back in.
And as we mentioned, that frustration, Coach Antonio Wilburn, discussions with the referee, he's not happy. And Bath are beginning to wilt.
7 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to turn over 10 points.
To put that in context, they've come back in a 15-point, they've led Bath by 15 points. And that's just in 3 minutes of this quarter.
Unbelievable. Minty Walker misses the first. That's not his first missed free throw of the night. He's missed a few. But he has played out of his skin tonight. The second from Minty Walker. Misses.
Trouble from the line, but the Archers still have possession.
Really important to remember that. It was a transition take foul, so they get free throws and the ball. Dan Flaherty with all the instructions. They hit him. They converge all 5 on Dan Flaherty. He just needed to release the pass, but maybe just couldn't trust his teammates there. Here's Martin Moreno. Finding Repiek. Aiden O'Flaherty on the right hand side. Goat Smith. Foot on the line. That's Archer's ball.
And it just seems as if those roles have reversed. The Archers are now having everything their own way, and the Gladiators are making mistakes.
Dan Flaherty taking a well-deserved deep breath as he goes up the court. Steps back, pulls up from range, just a bit too strong. Great hustle. Referee calls the foul against Dan Flaherty.
And it just feels as if those last 2 shots were very slightly rushed. It's important to keep your cool in a situation like this, although the temperature is increasing here in Archers Arena.
Aiden O'Flaherty, beautiful pocket pass, and Carlos Vasquez goes to the line. He'll get 2 free throws.
So bad.
Well, it'll be interesting here. Carlos Vasquez, he's been perfect from the line tonight. 6 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. The Archers fans managed to psych the first miss from the line for Becker. lucky bounce leads him to a 1-for-2 trip to the line.
A deep breath was taken there in Archers Arena.
The 3 from the left-hand side. Can't go. Sam Notice tries to dive on the ball. And that might be a huge miss. Here's Aidan O'Flaherty. Martin Moreno. Back to Flaherty. Hits Becker. And it's a huge miss. But Bath couldn't quite get the offensive rebound. Met need to support Sol Minty Walker here. It's a huge 3. And they can't quite nail it.
And so Minty Walker just lost his foot in there. A crucial moment.
Trouble by Goat Smith. Archer's ball. That's fantastic pressure from Sam Notice. Mark Morale checking in.
It's important to mention here, Mark Morale hasn't had his best game, but he can really, really turn it on. A massive player in this Archers team.
Finds Minty Walker from the corner. Here is Martin Moreno. Hitting Repiek and back to him. He tries to go left. Mark Morale with a huge steal. Takes the contact. Ball out, Archer's ball. Mark Morale was looking for the foul on that shot. He was able to draw the contact. Still, the deficit remains 11 points. Dan Flaherty steps through the ball. Dan the Man Flaherty brings the Archers within 9.
And that is the first bucket that's been made in nearly 2 minutes. But the Archers have also defended incredibly well, just conceded 1 free throw in that space of time.
Martin Moreno calling for support. Carlos Becker from 3. Misses everything. If ever the Archers were going to come back into the game, it would be right now. Dan Flaherty seems to need to have the ball for the Met to score. I'm standing. Dan Flaherty loses the ball. A poor handle, and Sol Minty Walker gives away the foul. It's Bath ball. That's a big turnover. Dan Flaherty has played every minute of this game. What a commitment. Martin Moreno screaming out instructions. Aidan O'Flaherty. Moreno spinning inside. Gets his own rebound. Sol Minty Walker fouls him underneath the basket. You just thought for a minute there that Sol Minty Walker was going to come out with the ball.
This is incredible.
This is one of the best games I've seen all year. Dan Flaherty's got some questions for the officials. It's not going to make any difference. 4 minutes and 25 seconds for the Archers to turn this around. Martin Moreno at the line. Nails the first.
And you can just see the relief there from Moreno.
Bath have had a very poor fourth quarter. Moreno does not make a mistake. Dan Flaherty on the ball. Has to release it to Abrahams. The 3 once again missing. Every time the Archers take a 3 ball early in the shot clock, it seems to go the way of the Bath Gladiators. Here's Coach Smith. Missing. Archers need to work a shot for Dan Flaherty. They brought the ball. Handler, Mark Morale on. He needs to help them out here. Is Sam Notice. Drew contact, no whistle. Referees missed one there, that's for sure. Aidan O'Flaherty. And the pull-up mid-range is way, way, way short. Just under 3.5 minutes remaining. The Archers have to do it now. It's do or die. And Mark Morale. Mark Morale draws a foul. I thought he'd stepped out of bounds, but referee calls it for a foul against Bath. Dan Flaherty shows, goes, drives. He hits it.
How sweet was that with the left hand? Dan Flaherty's not done yet.
He's brought it back down to 9. Here's Aidan O'Flaherty. Repiek. Here's Martin Moreno. Sam Notice with some great defense. Referee gives it as a blocking foul. Well, it's clear there that Sam Notice was trying to draw the charge. Referee seems to think that he didn't have his feet in a set position. 2 shots at the line for Carlos Becker. Nine points the difference once again. The Archers have brought it back so close. They have just under 3 minutes if they are to finish the job.
No matter what happens from here, no one can question the heart of this team that could still do what we thought was impossible.
10 points. The second misses. It's a 10-point game. Here is Smallwood. Good communication from Dan Flaherty. Mark Morale pops, goes, and he'll head to the line for 2 shots. Well, if Mark Morale can nail both of these, he'll take it to an 8-point game. It's been a long time since the lead was just 8 points. Mark Morale hits the front iron. The second he nails. We're back to 9. A steal here for the Archers would be enormous. Aidan O'Flaherty. A beautiful jelly finish. Smallwood hits Flaherty. Smallwood. Dan Flaherty was wide open. He turned it down for a Bradley Abrahams 3. I don't think this game tells you that that's the right decision there. Here is Aidan O'Flaherty. Carlos Becker. O'Flaherty. Huge rebound. Good defense from Bradley Abrams. Under 2 minutes. Dan Flaherty from 3. Too strong. That's Archer's ball. But with just 95 seconds left, it might be too little, too late for the Archers.
And you expect Bath here to just really take their time. just shave that clock down as much as they can. Regardless, the lead looks strong enough.
It is O'Flaherty falling away. And once again, a terrible effort on the defensive glass. And Martin Moreno will head to the line once again. And these free throws might be the dagger that puts the Met out of this game. The first is perfect, nothing but net. The second, he nails it. It is a 13-point deficit. 1 minute 17 remaining.
Now this would be impossible.
Yeah. Well, we thought it was impossible going into the fourth quarter when the deficit was 30. You've got to give so much credit to these Archers. Brought it all the way back to 9. We all believed it. We were all on our feet. I really thought it was going to happen.
Well, Cardiff Met started this fourth quarter electric. And it just seems since about that 5th or 6th minute, Bath, just something clicked with them again. And defensively, they put together some important stops. And free throw by free throw, they built that lead just very, very slightly up. And now it should be enough with 1 minute 7 left.
Seemed as if there was a couple of possessions where the Archers took some silly threes, where Dan Farty didn't really touch the ball that much at all. But at the end of the day, it won't be because of their second half performance. It'll be because of the first half that they've lost this game. They've been fantastic here in the late game. Bradley Abrahams with the sideline restart. Dan Flaherty from 3. A miss. Sam Notice with the offensive rebound, and he'll head to the line. The effort from Sam Notice. He's coming off the bench, and he's been fantastic. I've got to say, really impressed with his hustle, his energy, always putting his 100% into every possession.
Well, in that first half, you know, we spoke about Dan Flaherty, we spoke about Sol Minty Walker, and we did question some of these other guys on the team, some of the role players, some of the extra starters. As you mentioned, Sam Notice has been excellent in this second half. His grit and determination has not gone unnoticed.
I see what you did there. 1 from 2. The deficit 12. Aidan O'Flaherty fouled. Clear and obvious to everyone here. If they make this, it's 14 points. Am I stupid for even asking the question? But this will kill the game, right?
And it has.
Yeah.
And it has. As I mentioned there a second ago, it's free throw by free throw. The Gladiators have done really well to draw fouls late on.
One last time out for James Dorr. I say the game is over, but if Dan Flaherty scores a 3 out of this restart, I'll be a believer once again. But it won't happen. 14 points is too much in a minute. Met have fought gallantly throughout this fourth quarter. And unfortunately, it'll still look like a big loss because of the last couple of minutes. But there were times when this one was so close here. The lead came down to 8. They made up 22 points from a 30-point lead to just 8.
And that in itself is an incredible achievement. One that James Dorr will be very, very proud of. His side have showed immense character here in the fourth quarter when it almost seemed like they had nothing to play for. The game now is as good as done. But as we say, the character cannot go. It cannot be undermined.
You just got to wonder. The game is 14 points. How much of an impact it made to have Mark Morale playing one of his worst games I've seen this year. If he was on fine form, how many points is that worth?
Well, I'm sure it's enough to make up the deficit. As we mentioned, Mark Morale has struggled in this game.
Sam Notice at the line again.
And it's almost as if Sam Notice will not take no for an answer. He's still trying, he's still believing, even as the seconds unwind.
He nails the first. The second. Perfect. Sam Notice all the way up the court, fouls Aidan O'Flaherty. The Mets choosing to stop the clock, accept the free throws.
58.
A necessary foul made, but it goes without saying, Aidan O'Flaherty is not the man you want at the line, Dav.
No, he's been fantastic throughout. Well, fair play to these Archers fans. They have really had the atmosphere going here. Here is Smallwood. Beautiful pass. Sam Notice under the basket. Just about keeps hold of it. Abrahams has to let go early. Drills it from 3. 44 seconds on the clock. 11 points the difference. The Archers are going to fight until the last second here. Aidan O'Flaherty. Martin Moreno. Bath just toying with the Archers here, baiting them into taking the easy foul. That stops the clock.
And I'm not sure why Cardiff Met took so long to make that foul. They made the necessary foul in the possession before, hit a free, and then took their time making that foul there to send the Gladiators to the line.
Well, Martin Moreno taking a bench seat for Bath. He has been involved in absolutely everything they've done on the offensive end. A well-deserved rest.
And interestingly, on comes De Cardozo, who's actually the captain of the second team. He was one of those few players that was introduced into this game from the second unit.
Aidan O'Flaherty's pass is intercepted. Smallwood takes the early 3. Misses. Foul called once again on Smallwood. 14 seconds left in this. Ryan, the game is officially over. 12 points the deficit right now. It could increase by a few, decrease by a few, who knows. But this game is well and truly won by Bath. Archers lost this in the first half, don't you think?
Absolutely. As we mentioned, the first half performance just lacked intensity on both ends. The Archers seemed flat, they seemed fatigued. The second half performance, the third quarter they come out pretty level with Bath, but the fourth quarter, that first 3 minutes, they were explosive. And it made us all believe, Dav.
I don't even know how I feel anymore. All I know is Dan Flaherty has impressed me once again. Even when you thought that maybe he wasn't having the most impressive game, he just finds a way to pull you out of the hole, pull Cardiff Met together, and draw them back into the game. He's a one-man offense.
He can do it all by himself. Dan Flaherty has gears.
One for 2 for the line for Bath. Mark Morale fouled. Big claps from the bench so that they can make a substitute. That's the reasoning. An interesting picture here as we progress towards the end of Dan Flaherty's time here at Cardiff Met. Alone in the backcourt. A head full of, I'm sure, considerations, questions, and very little consolidation. 8 seconds on the clock. Mark Morale makes both. And the Met are going to let them run this one out. And the final buzzer sounds around Archers Arena. What has been a fantastic basketball showdown here has provided such entertainment for all of us here at Archers Arena, all of us here at Cyncoed campus, and hopefully all of you at home. Ryan, what's your biggest takeaway from that?
The Archers have grit, the Archers have character. Like I said, in that fourth quarter, they really made us believe. And as you can see here, the applause to those fans, they never gave up, they never stopped singing. It was a disappointing start to the game, it was a disappointing first half, but they really showed up in that fourth quarter and very nearly did the impossible.
It was really interesting to see the different players, different perspectives on the game. Saul Minty Walker with his hustle and effort and energy, and then Dan Flaherty with his killer instincts towards the end, drawing the Archers back into the game. If they could play another half, I'm sure they would end up winning.
And I'm sure it would have made a difference to the mentality as well of these players. It almost seemed as if as that clock just was shaven down and it closed down towards the end of the game, it just seemed as if they just lost a little bit of belief. A couple of missed shots, a couple of failed possessions. But take nothing away from Bath. They were excellent from start to finish. Although the Archers got better, they never got worse in the game. They stayed with Cardiff in the dying stages and got the job done.
Well, it's been a fantastic game here. It's been a fantastic day here to be with you at Cardiff Met Sport TV for Varsity 2023. My name is David Jones. I've been with Ryan Bellany. We're going to say goodbye and send back to Meg in the studio. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Dav and Ryan. Not quite the result for the men. Bit of a shock. So close to the end. So now let's truly encapsulate the feelings of Varsity one last time.
Met versus Bath. Varsity 2023. Game on. Varsity! Cameras, please. Sports stars about to shine as we start to see apprehension in fans, nervous laughter, screams, camaraderie, hearts ticking, faster beats it. Bath versus the masterpiece. Cardiff Met with the hardest teams, the largest dreams. Witness the scenes with a lager reach. I bet Bath are nauseous, call the pharmacy. We're sick of all sports now, Bath. Start to breathe. Don't you forfeit before we get to the drama, please.
Murphy to win the game!
You'll leave bathing in a bath of your shit. Pardon me. Bath Youth Cardiff met your match. No time for you to have a soak and relax. Put down the soap and accept the facts. You can't throw in the towel, you gotta coach the catch. We don't just play sport, we reform it. This is deeper than just releasing some endorphins. Our crowd support us loud, that's our calling.
We absolutely love it!
If we fall, we'll win the game crawling. It's been 4 years, no fears, just a clear vision among peers. Train hard, win, cheers, as you go home swimming in a bath of your tears. This is Cardiff, Wales, release the dragon, flame on. Unleash the passion, game on.
Well, it was game on, but it is now game over. I'm now joined by our final sports correspondent of the day, Caitlin Meredith. Are you happy to be out of the rain and finally into the warm?
Very happy, but I have to say it's been such a good day. The sport on campus, there's been crowds at every single game, no matter the weather, so it's been such a good day.
You've been here, there and everywhere today. So what has been your highlight of the day?
It's tough to choose. There's been so many really good games. I have to say, though, the standout for me might have been the men's hockey. They've never won a varsity before, so them finally getting that result. They drew it last year, so they came really close, and then this year they finally got over the line and got that victory, so it was absolutely buzzing for them down there. And
yeah, I think that was probably my personal result of the day.
So that was the Met team that stood out for you today, but we have to give credit to Bath, an outstanding performance from a top sport university. Which of their teams stood out for you today?
They have a lot of really good talent out there, but I think the lacrosse probably need a mention. I have to say a 20-0 victory is very convincing, and yeah, I think they really stood out in really tricky conditions out there because it was really muddy, very boggy pitch, but they sort of stuck together and got the job done. So yeah, they impressed me the most, I think.
So heading out tonight, which of Met's teams will be the happiest?
I think, despite the loss, I think Netball will feel really proud of sort of the progress they've made. They played Bath a couple of times in the league this year and have struggled at times, but today they were absolutely outstanding the whole game. They kept the pressure on and they almost came away with the win. So losing by 2 points, I think they can be really proud of that. Cricket, I have to give a shout out to as well. Both the men's and women's coming away with victories sets them in really good stead for their outdoor season coming up this summer.
And the fans have been out in full force today, loudest we've ever heard Archers Arena potentially. How much of a difference do those crowds make?
Oh, they make a massive difference, having that sort of home crowd to sort of cheer you on, especially in their moments when you're in tight games and you really need to just get over the line towards the end. So I think them crowds really helped today, especially with horrible weather out there as well. Getting them people on the sideline really got both the men's and women's teams through every sport out there.
And they were loud for the netball, all of the basketballs, but we could possibly say they were the loudest for possibly the biggest race in the Archer's career.
Yeah, crowds absolutely filled in for that one, and it was a big day for him. Have to give a shout out winning that race. Came back, defeated his rival in Duck Norris. He'll be really happy to come away with that victory after all the training he's been doing, as we've seen.
And finally, your 3 words to sum up the day?
I would go with lively, intense, and most importantly, entertaining.
Perfect, that's all we could want from a varsity. Well, what a day. There have been ups, there have been downs, but most importantly, Bath have come out as champions. They are out collecting their trophy on Rugby 1. Now, despite all the sport that has taken place today, believe it or not, there is still more to come. In men's football, the postponed Alfie Willett Cup will take place on Wednesday at 1:45, followed by a women's hockey playoff for a spot in the National League. Another busy Wednesday. But for now, thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed our coverage of Varsity 2023. Let's take a look at some special moments from our social team throughout the day. See you next year. Goodbye.
I'm here on Cyncoed campus. It's Varsity Day. We've got the bar, we've got the screen, we've got lots of food, Red Bull, sports, music. Let's go!
Got Flaherty to his right, doesn't need him! Rocks the rim here at Archers Arena.